Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in on YouTube. Thank you for being here and welcome to the 337th episode of the Dean Withers Show. Now, I'd also like to welcome in everyone over on TikTok. We have 3.2 thousand people that have joined us over there so far. If you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds. And honestly, guys, as of recently, we've kind of been pretty successful with that. What really stands out to me was a conversation I had with somebody yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I don't know, they all kind of blend together anymore, who was a mask-off white supremacist, was straight up telling us that being white and whiteness is a part of the core identity of the United States of America, and for that reason, we need to stop immigration of people who aren't white. And by the end of it, he ended up being a pro-choice, pro-immigration individual. Now, I don't think that you could go from white supremacist to not white supremacist in 55 minutes, which was how long our conversation lasted. I just don't think that's possible. Okay. But you know, we witnessed this man in real time take steps away from the incredibly bigoted beliefs that he held, which is cool. I mean, honestly, pretty insane. So what we do here is definitely working. It's definitely effective. And I'm excited to get into some more conversations today. So the way that we actually load Trump supporters into the live stream to talk to is over on TikTok. They have a public guest request feature where anybody can hit a button to request to come up here and talk to me. Now, just to remind everybody over on TikTok kind of what the rules are, only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an 18-plus American Trump supporter. Those rules are obviously like posted on the middle of the phone screen right now, just so you all see them. Make sure that you're following those rules. And of course, welcome into everybody who continues to join us over on TikTok. I'm looking at you, Atticus. I'm looking at you, Susan, Apple user, and Anna. Thank you all so much for being here. And of course, welcome into everybody over on YouTube as well. Now, before we do hop into the debates, I would like to go over the breaking news of the day. And the breaking news of today is that Kash Patel, Trump's FBI director, embarrassed himself and honestly embarrassed the Trump administration 4K and as caught on a leaked video. So let's just go over what the leaked video is and why you should care. So first and foremost, the leaked video is Kash Patel getting rowdy with the Team USA men's the Team USA men's hockey team that competed at the Olympics. And I'm not going to lie, even just kind of watching the video, I kind of get cringed out a little bit. Like he's jumping, he's like slamming a beer, he's shouting. It's very interesting, very riled up. But the bigger issue here isn't that, you know, a dude was partying, but more so that it was funded by the taxpayer's dollar. Over $400,000 were spent on getting Kash Patel to and from this party where he was slamming beers with Team USA, and you paid for it. I paid for it. The American taxpayer paid for it. But let's go ahead and take a look at that video now, so you all know exactly what I'm talking about. Do give me one moment here just to get it loaded up over on OBS. If you're watching on TikTok right now, you're about to see a pretty wild picture here. In fact, I didn't get it loaded up on OBS already, so actually I'm going to put it back to my face just so I have a moment to make sure the viewers over on YouTube can see it. My apologies for the technical difficulties here, folks. I thought I got this all worked out before I went live, but apparently I didn't. Okay, there we are. Let's go ahead and take a look at this video of Kash Patel. Oh my goodness. What's wrong? Oh my, sorry guys, 1 second. I don't know what's going on. This was supposed to be centered. I'm apparently just experiencing all the issues today. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. So that is, of course, our FBI director, you know, the guy who's supposed to be working with the DOJ to release the Epstein files, the guy who's supposed to be prosecuting violent crime, the guy who's supposed to be ensuring that we don't have predators running around the country with their identities being protected by those in power like himself and the DOJ. Instead, he's spending his time partying with Team USA, throwing some beers. But like, once again, I don't know, maybe this is a contentious opinion. Maybe you disagree with me here. But I don't really care that he's partying necessarily. Okay. Right. I care that he wasn't more vigilant. Okay. Because it's definitely not a way that we want to have our FBI director seen by the world. Maybe he should have ensured that he wasn't throwing back beers with his mouth open while the camera was pointing at him. But the real issue comes in when we consider that, once again, it was our money that got him there, $400,000. Not only is that illegal, but it's also just something that, generally speaking, politicians shouldn't do. But let's go and hop into those debates at this point in time. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please follow our rules or else I'm going to kick you. Let's go ahead and load up that very first guest right now. We got Corb Core loading up into the box. Here we go, folks. Hi, welcome to Support Trump.
I'm not supposed to be. I'm Canadian. Kick me out.
All right, yeah, we got to kick you because you're not from America. Let's go ahead and load up that next guest right now. We got Brent Douglas loading up into the stream for everybody who's joined in so far, by the way, on TikTok and YouTube. Let me know how your day's been so far. It's good to see you all. Certainly is good to see you all. Welcome in, Brent. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And how old are you?
26.
What year were you born in?
2000.
Okay, what month were you born in? Sorry, just one more clarifying question.
January.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Can you honestly sit there and say that you've never gotten done with a day of work and cracked a few beers?
Well, I can say I've gotten done with a day of work and cracked a few beers more than a handful of times.
Yeah, so why is he evil for that?
Because he makes us pay for it. I've never got done with a day of work, cracked a few beers, and then stuck the bill of $400,000 to the taxpayer. That's pretty wrong.
I mean, I don't blame a guy. It's probably on his own paycheck, so what's wrong
Delilah,
with it?
thank you so much for the Viking hammer. I appreciate you so much for the love. No, that's the thing. It's not. it's not on his own paycheck. The government pays. The government paid, and that's the issue. And he took his girlfriend too. Like I said, the issue here isn't necessarily Kash Patel going out and slamming a few beers with Team USA. I do wish that he would have been more vigilant of cameras. I think it's important for members of the federal government, especially the cabinet of the president, to maintain a professional image publicly. Okay, and that's very clearly not a professional image publicly, but I'm willing to look past it insofar as him wanting to party with Team USA following their win in the Olympics. The real issue is having us pay for it. But that's also not really the topic of conversation. If you want to talk about it, sure, I'm down. But we're more so here to determine why the hell you support Trump as president.
Right, so on that same note then, do you have the same level of dislike for your local mailman that wants to have a few beers after work because that's also on a government income?
Well, I clarified here. I'm more so talking about the cabinet members of the president. I feel as if they need to uphold a very respectable and public professional image. I think that's very important. And then, are you talking about a mailman slamming beers on the clock? Yeah, I would definitely not like that. Yeah.
Not on the clock, but
okay. So then he's not getting paid for the federal government by the federal government for slamming beers. Go for it.
I kind of just wanted to have this back and forth with you. I love your sense of humor. Have a great night, man.
Okay, so well, apparently he's leaving. All right. Well, he didn't listen to what we had to say at the beginning of the live stream at all. Don't know how many times I need to repeat it here. It's definitely not the biggest issue in the world that, dude wants to drink. Just make sure you're not on camera jumping up in the air like a child or a frat boy, and make sure that you're not having the government, pay you. Or have to pay $400,000 for you to do it. Seems pretty reasonable to me. But that guy left. Let's go and load that next guest up. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And R, I appreciate you for that very first donation of the day with the $5 over there on YouTube, who says, don't mind me just funding you cracking open some beers. Appreciate you so much for that love, R. Thank you. I've really fallen into finding my favorite beers of recently. It's... forget the name of it. I mean, someone watching.
Please start OnlyFans with Parker, please.
What the fuck? Get out of the live stream. Someone watching the live could remind me. Super chocolatey. It's a big beer in Ireland on St. Paddy's Day. Forget the name. But let's go ahead and refocus on politics, obviously. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. There we go. The people in the chat are telling me. Guinness. I like Guinness. Guinness is pretty good. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
All right. You've been up here like many times before, right?
One time, like a few months ago. but you can
No.
consider that.
I remember you, so I'm gonna kick you. Let's go to move on to the next guest. That's kind of like my rule. So we don't like to have repeat guests unless like there's a clear reason for it. Because I remember that guy, and I'm sure that we spent like an hour going over everything. Not going to talk to him again. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
2007, January 9th.
Okay, and your bio says you love ice.
Yes, sorry about that. I do support it, but that is kind of just a friend group joke thing. But first, how are you?
Yeah, just a joke about loving ice. No, I'm doing great. So tell us, why do you support Trump?
I am up here to argue about how to support him. I want your opinion. Is that okay?
You didn't come up here to debate about why you're MAGA?
Not really.
Okay, well, I hope that you have a good rest of your day. We're just looking for the very first debate of the day, and I really appreciate it of you alongside everybody else. Would please follow the rules of the live stream. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Annabelle loading into the live stream right now. Please do follow our rules, everyone. Okay, Annabelle's not joining. Everybody, just do be patient. Give us a moment here. We got Landon loading up. Only join inside of the queue if you only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please, hello, welcome into You Sport Trump. Nope, they left. Holy cow, guys, not finding anybody. If you happen to be a part of the very first 10.3 thousand people tuning in, please do only join that queue if you're MAGA. I would really appreciate it if you do your very best to follow the rules. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Oh my God, everyone's running. Okay. No Trump supporters in sight. What do we do about that? What are we supposed to do about that, guys? How do I make the Trump supporters a little less scared to have a conversation with me? Because frankly, I'm always left very confused and lost when we have like over 10,000 people in here. Now we have 11,000 and can't find anybody to debate. Well, I know this guy's a Trump supporter. Hello, Hoodlum.
What up, Dean?
So you've come back for another round of getting, I don't know, dunked on? Is that what we say now?
Well, I don't know exactly that to be the true accurate statement of our last encounter.
All right, no, obviously. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Lum. I appreciate that. Okay. If Biden literally called for the execution of Republicans in Congress with no good reason whatsoever, would reasonable Americans stop supporting Biden as president?
Oh, well, it's all in context. I mean, is that a yes or no, or am I going to be able to give context?
Well, I mean, you could give context, but ultimately that context will fall in to explaining why your answer is yes, or fall under explaining why your answer is no.
Yeah. So I would argue that anytime a representative behaves in a treasonous way, that our laws are very clear that those individuals should pay the ultimate price, which would be their life.
Oh, clearly you didn't hear my question.
Yeah. So calling out the
Hey, Hoodlum, clearly
actions,
you didn't hear my question. I'll ask it again.
I did hear it.
No, you clearly didn't. I want you to listen very close this time because there's something big that you're missing here. The question was, would reasonable Americans stop supporting Biden as president if Biden called for the execution of Republicans in Congress without good reason? And then you respond by telling, well, if Biden did it with good reason, you wouldn't care. Like treason, okay? Now you're saying in response to Biden calling for the execution of Republicans in Congress without good reason, that would be something you'd be willing to stop supporting them over, right?
Yeah, I think anyone in good logical mindset would.
And what if Trump did it? What if Trump basically called for the execution of Democrats in Congress?
The same.
Okay, well, that's something he did. I think it's like 9 or 10 weeks ago now, Truth Social. He went after some Democrats that published a video just saying, hey, guys, if Trump gives you an illegal order, you certainly don't have to follow it, by calling them seditious and treasonous, saying that their sedition and treason will cost them their lives, and then reposted a comment that said hang them. So, I mean, yeah, Donald Trump has already basically called for the execution of Democrats in Congress.
There was
I guess I've changed your mind.
No, because the context is important, because in that video, it wasn't just about the not following the unlawful order. It was making a statement about who the enemy of the state was, which was the administration. And they said that they knew that they were under pressure to follow unlawful orders. And so my argument was they
Lone
went
Star
a little
Gambler,
bit
thank you so much for the
further
motorcycle.
than what you're saying. Yeah, that was pretty big. Motorcycle is what, like 3,000. But anyway, they said the administration was a threat and that they knew, which is an assumption on their part, that they were under pressure. Like, how do these individuals know that the servicemen and women are under pressure and that the administration is the one applying that pressure to do unlawful things?
Sure. Well, let's just go ahead and take a listen to that video. I want you to tell me to pause the video as soon as you hear the treason that justifies them being executed, okay?
Sure.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members.
Oh, any treason yet?
No.
No, or obviously them talking about how they've fought for the country is probably not treasonous, from the Navy to the Air Force to the Army to the CIA. I mean, these people don't sound like, traitors to me, but let's go ahead and continue to listen. Like I said, tell me when to pause when you hear the treason.
Members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress
Right
and
there.
pressure right now.
Right there.
What?
Right there.
Saying that they know that our military is under stress and pressure is treasonous?
So that's the first one that you didn't.
Wait! I just want to clarify. Is it treasonous to say that that we know that our military is under stress and pressure? That's treasonous to say.
No, that's positive statement number one. How
Okay,
do
but
they
that's
know?
not treasonous.
No, but my question
Wait,
is,
one
how
second.
do they know?
No. My question is, what did they say in the video that's treasonous? So, are you identifying that as a treasonous statement or not?
That's one of my points that I made. Continue.
Okay, well,
on with
that's
the video.
bullshit. One second. No, I got to dispute that because
it
that's
ties
bullshit. It's
into the
clearly
next
not
statement.
treasonous to say that we know the military is under incredible
all-
stress and pressure.
So when you communicate, you make several points. That's one point. Continue on.
Okay, so but that statement on its own is not treasonous, right?
Not on its own, but in correlation with the other statements. Continue on.
Okay, all right, let's continue on.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed
There you go,
military
right there.
And intelligence community
There it is.
professionals
Stop.
Against American citizens.
Wait, they
Stop.
just said that the administration
No.
is pitting the military
Yeah,
against
no,
American
no.
citizens.
No,
What
no,
what do you
this-
think that deploying the National
hold on.
Guard does? One moment,
Hold on.
please.
This
I'd
country-
appreciate it if I could speak. What do you think the National Guard being deployed in states does? I mean, clearly, that's what it is. Regardless if you like it or not, regardless if you think it's justified or not, the Trump administration is absolutely pitting the military against citizens when they deploy the National Guard in states from Oregon to Illinois to down in Memphis to DC. All right, they're absolutely pitting the military against the citizens. Now, your takeaway is to say that maybe it's justified for us to pit the military against the citizens because we need to reduce the levels of crime in this country. My takeaway is probably, well, it's not justified to pit the military against the citizens because I actually think that they've breached the Constitution in deploying the National Guard in a handful of places. That was SCOTUS's opinions too. And maybe I don't think that a military presence in these states is actually good for law and order and only makes the American people resent the president more. And it's just another way he's exercising his power for no other reason than to exercise power. But regardless of what my takeaway is or your takeaway is, we can still agree that, yes, the Trump administration is pitting the military against citizens.
So that was a nice filibuster, but they said, and I quote, this country is at risk, and they said the administration, right? So they've established that they're under pressure, positive statement, the military is under pressure, and that they knew, and that this country is at risk, right? So there's a threat, and then the following statement is this administration. So you have pressure, you have country at risk, and who is it at risk by? Hold on. Who is it at risk by?
One
The
second. No,
administration.
I'm asking you to describe to us. Okay.
I don't need all
also,
your fancy
they,
words.
They
to
never
get to the
said
point.
they never said that the country's at risk. They said that the trust that our people, that the American people
No,
have in our government is at
rewind it.
risk. Okay. Okay, for sure.
Stress and pressure right now. Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This
Which is also, yeah. Thank you. Go ahead and concede.
So the trust, what trust?
Go ahead and concede.
No. What trust?
Trust in the military.
I trust the military. What are you talking about?
Wait. It's a descriptive fact that many Americans do not trust the military when the president has been deploying the military in states across this country.
And there's a lot of American citizens
that
don't
No.
agree
Do you
with that
agree?
opinion.
Do you agree that many American citizens, okay, have had less trust or no trust in our military, seeing them deployed in states around the country?
No, I would disagree.
What? Dude, I'm so sorry. You were like being like intentionally dense. That's not a matter of opinion. That's a descriptive fact. Okay? It is absolutely a fact. No, listen to me. You're listening to me. Don't interrupt me because you're losing the debate. It is a descriptive fact that is undeniably true that Americans across the United States of America have been holding resentment and losing trust in the military, with the military being deployed in California, Oregon, Memphis, DC, and a handful of other places in the country. Like, regardless if you think that it's a good thing they're losing trust or a bad thing they're losing trust, they're absolutely losing trust. So what they said was true.
So in 1992, when the military was...
Don't pivot to 1992.
No, I'm not, Dean. I know you were in diapers.
Yes, you are.
Then.
You're bringing
it's
it
hard
up.
for you to relate to it, but in 1992, the
Don't
military
pivot about
was
1992. Respond to the claim that I made about 2025.
Listen. It's just another example of the government using the military in emergency situations.
Okay,
Like,
which
there
doesn't
is no
matter
mistrust.
for the very
There is
specific
no
point that we're
mistrust.
debating. The very specific
So
point that we're debating, one moment, the very specific point that we're debating is if those congressmen men and women were right or wrong when they said that many Americans are losing trust in the military. That is a descriptive fact. Many Americans are losing trust in the military. Can't you agree?
No, that's an opinion. That's a descriptive opinion.
It's an opinion that is a descriptive fact, that is factually true.
Well, you only call it a fact because you also believe that.
Bro, oh my God. What?
You
I'm so
realize
confused right now.
Yeah.
How can you deny that many Americans are losing trust in the military? Like, that's just obviously true. Like, listen, I'll give you another example. Under the Biden-Harris administration, many Americans lost trust in the federal government. Under the Biden-Harris administration, many Americans lost trust in the president's ability to effectively manage the economy. That's a fact. Even though, okay, I do not think that the Biden-Harris administration was bad for the economy, even though I do not think that the Biden-Harris administration passed bad economic policy, even though I think that the Biden-Harris administration actually passed good domestic policy and effectively managed the economy and rebounded our economy faster from COVID compared to any other country in the G7, it is still descriptively true that many Americans lost trust in Biden's ability to manage the economy. So I don't understand where the disconnect is here with the conversation that we're having about the descriptive fact that regardless if you agree with it or you disagree with it, Americans across this country have lost a significant amount of trust in our president and in our military because of the exertion of power and control with deploying the National Guard in states across the country. That is not a point that can be disputed. A fact is a fact.
So I think that unfortunately, Dean, you're confusing facts with a collective assessment on what you share as an opinion.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so our polls facts. Our polls facts.
Yes. So many polls can represent a descriptive fact of how people are feeling and where people's trust lies.
So what does the poll say about people not believing in the military? What do the polls say, Dean?
Yeah, more people are
you
less
don't have any
confident
evidence.
than they have been.
You don't have any evidence to support your statement.
Bro, my evidence is me.
You have nothing.
My evidence are my viewers. My evidence are like nearly every
Your
Democrat in
evidence is
Congress.
crispy, bro.
My evidence is the totality of the left. I mean, can you deny that you've heard figureheads, politicians, political commentators, and liberals, I mean, like shouting for months now, over a year now, about the damage that we see from Donald Trump deploying the National Guard in states across this country? Like, obviously, Gavin Newsom suing the Trump administration for illegally deploying the National Guard in California is representative of a lack of trust in our military. Obviously, Donald Trump being the commander-in-chief of the military and asking them to draft a wartime invasion of Greenland would denote a lack of trust in the military. Obviously, okay, SCOTUS giving their opinion that the Trump administration was in violation of the 10th Amendment, okay, when he deployed the National Guard in Illinois, would denote a lower level of trust in our military. Like, regardless if you like it or not, this is how a vast majority of people on the left and even those in the center are feeling. And for you to deny it is merely for you to deny reality. And it's sad to see, because you are truly representative of one of the worst types of members of the MAGA cult, because you don't just merely disagree with those that dissent the actions of the Trump administration, but you pretend as if those that dissent the actions of the Trump administration don't exist. Even when now Donald Trump's approval rating is the lowest it's been since he started running for president in 2015.
So can I use your logic against you for a minute?
No, I want to counter argument against the point that many Americans are losing trust in the military because of everything that I just described and more, or I want you to concede. Because quite frankly, if you can't concede on this point that people on the left, which represents many Americans, okay, are losing trust in the military, then I'm just going to move on to the next guest. Because if we can't agree on the basic facts of reality, one moment, I'm almost done. Because if we can't agree on the basic facts of reality, then we can't debate.
Sure. So I asked you for evidence, and you had nothing but trust me, bro.
That's not true. You're misrepresenting my argument to hell and back. I brought up California suing the federal government over the deployment of the National Guard. I brought up a federal judge that ruled it was illegal for him to deploy the National Guard in Portland. Okay. I brought up all the protests that we've seen in LA, the protests that we saw in Portland, the protests that we saw in DC, the protests that we saw in Memphis, the outspokenness of people on the left across the world, online and in person. Dude, I brought up SCOTUS ruling that, they violated the 10th Amendment when they deployed the National Guard to Illinois. Those aren't trust me bros. Go ahead.
Okay, so the lawfulness of something does not mean that the people have lost trust in the military. You're equating one to mean the other, and that's just factually incorrect. I asked you for a poll of the people as to the distrust of the military, and you said, "Trust me, bro, because you have nothing." I would argue that what I do, what I have is a poll, which the DNC is polling at below 20%, which is the lowest of any party in record for polling, and that the people have lost confidence in the Democratic National Party more so than in the military. That is where your logic is completely falls apart. And if you disagree with me, then you're disagreeing with yourself.
You could have the mic and the stage and the floor to make an argument that the Democrats suck and people are losing confidence in them. Once we're done talking about the descriptive fact that there's people across this country that are losing trust in the military because of the deployment of the National Guard across this country. Like you were trying to completely change the topic of dialogue and shift us into a new conversation because you know that you're losing on this one.
So no, I just want you to argue with my logic about if what you're saying is true.
Listen. Let me try to find another way to frame this.
It's okay.
Let me try to find another way to frame this. The only person who's losing here is you. Please stop projecting your losses on me. Let me try another way to frame this. Absolutely, my friend. I don't expect you to be able to see that because once again, you're the worst of the MAGA cult there is. Let me try to find another way to frame this. Can you agree that the left was really pissed when Donald Trump deployed the National Guard in states across the country?
Well, I would expect nothing less. They hate their country. Of course they hated it.
Yeah, so that's an example of Americans losing trust in the military.
You guys support criminals and people that take advantage of young people.
I'm so sorry. We're not the people that put a rapist in the Oval Office that had his name redacted over 950,000 times from the Epstein files illegally by his own DOJ. Jamie Raskin in a civil court in 2023. Thank you so much. Now, please, instead of pivoting and projecting once again that the lefts are the P3DO supporters and protectors, I want you to respond to what I said because I found a way to reduce your argument down into one very simple question. You're arguing that Americans are not losing trust in the military. I brought up, Hoodlum, can you agree that when Trump deployed the National Guard in states across this country that it pissed the left off? You said yes, Dean. I can't agree that pissed the left off. That's an example of Americans losing faith in our military, regardless if you think it's a reasonable thing for them to be losing faith or a non-reasonable thing for them to be losing faith.
Sure. So when you look at the military, we're We're 2-0 with Pete Hegseth at the helm. We have the booming of Iran, which was a successful mission, and then we have the extraction of Maduro. That is 2 military operations that went off without a hitch. I would argue, like, very, very successful, high level,
almost as many times as these
execution.
leaked signal chats,
Yeah,
right?
and by the way, your I'm 23 and me perspective of the world shows you that you don't understand the historical perspective of when and how the National Guard has been used with domestic upheaval and protest and riots in this country. And you
The
should
historical,
really do some
sorry, you're
research,
still
buddy.
pivoting. It's like you have
No, I'm
an
not.
ability to legitimately engage in the position. Instead of recognizing that it's descriptively true that many Americans are losing trust in the military, you're just sitting here whining and talking about the 90s. Listen, bro, I don't know if there's like truly any other way that I could give you an argument for the fact that there are people across this country who are losing faith in the military.
Let's finish
like
listening to the
I don't
video.
know.
Let's finish listening to the audio.
Yeah, sure. As
Let's
soon as you
finish
could
it.
concede that there's people across this country that are losing faith in the military, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there is, but it's not as you would believe is
Okay,
more.
so then you agree
than
that what
less.
they said was what they said was accurate.
I would argue that it's not as many as you think.
Okay, but thinking that there isn't as many Americans losing faith in the military as maybe you think that these congressmen and women are implying, that does
Yeah,
not
let's
amount to
finish it up.
treason.
Let's finish it up.
Okay, as soon as
Let's
you could
finish
agree
up
that
the
that doesn't amount to treason.
Well, I'm sure that, but some people feel that way, some people don't.
One second, what is the legal definition of treason?
I would believe that it would be acting in a way that puts the national security interests of the United States of America at risk, whether it be with information and or physical acts.
Okay. Well, when we define treason, there's only one definition that we could give. Do you know why?
Well, just say it. I don't
Because
like
it's
these,
because it's the
leading
only crime
questions.
defined by the Constitution in Article 3, Section 3. Okay,
And what does
it's
it
limited
say?
strictly to levying war against the United States or adhering
Mm-hmm.
to enemies by giving them aid and comfort. It requires 2 witnesses to an overt act or confession in open court. Okay, so once again, now that you've conceded on that point, let's
So
continue
we
to
have
listen to this clip.
laws. Yeah.
You tell me when they commit treason.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals.
Against American citizens.
like us.
There-
You all swore an oath.
There it is.
How so?
There it is. How is that statement true?
How is it true that he's pitting members of the military or other federal agents / officers against American citizens? I mean, we've literally watched federal agents and officers murder American citizens, so that's a pretty damn good example. Alex
Federal
Freddie's a victim of
officers
murder.
is not the military. That's
Okay.
not the military.
Okay, so if they said federal officers, it wouldn't be treason, but because they said the military, it is
Well,
treason?
no, we're talking.
Okay.
Well, this
Okay.
conversation. No,
Well, I mean,
Dean,
is that
you're
the
getting
position?
Off of the script here, buddy.
Wait, no, I just want to
The
clarify.
script
Is your
is
position
military.
that if they said federal officers, it wouldn't be treason, but because they're saying military, it is treason?
Well, what are we talking about? Are we talking about federal agents?
Like, no, answer the question. Answer the question.
There is a difference. There is a
I want you to
difference.
answer the
do
question. I
realize
just
that.
want you to clarify. Can you answer the question? If they said federal officers, it wouldn't be treason. But because they said military, they are treason. They are treasonous.
Well, I think that both take an oath, but the military has a different role to play, and we're
You're
talking
not answering my
specifically
question.
about the. We're talking about the seditious six here, are we not?
You're not answering
It
my
was-
question.
It was. What do you mean I'm not answering your question? I'm
Because you're
absolutely
not
your
answering. No, my question is, so if they said federal officers in the video, then they wouldn't be committing treason. But because they said military in the video, they are committing treason, right?
Well, there's a statute that supports the Constitution in reference to the morale of the military, and for them not to follow orders and to affect that morale is
Dude,
a
oh my
violation of
goodness.
said law.
When are you going to answer the question?
I just repeat the question.
For the 4th time?
Sure.
Okay, so I want to clarify that if they said federal officers in that video, they wouldn't be committing treason.
No, because it has nothing to do with the commander in chief and the military.
Right. Obviously, of course. Okay. So next statement here. We've already went over how it is true that the administration is pitting the military against the American people, regardless if it's directly through the deployment of National Guard in states across this country or indirectly by requesting the military to draft plans for an invasion of another country, which in said invasion is not something that the American people support.
I think that mere drafting plans for a strategic military operation does not rise to the level of concern that these things are going to actually happen. I think that war games are played out with the same plans all the time. Doesn't mean that we're going to do it. It's
still pitting the interests of the military against the interests of the American people.
How so?
Because the American people don't want to invade one of our allies, and the military is open to invading one of our allies, is drafting plans for an invasion of one of our allies.
Well, I mean, it's the last colony of a failed empire from 400 years ago. I mean, if you support colonialism, then I guess maybe you'd have a point. Is that what you're saying? You support colonialism?
No, I'm saying that the American people don't support an invasion of Greenland. Why are you misrepresenting my point? My point is so fucking clear. My point is the American people don't want to invade Greenland, and the military is entertaining an invasion of Greenland. Like, you do everything in your power to like misinterpret every word that leaves my mouth. It's embarrassing.
For you, I agree.
What?
Yeah. What's your assertion? Like, what's the point? Like, we made
the point. Once again, the assertion is that this is an example.
Take over Greenland. What's your point? What's your point?
This is an example of a contradiction and a pit between the interests of the military and the interests of the American people. Also, by the way, the reason why you can't make an argument that they're guilty of treason, and you look so terrible right now, is the same reason why when the DOJ tried to indict Mark Kelly, they couldn't and they failed. Because they didn't commit treason. It's a baseless claim.
So I believe it's Title 18 USC 2387.
Can you respond to that?
Primary federal law prohibiting activities such as encouraging...
Buddy, can you respond to that, please? I just pointed out, like, probably the biggest point yet. The DOJ tried to indict Mark Kelly, one of the dudes in that video, and they failed. There was not enough evidence to support an indictment for treason.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. They tried to indict him, and they failed.
No, it has to do with the fact that they said that they could not remove his retirement pay or modify it.
Oh, so they didn't even indict him for treason?
No. Bring up the.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. So you're teaching me something. So they didn't even try to indict him for treason. They tried to indict him for something else.
Well, they tried to, but the UCMJ has not weighed in on that yet, which has authority and jurisdiction. So let me.
Okay, so they haven't even tried. So they haven't even tried to indict him for treason.
So again, Title 18. Hold on, Dean. Title 18 USC 23.
No, man, I'll move on to the next guess. Only opposite side of that, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, that dude is always making the biggest fool out of himself ever. I always see him on like somebody's live, just looking like shit. He's always making the craziest points. He defends every single action of the Trump administration. And now he's trying to say that if you suggest that people in this country aren't a fan of the military, you are guilty of treason and you deserve to die. Isn't that also kind of crazy, folks? Isn't that also kind of telling of the kind of country that MAGA wants? The kind of control on one's speech, one's thought, and one's belief that they want to exist? They don't want to hear any dissent to the Trump administration. They don't want to hear any critique of his policy or actions. They don't want to see anybody in the streets protesting ICE. They don't want to hear anybody protesting the National Guard. And quite frankly, this isn't just the first time we've heard this. It is now the second or the third, because we also saw this with Renee Good and Alex Preddy, where it's either you comply or you die. You know, according to them, Alex Preddy shouldn't have left his house, and because he did leave his house, he lost his right to life. Mark Kelly and these other congressmen and women shouldn't have said that some of the American people are really frustrated with the military, and now because they did say that, they deserve to die, right? It's, you know, it's very dystopian, it's very authoritarian, and this is exactly the reason why no one should support the Trump administration. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only op inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. And we do have a couple people to thank over on Venmo and PayPal. But do give me one moment to get the next guest loaded up, then I'm just going to say a handful of thank yous.
Yo, Dean, what's that pancake recipe? I'm still trying to find it.
Okay, that guy's not here for debate, guys. Only op inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter, please and thank you. Oh, yo, KP's in the queue. We had KP up like a day before yesterday, but she had to leave. Hi, welcome in.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Is there anywhere that you could go with less music in the background? You at church?
Yeah. No, I'm not at church.
You're not at church? It kind of sounds like some worship music.
Yeah, it is worship music.
Would you say that's kind of like your playlist when you just want to listen to some tunes? You turn on some worship music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here just to thank a handful of people. Then I'll pass you that mic. All right.
Okay.
First and foremost, Camp. Thank you so much for the very first donation of the day with the $50 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for that love, Camp. Camp with the 50 says, remember that Adam Sandler movie, Big Daddy, where the kid always said, I win because I win. That's what every conservative debater does, except what's endearing with a 5-year-old is pathetic on the 25-plus crowd. No, I couldn't agree more, Camp. Oh my God, the Trump administration is so pathetic. I mean, I think that we're seeing this again more recently with him whining about the SCOTUS ruling that made him lose. He didn't win because SCOTUS said no. What you did is unconstitutional. And in response, he says they're funded by other countries and then unleashes his wrath on the American people with 15% global tariffs. It's really childlike. It's very mature. It's very annoying, and it's very harmful to the American people. Thank you for the $50, Camp. That's seriously an incredibly kind donation. Same thing to you, Mr. J. Thank you so much for the $20. He says 30 days ago, a man debated you to give his word that he would revoke his support to Trump if the ICE agents that shot Alex Preddy were not held responsible by today. Do you expect a response from him today? Oh my God, you're right. Is it finally been a month? Yo! Oh my God, we have to find that man. Someone should go back to my VOD from a month ago, find the username of the man that said he'd revoke his support from Trump today if they didn't arrest the murderer of Alex Preddy. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention, Jay. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Jay down below. I'd also like to thank R. Thank you so much for joining the team over on YouTube Super Chat. And then X, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for that love. Over on PayPal, Philip, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much, Philip. Katie, thank you for the $5. And Harold, thank you so much for the $20. Got a quote for Slane on Stephen A's great interview. Make sure others know about it. Oh, thank you so much for the kind words, Harold. That was a pretty good interview. Thank you so much. Let's get to it at Harold W's. And then Amelia, thank you for the $10 as well. And I'm going to keep that message to myself, but thank you for letting me know. She's insane. Kaylin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Ari, thank you for the $2. Xavier, thank you for the 3. Brittany with the 2. Then Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for that love, Ashley. And then Cheyenne, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, it's my day off and my show is on. Everybody be quiet. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Cheyenne. Thank you so much for the support. And then one more donation over here on Venmo from Aiden. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate y'all so much. KP, where do you want to pick up from the conversation that we had the other day? For those that don't know, she kind of came up here, said that Trump was a great Christian. I love Jesus. Therefore, I love Trump. And then she had to leave to go play pickleball. So where are we at? KP?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah, where are we at with that?
So, first I wanted to say, I apologize if I insulted you in any manner. I definitely didn't want to come up here and do that. And so I felt like that was necessary to say that to you.
You're good.
And okay, cool. I mean, not that I thought you lost sleep or anything over it, but I just thought that was definitely something I should do.
I could take it.
Okay, and then next I was curious, I had a question. So, after we got off the live, I had a lot of people that obviously support you and follow you and are here for you all the time. And they sent me a lot of hateful things. I mean, one of them even told me that God told them to tell me to kill myself. So I was just curious, is that something? Jesus. Yeah, it is. So I was just curious if that was something you supported or not.
No, I'm not Trump. I do not applaud supporters of mine who make threats or try to kill people.
Okay, well that's good to know. Okay, good.
Right.
So I hope.
Do we remember when Trump had his supporters raid the Capitol, smear their shit on the walls inside? Then 174 of them literally tried to kill cops in the process. Like DJ Rodriguez, who drove a taser into the neck of Officer Fanon, gave him a heart attack. He almost died. He had to be rushed off to the hospital. Then Trump turned around, gave him a full and complete presidential pardon, let him out of jail, then labeled him as a patriot. Like, how pissed would you be if instead of telling you that I don't support the person that told you God is telling me to tell you to unalive yourself, and instead I said, oh my God, they're fucking patriot, I love them, let's give them a Medal of Honor, because that's essentially what Donald Trump did, not to the people who told others to unalive themselves, but actually try to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol. It sounds like selective outrage.
Oh, well, yeah, I didn't do enough research on that. Like, so he specifically, that one person that you mentioned, he pardoned them? Or...
Oh, not just one. There was 173 other people that pretty much did the same thing as DJ Rodriguez. I went to jail for violent assault on cops, and he pardoned all of them too. Every single one of them.
Oh, wow.
There's even a P3 video in there that he pardoned, that then used the fact he got that pardon from Trump to coerce a 12-year-old girl into not telling authorities that he had been sexting her. I said, I got a pardon from Trump for what I did at the Capitol. If you tell anybody, I'll just get another pardon from Trump. That's a true story.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'd have to do my research. I mean, I haven't heard of that.
So how can you support Trump in consideration of these facts?
Well, I mean, if I go and find out those things to be true, I don't think I could support him. But if he did ask for forgiveness, I could forgive him of it.
Yeah. Forget that about you. You just don't really care about what anyone ever does. You know, they're all forgiven, absolved of their sins.
No,
so
I care.
I think that our country's a little bit more important than that. Okay, so if this were true, if Donald Trump pardoned DJ Rodriguez, okay, who tried to kill a cop on the steps of the Capitol on January 6th, would you still support him as president?
If he pardoned him?
Yes.
And he tried to kill a police officer?
Yes.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't agree with him.
Okay, but would you still support him as president? Hello? Where'd she go?
Oh, one second. Sorry, no, I'm still here. I'm just looking it up real quick. DJ Rodriguez, you said?
Yes. Would you still support him as president?
I wouldn't agree with him whatsoever.
I'll let you do these two things at the same time. You said that you had to look that up to ensure that it was factual. Here's a screenshot of a New York Times article going over it. Let's look at it together. After Daniel Rodriguez pled guilty to assaulting a police officer during the attack on the Capitol by a pro-Trump mob on J6, 2021, he was sentenced to more than 12 years in jail by a federal judge who called him a one-man army of hate. And then, of course, let's take a look over here. Give me one moment. Now I'm just trying to find a source that he was pardoned by Trump. Oh, yeah. The title of that article is literally J6 rioters pardoned by Trump, so that would be the source. And he's not the only one, once again. I mean, he happens to be the example that we're discussing, but he's not the only one. By the way, I can't hear you when you leave the app. Is there any way that you could just come back to the app and we could do our research together? Like, I'll just screen share Google. Because, like, I don't really like just having to sit here. Okay, I guess while she's doing her research, let's see. There's one person I'd like to thank real quick. Thank you so much, Juliana, for the $10. Who says the quote-unquote Christian followers of Trump want Barabbas, a literal murderer and insurrectionist according to the Bible, instead of Jesus, right? Like, that's what we would expect. Like, they're just supporting the canonically bad people in 2026, so why wouldn't they do it in 32 AD? I'd also like to thank Jacob. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you so much for that love, man. Thank you. And then Philip, thank you so much for the $10 donation on PayPal. He says, if I hear one more guest state it's quote-unquote their opinion as a fact, I'm going to pop. Keep fighting the good fight, team. Well, I appreciate you so much for that love, Philip. If you want to support me once again, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Now, KP is just gone. I don't know what the hell she's doing. I think I broke her brain. Oh, she's back.
Hey, sorry. Well, so I read that he said that he felt as if they already served time and were. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can't leave the app. If you can't see me, then I cannot hear you.
I was reading something where they did do time and were treated harshly, and there wasn't evidence. Is that right? Or am I?
DJ Rodriguez pled guilty. How can there be no evidence if he admitted he did it? And by the way, he was caught on body camera footage. And then to that next point, he did time. Bro, he did 2 years. Like, I was going to say 4 years, but no, his prosecution probably took a year, so I bet he did 3 years. Okay? The domestic terrorists that try to kill cops in an attempt to raid our Capitol, to kill our congressmen and women, shouldn't be going to jail for 3 years. I do not think that that is sufficient time. Hello? Be reasonable. Not to mention that the pardon does more than just letting them out of jail. It absolves them of the crime completely. Their criminal record, poof, just magically goes away completely, okay? As well as it prevents them from paying any civil recompense that they may owe, like if they need to repay any debt to the federal government for the property damage that they caused. And this is somebody that you're defending? This is somebody that you're saying you went roaming free on the streets? Are you going to turn around and say that the guy who was pardoned then groomed a 12-year-old girl into sexting him, leveraging the fact that he was pardoned by Trump to pressure and coerce her into doing so, should have been let out?
And who's that? What's his name?
Yeah, we'll talk about him as soon as we're done talking about DJ. So I apologize for getting ahead of myself there. Please respond to the points that I made about DJ.
It's okay. Oh, yeah. So DJ, I mean, like I said, I don't completely agree with everything he does and decides on, but I still think he's a better choice than Kamala Harris.
So the crazy lunatic rapist that's letting domestic terrorists out of jail to groom 12-year-olds is better than Kamala Harris. How so?
Yeah, but who is the person you're talking about that was grooming 12-year-olds?
Let's see. His name is
You're so
Andrew
passionate.
Tate.
It's awesome. Andrew Tate. Okay.
Oh wait, that's actually somebody else. So that's another name. So Andrew Tate, he's facing a charge of child sex abuse against a 15-year-old. And then there's somebody else here that I'm thinking of. No, yeah. You got Matthew Huddle, who Trump pardoned, who was a domestic terrorist that had beat his son. You got Emily Hernandez that Trump pardoned, that killed a woman when drunk driving. Yeah, and then of course everybody else. Oh, you have let's see here, Theodore M. that he pardoned, who was charged with the violent sexual assault of a child. He's a registered sex offender, and Trump gave him a pardon.
Wait, so why though?
Now you're seeing my point.
Pardon them?
Because he agreed with what they did on J6.
Okay, so they went and did that, and then they previously did what you're talking about, or I'm confused.
Some of them before, some of them after.
And then just because they did that on January 6th, they were pardoned from everything?
No, from their crimes on J6.
Right, but all the crimes you just said that they did, were they pardoned from those as well, or just what they did on January 6th?
Just from J6.
Okay.
The thing that put them in jail.
Okay. Right, okay.
Yeah.
So he just pardoned them for that date.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't agree with everything he does.
Okay, so then answer the question. Okay, why do you think the deranged lunatic rapist that pardoned child rapists for their domestic terrorism would make a better president than Kamala Harris. Isn't it crazy that statement is accurate? Isn't it? I just need to repeat that for everybody to hear. He is a deranged lunatic adjudicated rapist who pardoned child rapists for domestic terrorism. I can't even believe that sentence is accurate.
It was too many to have to like go through all of that. Like I thought that was the reason they pardoned all of them.
Give me a break. Shut up. No, I'm being serious. Like actually, shut the fuck up. That is unreal. That is so unbelievable. I'm sorry. The federal government can't look through the criminal records and wrongdoings of 1,600 people before letting them out of jail. Even if that were true, I think that is another compelling reason to support Trump. Or to not support Trump, sorry. Okay? That they're just recklessly letting people out of jail regardless of what they do? Fucking hell. Are you serious?
I'm just saying what I read. I'm not saying I agree.
You read that? Oh, can't believe is that what the administration tried to say?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I can't swipe out of the app because you said you prefer me to be here, so I'm respecting your preference.
But can you please answer the question, because you still haven't answered it? Why is the deranged lunatic adjudicated rapist that pardoned child rapists for their domestic terrorism a good pick to be the president?
Because I agree with many other things that he stands for. Do you agree with
ignore the fact that he's deranged lunatic rapist that pardoned child rapists for their domestic terrorism?
I don't think he's a rapist. Like, whenever you bring up his Trump pageant, it's actually, like, to me, it's funny because you keep always, like, bringing up the same points. And, like, I did a lot of modeling, so I know what it's like backstage and all of that. And, like, I know, like, the real predators, like, the ones that truly groom, because one tried to do minors back there. There's always separate, like, areas for them to go get dressed, because even, like, getting changed in front of other women shouldn't always be the case, you know? So, like, there's always places for, like, underage people to, like, go be comfortably in a space to change. So it's just, like, all the points you bring up, it's, like, I see where you go with it, like, what angle, but I don't always completely agree with what you're trying to, like, portray to your audience.
I don't
because,
understand
like I said,
how
I've been there.
Nothing you said makes the situation of Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms and seeing the naked women and girls better. If anything, it makes it worse, because what you're telling me is that there's specially designated areas for the minors to go into privately to take their clothes off to get dressed. Donald Trump walked into those areas to look at their naked bodies.
But even one of the ladies stated that they were like, hey, someone's coming in, go cover up. So, everyone was made aware. Like, when I've done, like,
listen, my source that they were naked when he got in there is himself. He said they had no clothes on.
Right, but some women are okay with that exposure is what I'm trying to explain. Like, I just recently did...
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
my goodness.
I'm serious. I promise to you.
Listen, some women...
I promise.
1 second.
Some women
don't
check this
care.
Out.
Check this out. Can I just... No, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I won't use myself as an example. Some women would be okay with kissing Brad Pitt. Does that mean that Brad Pitt could just go kiss whoever he wants without asking first?
No, I'm not saying that whatsoever.
Okay.
But
so
my
even
point
if some women were okay with Donald Trump seeing them naked, okay, by the way, women, not girls, not minors, over the age of 18, women, this doesn't mean that Donald Trump could just barge into a dressing room and look at their naked bodies. And by the way, the basis of that claim, some women would be okay with Donald Trump seeing them naked, is fucking false. Just wanted to throw that one out there. But this is just so fucking disgusting. Because not only is there women involved in this scenario, but there's also underage girls. You're going to sit here and say that some little 15-year-old girls would be okay with the old man seeing them naked, so therefore it wasn't that big of an issue when the old man walked into the little girls' dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies. That is so fucking gross. And even applying that logic to the women, no, 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 no. There is not a single situation where a man unconsensually furthering sexual conduct with a woman will ever be permissible, predicated on this assumption that some women may want to engage in that sexual conduct with him. That is victim-blaming, nonsense, bullshit rhetoric, and you know it.
No. Okay. Are you done? Can I talk now or no?
Yes.
You're going to mute me again? Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
Well, I mean, some people would be okay with being muted, so I guess that gives me the ability to mute you however much I want.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't mind. I just didn't realize I was muted. I was talking to myself. But anyways, no, I'm not saying that at all. What you said, like you took what I said and you twisted it for sure, because that's not true. First off, a woman said that they were made aware that a visitor was coming in and to go cover up. So my point in saying that was that some women don't care if they're exposed and not covered up, because like from my own experience, I just did a music video recently and we were background models, and I was like the one that was like covered up. Like I was the one piece girl with the little skirt thing on my bottom half, and all the other girls were walking around exposed completely and didn't care because they wanted that type of attention. And I'm not saying that's like in every scenario, but in most respectable like modeling places, like environments, you're let known like ahead of time that a male presence is coming into a backstage area. And like I said, there's designated areas where if you do not want to change in a place where even other women are looking at you, you can go to those places. And I am usually the one that goes to those places. And that's why I'm telling you, as like a person that has experienced this and has seen it firsthand, that like I understand that type of scenario. And so like when you twist it and try to change it to something else, that's where I'm like, hey, sorry, but I just disagree. And
yeah,
I think that's
so,
like,
can I be honest?
And I think it's very disrespectful that like I come up here and I talk to you and I like give you my opinion, and I see it like you try to belittle people and you try to make them something that they're not. And it's really like, it's disrespectful, honestly. Like, because last time we were talking, you even called me like, I believe, a fake Christian. And it's like, wow, like that's what you did, didn't you? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do. Go ahead.
Did you call me a fake Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Or a cosplay Christian, because even your followers started coming and attacking me with those types of things.
I don't know. Like so, some people want to be attacked.
You're a weapon.
I think that you were made aware that they might say those things to you, and the fact that you read the DM maybe indicates that you wanted it.
Well, listen, you're a weapon because you have so many people watching and listening to you.
I'm cutting the rant off now. I'm cutting the rant off now. By the way, I disagree with what I just said. That was just me applying your logic to the scenario, just to show how vulgar it is. I cannot believe, okay, your goddamn stupidity. I'm just going to say it as I see it. I'm kind of done with the pleasantries here. You are so fucking stupid, and I mean that, all right? I cannot believe that you're sitting on this live stream telling me, oh, well, they were made aware before Donald Trump would go into that space. They told the little 15-year-old girls that they'd be going in, and some of the 15-year-olds decided that they just wanted to be naked so Trump could see them. And honestly, maybe if that 15-year-old girl didn't want to be in a position where Trump could ever possibly walk in, they could have just gone into the single stall at this pageant that I'm just going to assume exists even though I didn't compete at this pageant. And then you have the fucking gut to follow that up by saying, Dean, you're a disrespectful piece of shit because you called me a fake Christian. Ma'am, you are justifying sexual exploitation, and it is putrid. I'm like truly trying to like place myself in your shoes to see how stupid I would have to be to believe in the shit that you're saying. The first thing that you said was that there was somebody who would tell the women and girls that Donald Trump would be going into the space. In the clip, Donald Trump straight up says that he's allowed to just walk into the rooms because he's the owner. He could allow himself in under the guise of doing an inspection. Nowhere within that clip does it talk about him being allowed in the space or anybody giving the women and girls in advance that he would be in that space. Not to mention, okay, that we have testimony from the women that competed at Miss USA and the teens that competed at Miss Teen USA, where they just straight up say Donald Trump would just walk in on us naked. There was just a man standing in the dressing room. They'd rush to put clothes on. And he'd say, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before, including to the 15-year-old girls competed at Miss Teen USA. And then on top of that, I'm sure that there's other instances of him going backstage at Miss USA after the people are done getting dressed, okay? And they would be given a heads up. We've heard that story too, but this is not the same instance. Not to mention here that once again in the clip, okay, he says the women were naked. And then your response to that is, well, some women don't care. No, it's not that the women don't care, okay? It's that he went in there while they were naked, unbeknownst to them. Also, that's not the way that sexual engagements work. It's that you need a yes. It's not that you need a no, it's that you need a yes, right? He can't just barge back there, look at them naked, and then all of a sudden it becomes wrong, or it's not wrong if they choose to continue to be naked. No, he would need express consent and permission from the women in order to see the women, and you can't get express consent or permission from girls because they're underage, and yet he was barging on them both while they were naked.
Oh, hey, sorry. Okay, but anyway, so yeah, if the case is that he was barging in, I don't agree with that. But I did read testimony where women said that they were given a heads up ahead of time. But if you're saying there were other scenarios where he barged in, no, I don't think that's right. And I definitely don't think that men should do that.
You had Miss Massachusetts from 2001, Miss Arizona from 2001, Miss Vermont from 1997. You had Mariah Delgado, who is a 16-year-old contestant at Miss Teen USA in 1997 as well as 3 other teens as young as 15, saying that he would just barge in there and look at them naked, which aligns with what he said in that clip where he said he'd just allow himself back there, then he'd see them with no clothes on.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that. Did he ever apologize?
No. Why would he apologize for something that he doesn't think is wrong? In the clip, he literally says it's funny. Also, by the way, at the end of that clip, when he was talking to Howard Stern, he said, and I kind of got away with it. Okay, what would he be getting away with if he had the consent and permission of the women inside? Nothing, because it wouldn't be wrong. When he says that he's getting away with it, he's implying there that he's getting away with something that he did that's wrong, that he shouldn't be able to do.
Right, and when did he do this while being president? When did he do this?
No, he didn't do this while being president.
Okay, so do you know what year he did this? Like
90s and early 2000s.
Okay, so how long ago is that?
Ma'am.
I'm not justifying that it was right.
How long ago were the 90s? It is 2026. You could do the math.
Okay, right. So my point in saying that is, how long are you going to just keep dragging on his past when, like, obviously that's wrong. We all know that's wrong. Nobody could stand here and say that's okay. But
how long are we going to drag on his past?
Sorry.
So
yeah, I mean,
if there's a cold case of rape, one moment. Yeah, now you're going to compare me saying the N-word at 14 years old to a white boy to a grown man sexually exploiting women and girls. Oh my God. Like, that's also so fucking sick, dude. It was clearly wrong and racist, okay, when I called my white friend the N-word when I was 14, but that it is in no sense comparable, okay, to the president of the United States of America saying it was funny when he sexually exploited minors. God.
I'm not
I want to respond to the
comparing
point
the
here
two.
because you said, "Oh, well, that was his past. Why do you keep on droning it on?" Check this out, okay? If there was a cold case of rape from the 90s, okay, and new DNA evidence came to light, and they find the man who committed the rape, do you think that it would be permissible to throw him in jail for the rest of his life?
I mean, is that usually people are thrown in jail for the rest of their life?
Just
for
answer
rape?
the question. Oh, now you're gonna tell me you don't think that rapists should be thrown in jail? Okay.
No, they should. Should they be charged? I mean, it's not up to me. It's up to the laws that are put in place.
No,
Would
the
they
law
still
says,
be-
are they charged or are they not charged? I'm asking you, should they be charged or should they not be charged?
Should, in my opinion, I think that they should definitely face some consequence. But I'm
Should
not
they
the
be
law.
charged?
I don't.
Oh my God! Why are you like dancing around this point, dude? Oh, you can't tell me that a rapist should go to jail?
Yes, I said they should face the consequences. Obviously,
Okay.
but
So
I
there's a
could
cold case
tell
of rape
you
from the 90s, and
that-
new DNA
will
evidence came to
they-
light, and they found the man, and they find the man who did it in 2026. Okay, you think he should go to jail in 2026, right?
Yeah, I think he
Okay,
should.
so why
pay
shouldn't
the
we forget
price.
about this hypothetical man's past, but we should forget about Trump's?
Trump's isn't. He didn't rape somebody. You're comparing rape with walking into a backstage area.
Okay, so actually he did.
Which is
He
still
raped
wrong.
E. Jean Carroll in 1995 or 1996. That's what a court determined in 2023. But that's besides the point here, okay? Because both of these things exist under this umbrella of sexual exploitation. So you're saying if somebody sexually exploited a girl in the 90s, we should forget about it. But if somebody raped a girl in the 90s, we shouldn't forget about it. So why should we forget about one but not the other?
Okay, I'm not saying that you should forget about either one. I'm just saying, how long are you going to drag it on? Like you said,
Oh my God, it's not
you did
dragging
that
anything
when you
on.
were-
It's identifying, okay?
when you were
Not just the bad
14,
actions
you
of a
said
man,
you made-
okay? But also, one moment.
But when you were 14
It's identifying not just the bad actions of a man, okay, that are heinous, that exist without statute of limitations, okay? But it's also portraying the characteristics of this man. Like, holy shit, listen, dude. If a man sexually exploits children and then says they find it funny, they're not a man that should ever be in any position of power whatsoever, because not only should we never give power to predators over their prey, but also the presidency is a role of public service where you're supposed to help other people. The presidency, okay, is a role of public service where you're supposed to fight for the betterment of the lives of other people. But if you have the ability to sexually exploit a girl, then laugh about it, you are apathetic and you do not care about other people. It is impossible for you to ever effectively fill any position in which would necessitate you fighting for the betterment of the lives of others. People who
Okay,
sexually exploit
my
girls and
point-
call it funny cannot fight for the betterment of the lives of others within any genuine sense of that phrase. And that is exactly why today we see Donald Trump refusing to feed 16 million starving American children, okay, to make the Democrats
So
look
you
bad.
don't
That's
think
exactly
people
why we
can
see Donald
change?
Trump directing the military, okay, to drafting a wartime invasion of Greenland. That's exactly why Trump is going into Venezuela acting like he owns a place to steal their oil. That's exactly why Donald Trump is saying, fuck the Constitution, I don't care about it, I'm going to do what I want, and if you tell me otherwise, such as SCOTUS ruling his tariffs as unconstitutional, he'll just say that they're funded by other countries, and then he'll take his wrath out on the American people by imposing 15% tariffs on every other country in the world. Okay? That is exactly why Trump is the way he is. Now, you asked me a very important question there. You said, can people change? I think people can change in some senses, but not others. But just because people can change in some senses doesn't mean that they do change. And that phrase there, but not others, is me referring to instances of sexual violence, of violent sexual abuse. I do not believe somebody could go from lacking the core fundamental values required to engage in violent sexual abuse of others to possessing empathy and caring about others if it's in a day, a year, or 20 years. That is just simply something that I do not think can be changed in people, which is exactly why I'm okay with such harsh punishments for those people. If you rape somebody, I don't think that you should go to jail for a year or 10. I think that you should be in prison until the day you die, not just because of any sense of rehabilitation, but because you purport a very genuine and grave threat to the other members of the society in which you live in. And then this general theme of talking about when are we going to stop caring about what Donald Trump has done? I will never stop caring about sexual violence because I will not stop caring about victims of sexual violence. But when am I going to stop pressing so hard, talking about it every single day on live in front of over 20,000 people, when he's held accountable? I will never stop fighting against perpetrators of sexual violence until the perpetrators of sexual violence are held accountable. And I think that any other mindset on the subject matter is fucking brain rot and it's terribly consequential in so many bad ways for women and girls across the world, victims across the world.
And I appreciate that you stand for women and that you want to be this voice in a dark tunnel for women. That's wonderful. My point was bringing up whatever past you had. It's I believe that you have changed, or I hope that you would, and you're not racist and you don't use that word anymore, but I don't follow you around, and neither do other people knowing what you say behind closed doors or what goes on in your mind. So my point in saying that is that have you looked at the good things he's doing for the country today, or you just completely just don't agree with any of it and you're just going to keep hanging on to what he said, what you said 26 years ago? Like, it's just like, that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not saying justifying it and being like, hey, he's right for this. Like, this is a good thing. No, it's not, clearly. It's just like, I believe that, like, you changed, he has changed. That's what I believe. I believe he does care for the country, and I believe he holds good values for the country. He's not perfect, and he doesn't make the best decisions at all times, and neither do you. Because I see you insulting people like you just did to me, belittling people, and I don't agree with that either. I think it's very disheartening that you sit up here.
Sick. I think that you are disheartening.
Fine.
This is like genuinely
okay,
so
well,
sick.
if you then let me know.
It is so sick. Instead of responding to any of the points that I made about how important it is to hold predators accountable, instead of responding to any of the points that I made about how important it is to keep predators out of positions of public office, instead of responding to any of the points that I made about the lack of core fundamental moral values of empathy for others that exist inside of were you about to call me a predator?
Predator?
Yes, then you could be considered a predator. Because being racist is a threat to society. If you're able to say a racist slur, then
you think that
that's a predator.
So you think
I think you could be. I think it could be.
So you think that 14-year-old
That's
Dean?
scary. Yeah.
One moment. So you think that 14-year-old?
If you're 14.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
You think that
sure.
Shut up. You think that 14-year-old Dean, okay, responding to a Fortnite edit sent to him by his white friend saying that edit is hella goated my N-word, okay, makes me a predator. In the same sense, rapists are predators. In the same sense, child exploiters are predators. In the same sense, Jeffrey Epstein is a predator. How fucking dare you? Legitimately, how fucking dare you? You are sick in the head.
I'm saying
you are sick in the fucking head. If you're gonna sit here and oh my god, just demean the experiences of victims to such an insane extent. No one is denying that it was racist or wrong for me to call my friend the N-word when I was 14. But for you to fucking sit here and compare that to child rape, you are legitimately fucking sick and twisted. Fuck you. That is so fucked up. That is unbelievably fucked up. Like, how can you even say something like that? That is gross and sick.
No, it's...
Go tell that to a victim of child sexual abuse. Go tell that to the 12-year-old girl in the Epstein files that was held bloodied and naked by 5 men with one of them inserting their fingers into her female member. Go tell that 12-year-old girl, okay, that the people who took advantage of her to such an extreme extent are just as much as of a predator as Dean Withers on TikTok.
Why would I
How fucking dare
somebody?
you?
Why would I tell that to somebody? Like, look at how you're twisting what I have to say. My point, you just twisted and made it sick and nasty. How dare you? Like, that's horrible. My point is that you could be viewed as a predator if you were once deemed as a racist person, right? Am I right?
I do not think that I could be deemed as a predator.
Scenario. You just said you were
I can't be deemed as a predator at all. I cannot be deemed as a predator.
To your other white friend. And like whatever little scenario you just brought up, your little story time, that's fine. I don't mind hearing it.
What if Donald Trump raped your daughter? Would you still support him as president? Would you still be sitting here? Would you still be sitting here? God forbid, if Donald Trump raped your daughter, would you still be sitting here attempting to compare the predatory nature of the man that raped your daughter to this 21-year-old on TikTok that called his white friend the N-word at 14 years old? Answer my question.
I'm trying. You keep muting me.
Answer the question. God forbid, if Trump raped your kid,
question.
would you be sitting here saying, like, making that same comparison that the person that God forbid raped your kid is just as much as a predator of the person who said the N-word at 14?
That's you with the sick mind. Why does your mind keep going to the most nasty things? It's like you enjoy saying these nasty scenarios on here. That's so like. Ew.
Okay, yeah, you could virtue signal all you want and call me crazy, but what you can't call me is wrong. You cannot call me fucking wrong for pointing out how absurd and extreme it is for you to be sitting on my TikTok live saying that you would downplay the essay of your own fucking child, saying that the man who took advantage of your child, maybe should be president, isn't really a predator, is a good guy that's changed. In fact, if we're going to call the person that raped my child a predator, we might as well call the guy that said the N-word at 14 a predator. Yeah, sit here, get loud, crash out, whine, cope, and complain, but you can't call me wrong.
I'm not saying that you're a predator like as a sexual assaulter. I'm saying a predator as if I were to view you as a racist, that's a predator as in you could be racist going around and having racist thoughts and being evilly corrupted. I mean, look at the way you speak. I wouldn't be surprised if you have some sick thoughts. And if I were to hold that...
Okay, first and foremost, I like that you're now adopting a more nuanced view of racism, and which would include like the use of slurs. Which of course I think is a good thing. I think that you should adopt this more nuanced views. Meanwhile, I know that you've been a part of the problem for your whole goddamn life, sitting here saying that white men who depict black people as monkeys aren't racist. Sitting here saying words are word, the First Amendment matters. You could go say whatever you want, whenever you want. You're not a racist. You're just a true American patriot exercising your First Amendment rights. And that, guess what? Systemic racism doesn't exist, and black people in this country are not disadvantaged systemically within many different senses. And that's why I'm going to continue to vote for the party that opposed the Civil Rights Act. I'm going to continue to vote for the conservative movement, okay, that stood 10 toes down on fighting against the liberation of slavery, on fighting against women getting the right to vote, on fighting against the end of segregation, and fighting against the modern advancement of black Americans today via the ending of redlining, the ending of Vixian, thank you so much for the galaxy. The ending of over-policing of predominantly black neighborhoods, the ending of discrimination and differences in the average socioeconomic standard of black Americans compared to white Americans, so on and so forth. I think that it is just it's all just a disgusting virtue signal. It's all just a disgusting virtue signal. That's all it is. Because you're pissed off, okay, that I went from being that white boy at 14 that was calling my white friends the N-word to turning around, learning a damn thing or two, holding myself accountable, and actively going live every day to attempt to change the minds of others. You can't handle the fact that I am able to hold myself to a higher level of accountability than the president that you support.
No, I didn't say that.
And now you are taking it out on me by calling me sick, by calling me a predator, by calling me demented, by calling me the problem, because you have gotten so emotionally frustrated and up-fucking-set that I've called you out for your bullshit, excusing the sexual exploitation of children, excusing the rape of women, excusing the predation of a sick, dark, twisted man, and excusing excusing accountability for the worst presidential administration that has served this country since the day you were born.
No, I never said any of that, but thank you for speaking for me. I see that you like to do that, but no, I never said that. I was using a hypothetical that clearly you were deemed racist by people, I don't know who specifically, and they called you this, and I can tell
all the yous. No, Trump
for you. It hits something.
Yes,
for you.
It does hit a spot when you call me a victim of rape, a predator, in an attempt to excuse rapists. It does hit a spot. Yes, I'm going to be honest. It fucking does. It does, okay? Admittedly,
did you hear me say I didn't agree with what he did? But did you hear me say I didn't agree with him doing that?
Yeah, that does make me a little bit emotional, KP.
Can you hear me?
Admittedly, it does.
Okay, well, my apologies. I didn't want to get you all emotional here because you felt like I was frustrated. I'm not. I'm good. I like having conversations. I don't mind this back and forth. You just keep muting me. My point is I didn't agree with him doing that. I don't know if you heard me, but I said that's great that you stand in that place because I don't know if you also heard me say I was actually groomed by one of those creep predators in the modeling world. So I understand those people's perspective. I was giving insight on my experiences in the modeling world. That was what I was trying to explain earlier. But if Trump did that, like barged in and was doing that, I don't agree with that. I think women should be respected and be held to a high value. So like you're just saying all these crazy things. My
so
hypothetical
just to clarify,
of you
accept
still
that Donald
being
Trump has
called
sexually exploited
as
women and girls, right?
Do I accept it?
Yes.
I think 24 years ago, he made a bad decision and he was careless and he disrespected women by walking in and even bragging about it. I disagree with that 100%.
Okay, but just to clarify, do you accept that he didn't just disrespect them, but sexually exploited them?
I mean, yeah, I would have to, right? If women are coming out and saying that's what he did and I take their testimony as truth, then I definitely think he made a bad choice there. 26 years ago.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump as president?
Just like you made a bad choice.
Don't stop saying just like. Why are you comparing me saying the N-word at 14 to a white
It's not like I'm
which I've held myself
compar-
accountable for and acknowledged as being wrong, to Donald Trump taking advantage of children? Genuinely answer that question. I want to know. I don't want a long soliloquy. I don't want to rant.
Because I want you
I don't want
to
an emotional
realize
explosion.
how
I want an
anybody-
answer here.
Okay, because I want you to realize how anyone could hang on to your past and just keep like throwing it at you to try to make you look bad. That's not my goal here. I'm not trying to make you look bad. I just want you to see how easy it is for people to just not let go of things and like move on, not in a way to say, hey, it's okay to do that. But
Okay, that's
yeah,
enough
he
words.
should
I
have
get the
taken
point, okay?
accountability. Okay.
Okay. So here's the difference. First and foremost, I would say that there are many scenarios, okay, where it could be unruly to continue to repeat things that people have done in their past. Okay? But you cannot equivocate that fact to say, and therefore it is unruly in all scenarios to continue to talk about things that people have done in their past. The first thing that's going to be relevant to a determination of it is unruly or not unruly to continue to talk about things that people have done in their past would first and foremost be the level of wrongness that we could attribute to the thing that they've done in the past. And the second and third thing would be, have they held themselves accountable for what they've done in the past? And have they changed? All right? And see, the thing is here, okay, when we're talking about the level of wrongness, have they held themselves accountable? And have they changed? Donald Trump does not meet any three of those criteria. I would say that sexually exploiting minors is sufficiently wrong to never deem condemnation of said act in the future, regardless of how far out in the future it is, as unruly. It will never be unruly to discuss the fact that you sexually exploited kids. The second thing, accountability. Donald Trump has not held himself accountable for this action. Not only do we have him in 2005 saying it was literally funny when he did it, boasting about it, laughing about it, okay, but we have not heard a peep from the administration since. In fact, when he ran for president in 2016, we heard the denial. All right? He denied what he said on Howard Stern's radio show and expects people like you to basically believe it, in which I would expect you to. Now, the third thing that we went over would be character change. No, we have not witnessed any change in a character going from Donald Trump in the 90s, not caring about women and girls and being willing to violate them, until Donald Trump today in 2026. In 2023, we saw another woman that he violated, that he raped E. Jean Carroll, sue him and bring him to civil court, which led to a unanimous ruling from a jury of 9 determining that he raped E. Jean Carroll and he owes her a lot of money for doing it. In response, okay, he didn't say, oh my God, I did something really bad in the 90s. I didn't respect women and girls now, and I violated them all the time then. But I do respect women and girls now. I don't do that anymore. I'm a better person. I swear to God. No, he said that she deserves to be thrown in jail, that she's a crazy lunatic, and she should never see the freedoms that Americans receive and should spend the rest of her life behind the bars.
Okay, so one thing so some of the women were saying that that he did do that, and then many individuals said he didn't. So like in a scenario like that, it's kind of like, I guess you have to go by your own opinion in that situation because you have so many different stories. So it's kind of hard to like know which one's true if they're contradicting each other.
That's not true. They don't contradict one another.
If one's saying no, that didn't happen, and the others are saying it did, like I just read that there were many individuals, and they're different
the reason why
stories.
But they're not contradictory stories. Would you like to know
Okay,
why they're,
my
why they're not contradictory?
They're different. My apologies. They're different stories.
So the reason why they're not contradictory, and don't refute the position that this is something that Donald Trump has done, is because first and foremost, Donald Trump admitted to doing it. So we're not purely reliant on victim and witness testimony here. We're reliant on the admission of guilt from the person that did it.
No, I'm saying some women are saying.
Just a second. And then the second thing
yeah, go ahead.
is, well, I want to expect the woman, not some women, not a group of women, the woman, her name's Virginia. She competed at Miss USA in 1997. I bet you didn't expect me to know that. It wasn't a group of women. It was one singular woman. Okay. I don't expect Virginia, that was her name, to be everywhere all at once and to have all-encompassing knowledge of every action that Donald Trump, engaged in that took place at Miss Teen USA or Miss USA. And I would fully expect, Donald Trump to not literally sexually exploit every woman and every girl at every beauty pageant pageant every year. And for some women like Virginia from Miss USA in 1997 to be saying, well, this didn't happen to me. Okay. I would fully expect it to happen to some, but not others. Okay. And it absolutely makes sense. And we can understand how some women and girls are going to say, yes, this did happen to me in corroboration of what he admitted to. Okay. And then other women like Virginia saying, no, this didn't happen to me because he didn't do it to every woman and girl from every pageant every year.
Yeah, you would have to like really literally dig in and like, because like, let's say they're at the same pageant and one's saying, because I don't know all the details of it all, but let's say one, like they're at the same pageant, one's saying he barged in, others are saying, we had a heads up, like, hey, there's a special guest coming in, cover yourself.
Who's saying that? Who's saying that? Specifically in reference to him going back there to look at them while they're changing. Who the hell is saying that they had a heads up? Who said that?
Okay, one moment, please.
Hey, Gold, I appreciate you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Gold. I want to see 500 Gold W's down below in the comment section. I appreciate you so much for that love, Gold. Show some love to Gold down below. Gold with the 50 says, I feel like she's done something terrible that has led her to this thought process and inability to have basic morals and ethics. Listen, here's my position. I think that, you know, that's obviously a possibility. But I'm more leaning towards, okay, just like the erosion of the mind, if that makes any sense. I think that this guest, KP, alongside many other people that we talk to on a day-by-day basis, have just truly had their brains, like, turned off by Trump. They act like literal toddlers, clapping, watching Cocomelon on the sticky iPad they're drooling all over that their mother has to clean 5 times a day. That's the way that they treat politics. Okay? Trump good. That's the core belief. If any statement uttered, of any argument made, contradicts that foundational axiom that Trump good, then they reject. That's it. I mean, that's truly it. Regardless if it's sexual exploitation or something else. So I appreciate you for the $50 gold. Let's get 500 gold W's down below. Same thing to Panish. Thank you for the $10 who says, KP, you're a vile human. As a survivor of SA, as a child, and as an adult, you truly disgust me. I appreciate you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. One moment, I'm thanking my donors. I'd also like to thank BD Bear. Thank you for the $10, who says that lady was comparing you at 14 with a 65-year-old man who sexually exploited kids, who's now president. No comparison. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you so much. Taking a look over at Venmo and PayPal. If you do want to support me, you can find my pay links in the link tree in the bio on TikTok, my message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Ashley, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo, says Victoria, not Virginia. Thank you so much. Victoria Hughes, right? That's her name. Then Anonymous, thank you for the $10 donation over on Venmo. I'll check that out. And then Jalen, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Please do show some love to Jalen down below in that comment section. Jalen says, it seems white people are more upset of what you said at 14 than I am as a black person. I'm black and I don't give a fuck. You've held yourself accountable. Keep doing what you're doing, Dean. Much love. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $10, and I appreciate you for your perspective. And I think it's obviously okay for other individuals to hold their own perspectives, even if they differ. But thank you so much for the $10, Jalen. And then Colleen, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Colleen down below in that comment section. Colleen just drops a bunch of blue hearts. Thank you so much for that love. Let's get 200 Colleen W's down below. Same thing to Claudia. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo, who says, is she saying that I should forgive the people in my life for saying me because they've changed or 20 years have passed and that I shouldn't hold them accountable? That's another really good question. Like, would she say this to the victims? Thank you so much for the $20, Claudia. Cassandra, thank you for the $5, who says that she's a horrible excuse of a woman and a Christian. Hannah, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Hannah. That is crazy. I want to see 500 Hannah W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, I'm a Jeffrey Epstein / DJT 302 survivor. That indicates like the FBI 302 form. Go off. Thank you for the fire and for calling her out on her disgusting comparison. CSA is not excusable nor comparable. Thank you for everything that you do. Holy shit, Anna. I'm really sorry to hear that. Oh my God, man. Man, I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. And genuinely, Hannah, I'm just so sorry that you and all the other survivors are experiencing what you are today. Thank you so much for the $50. Sydney, thank you for the $1. Colin KP, absolutely insufferable. And then Cassie, thank you for the $15, who says Trump was an adult when he exploited the women and girls. You were a child when you said that at 14, comparing Trump to a 14-year-old is absolutely disgusting, not okay. I'm so sorry, Dean, and you're absolutely not a predator. Yeah, man, I'm not going to lie. I don't think I've had an argument like that piss me off and get me so worked up. I don't think I've had an argument get me that worked up in a long time. And then Cassandra, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Vern, thank you so much for the $10. And Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Vern, Cassandra, and Andrew, as well as Joel. Thank you so much for the $15. Who says, I don't know how you do what you do, but I'm glad that you do it. Much love to you in the show. Well, thank you so much for the $15, Joel. And then Jordan, thank you for the $30 donation, saying that KP has no brain. Show some love to Jordan down below. Thank you so much, and so real. John, thank you so much for the $15 as well. Your stream has helped me learn a lot and has made it so easy to argue against MAGA. Stay safe. Thank you so much, John. That's why I do what I do. I'm so happy that we can help you out, dude. Show some love to John down below. Hell yeah. Juliana, and then Lars, thank you so much for the $10. She says, hope you're doing well. I just want to say it's exhausting even hearing, quote unquote, I don't support everything that he does, but oh my God, I know, Lars. Thank you so much for the love and support. We're all caught up on Venmo. I genuinely do appreciate y'all so much for the love. There's still a handful of people to thank over on PayPal. I'll do that here in a moment. We'll go ahead and pass the mic back to the guest if they have anything else to say. Thank you, like one last time. Thank you guys so much for the support. I mean it. And I'm sorry that I got a little bit worked up there. You know, I really do try my best on these lives to keep my composure and cool, regardless of the level of insanity that is being heard from the guest, and I kind of lost it there. But go ahead, KP. So where are we at now?
So that was sweet of you to apologize.
Oh, I wasn't apologizing to you. Like, I totally think that I was justified.
Oh, no, I know. Not to me. No, I mean,
like, I'll clarify.
To,
like I totally think that I was no. Let me clarify it. I was totally justified in everything I said to you. I do not apologize for what I said because it's true.
For sure.
But I more so just apologize to the audience because it's, you know, a tenet of the show that I run here to attempt to, you know, calmly dispute the craziness.
Yeah, that was, no, I'm saying that was sweet of you. Not me, no. You meant every word you said to me, for sure.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I was reading Tasha Dixon said that they would be told to go cover up or go to Trump, like fawn on him, which is very weird. I don't agree with that. And then Maria Bilardo also said that they were told that he may come in as well. I mean, those were the only two that I found so far.
Holy shit.
So that's
Wait. So you found something where Mariah Delgado said that they were told that Trump might come in?
Mm-hmm.
She was a contestant at Miss Teen USA where 15-year-olds were competing. So the 15-year-olds were told that Trump might come in and look at them while they're changing?
I don't think they were told that he's gonna look at them. I already said I don't agree with that. That's horrible. I don't think
oh my God, I didn't even know that. Like, wait, what is your source? Because that kind of like changes things. Because it wasn't just Donald Trump sexually exploiting them. He was like running a business and creating an environment for sexual exploitation, like a farm. He was almost just like farming, like the naked bodies of kids. You know, they'd come to this pageant. They would compete in this pageant. And when they're all back in the dressing room, you know, the little girls were told that the old man might come in and look at them while they were naked, and then the old man would come and look at them when they're naked. That's insane.
She didn't say that. She didn't say that he's gonna come in and look at them naked. I wouldn't go as far as saying that.
Okay, well, A, I definitely would, because Donald Trump said in the clip that they had no clothes on, and then B, yes, people do get naked in dressing rooms. What are we talking about?
Well, I mean, I hope as like that whole whoever's running that entire thing, I know he's the owner of it, that they would have some decency to make sure like that minors and women are respected enough.
Well, they didn't because they were naked.
So then that's horrible. That whole organization, because it's not just, he's not running it, he just owns it. He's putting the money down.
Next question. Do you agree with like McDonald's policy that like they don't hire people that are guilty of like violent sex offenses?
Who doesn't?
McDonald's does not hire people that are guilty of violent sex offenses.
Do I agree with that?
Yeah. Do you agree with that policy?
Yeah.
Okay. So if McDonald's shouldn't hire Trump, why should the Oval Office?
I just didn't think he was ever convicted of it.
Okay, but the conviction isn't what matters here. It's the fact that we know it that matters here.
I mean, McDonald's would hire them if they weren't convicted, right?
No, if
that
they
was
knew
your
that they
example?
committed the violent sex crime, they wouldn't hire them. The reason
And
why they
it
operate
wasn't
off of
on, and it wasn't
like,
on their record. They wouldn't hire them. Is what you're saying?
Listen, can we agree that the reason why you think McDonald's shouldn't hire violent sex offenders is because they actually committed a violent sex offense, not because a court found them guilty of sex offense? Like the thing that leads you to the conclusion that McDonald's shouldn't hire them isn't the fact that a court found them guilty. It's the fact that they did the violent sex crime.
Well, that's not what I don't believe that's what McDonald's is saying. They're saying that if it's on your record, you were convicted.
No, I asked
for
you if
it,
you
then
agree with that
won't hire
policy.
you.
Like, do you agree that McDonald's shouldn't hire people convicted of violent sex crimes, not because the court determined they committed a violent sex crime, but because
that's
they
the only
committed
way
a
that they're
violent sex crime?
convicted, right? But they're only convicted by a court, so that doesn't make sense. No? What do you mean?
The last sentence that came out of your mouth doesn't make sense. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at here? Let me clarify, because I feel kind of crazy. Does anybody listening not understand me? What I'm saying here, okay, is that the reason why you and me do not think that McDonald's should hire violent sex offenders is because they committed a violent sex offense. So if we know that Donald Trump has committed a violent sex offense, okay, that would be the only relevant attribute that would lead us to the conclusion that McDonald's shouldn't hire him. Do you get it now?
What I'm trying to say is McDonald's wouldn't hire them if they were convicted, not just told that they did that.
We're not talking about what they would or wouldn't do. We're talking about what they should or shouldn't do. I asked you if you do agree that McDonald's
just
shouldn't
like
hire
morally.
violent
You're
sexual.
saying like morally, like my opinion on that. Like,
do you
should
agree?
they? No, of course not. They shouldn't.
Okay, so McDonald's shouldn't hire Trump.
Is that
right?
But I can't, it's like hearsay. Like, I could say that you, like earlier, don't get offended. I could say that you were this, but it's not true, right?
KP, we've spent the last 45 minutes listening to Donald Trump saying it. You acknowledge that it's true Donald Trump did it, and going over victim and witness testimony from like a billion people. How's this hearsay?
Yes, but he wasn't convicted as that. Like, he wasn't convicted for doing that.
Okay, and that doesn't change the fact that we have a certain level of evidence that he's guilty.
He just said some very, you would look at what he said and you'd be like, wow, you would...
Does a court have to determine that the world is round in order for you to believe that the world is round? Like, no.
No.
There's other ways to gain knowledge and determine things to be true than the court of law. I do understand that the court of law is, one of the most reliable ways to determine something to be true, especially in reference to crimes, of course, because they try to implement an objective-based solution to determining if an individual participated in an action or did not participate in an action. But it's not the only way to determine if somebody did something, right? Like, we've determined that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls because he admitted to it, because we have victim testimony, right? So on and so forth, right? Like, can you deny that this is something Trump did?
I can't deny that he said the things that he said, and I find it
Can you deny that he did it?
That he went into the dressing room? No, he admitted to it.
So
I can't deny that.
It's not hearsay.
Right, but I'm saying
okay. So once again, go back to the question. You said morally, McDonald's should not hire people guilty of violent sexual crimes. So you agree that Donald Trump should not be hired at McDonald's.
Right, but they still will.
Wait, did you just say right? So you personally do not think that that Donald Trump is qualified enough to work at McDonald's?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, because you said that they shouldn't hire him.
They're going to, because he doesn't have it on his
stop talking
record.
about what they would or would not do. We're talking about what you believe, KP.
Why?
It's not hard. This is third grade shit. Just to clarify, for the last time, I want a direct answer, dude. KP, you are ridiculous. You do not think that McDonald's should be able to get that Donald Trump, should be able to get a job at McDonald's, right, KP? Use your brain. All three of your fucking tiny, terrible brain cells. Use them really hard.
Oh my gosh. You're saying I think that he shouldn't be hired at McDonald's because of
No,
what
I'm
he
not.
said
I'm not
and
saying
went
this
in-
is what you think.
and
It's
went
what I'm
into
asking.
I don't care if he works at McDonald's. He can work there with what he said and what he did. It was wrong, but he can still work at McDonald's.
Okay, but here's the
and
issue.
I don't
Like
care
30.
if he works
Okay,
there.
the issue here is that 5 minutes ago you told me that you do not think that people who've engaged in violent sex in violent sexual acts should be able to get hired at McDonald's. So wouldn't that sentiment from earlier, when you said that people who have engaged in violent sexual actions should not be able to get hired at McDonald's, contradict what you're saying now by saying this person who we have agreed is guilty of a violent sexual action should be able to get hired at McDonald's? Don't those two things contradict one another?
Well, I wouldn't say he's guilty of it. I just don't agree with it. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't think
Hey,
he's
KP,
guilty.
what does the
I
word
think
guilty mean?
that he did it.
You affirmed 3 seconds ago that he did it. What the fuck are you saying?
Right, but we don't know 100%.
So what do you mean you don't think he's
there-
guilty of it? You just said 3 seconds ago that you do agree he did it.
Yes, I agree he walked in. and
Okay,
he
therefore
made
he's
a
guilty
poor
of walking in because the word guilty, as you just said, means he did it. That's all that the word means. Okay, he is
Right,
guilty
but
of
the
violent
way
sexual
that you're
action.
spinning it to be may
All
not
I said is he's
actually
guilty.
be.
No, what's all that I said is that he's guilty of a violent sexual offense. And then you said, I don't think that he's guilty of a violent sexual offense, but I do think he did a violent sexual offense. And then I asked you what the word guilty means, and you said it means that he did it.
Okay. Yes, he admitted to walking into the rooms, but he didn't admit that he was his intention was to sexually exploit women like you say he was. To me, he made a horrible choice on bragging about it and making it like it was something to just laugh about. But I don't think that that's something to say, hey, you can't be president, you can't run our country because you said that 26 years ago.
So
Is
you
that
believe-
a better
so
answer for
you believe that he sexually exploited women and girls without intending to sexually exploit women and girls?
I think he was just arrogant in that time. He was a very it wasn't something to be I'm proud of, and I think he's not proud of it either. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing to be honest.
You
but
said it was a funny story that he shares with other people. I don't get
Exactly.
that. I don't get that
That's
sentiment
true.
though. You're saying that he didn't intend to sexually exploit them, but it was rather his arrogance, and confidence. So if there's a man that's really arrogant and really confident and just thinks that every woman wants him, so then he pulls down a woman's pants and puts his hands on her, would you argue
I
that
don't
he
know
didn't
if
intend to sexually assault them?
I mean, I don't know if I completely agree with that either because in her interview she even said it wasn't violent. He didn't.
What?
So I don't know if I completely agree that he raped her because I just when I look at it I'm this doesn't sound like there's true facts in this because I mean it's kind of hard to me in a public place
So now
to
we're talking
believe
about
that
AG Carroll.
somebody's just.
KP honestly should have asked this
I
question a
thought
long
that's
time
what you
ago.
were talking about.
What we're talking?
I thought that's what you.
We're talking about Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Oh my goodness, are you drunk?
No.
You're sober?
Yeah.
This is you sober? Good God, get the hell out of my
Yeah.
life. What a mess. What a mess. Can't believe it. I'm not having a good day. What a mess. What a terrible conversation. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hi, do you support Trump? Oh.
We have a crazy echo, so we are going to go to move on. Everybody just do give me one moment here to get that very next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it. If y'all would follow the rules, we're going to go to move on. I don't know, man. I don't really feel too good after talking to that last person. I mean, I thought that she was just truly a wreck, you know? Much more of a wreck than maybe even the average guest that joins this stream. I just thought that everything she said was so disgusting. So disgusting, man. I don't feel too good after that. It might kind of take me a moment here to kind of get back into the flow of the typical debates that we have, because I'm not feeling good after that. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
What year are you born in?
1999.
Okay, and what month? Okay. I think I believe you. I just want to ask a clarifying question because you do kind of sound young. Do you work a job?
Yes.
How many hours a week do you work?
Well, I work a salary job, but technically you're supposed to work 40 hours a week, I guess.
And 40 hours a week is full-time employment or not full-time employment?
Full-time employment.
Well, yeah, I trust you. All right, give me a second here. Let me thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. All right. First and foremost, hey, Sarah. Thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Who says it's so infuriating when these people defend SA without knowing all the facts. Dude, it's so fucking infuriating, dude. I would also, dude, oh my God, like to thank, oh my God. Holy shit. I'm sorry. This just really caught me off guard. Dude. Emony. Well, first and foremost, what a unique name. Emony. That is Emonie. That is such a unique name. Thank you so much for the $150 donation over on PayPal. That is insane. That is so very kind of you. Thank you. That is unreal. Thank you so much for the love, Ebony. I'm so grateful for you. Wow, I really don't deserve that. That's very kind of you. I'd really appreciate it if we could please get 2,000 Ebony W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Emily with the $150 says, watching you destroy Trump supporters is satisfying, especially the Christian ones. As a Christian myself, also KP is absolutely disgusting for saying that. As a black woman, I support you, and I'm so sorry she called you a fucking predator like doo-doo Dawn. Keep doing what you do. Oh, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate you for the kind words and $150. Show some love to Queen Ebony down below in the comment section. Thank you. Same thing to Jasmine. Thank you for the $5. Alan, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you for helping me understand what's going on in the U.S. Of course, man. One of the main reasons why we do this is just to ensure that people are more educated about what's going on. And then Caroline, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, but does it even matter if Trump announced it beforehand? It's still a safe space. At least it's supposed to be, right? Right, no, absolutely, Caroline. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump announces that he's going to sexually exploit people before he sexually exploits them. It's still sexual exploitation. Chicken, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says that last guest calling grape a bad decision is crazy. Yeah, fucking for real, dude. Back, thank you for the 7. Vanessa and Sabrina, thank you both for the 5. Sebastian, and thank you so much for the $10, Sebastian, saying KP might genuinely... I've lost her mind. No, absolutely. Abigail and Jennifer, thank you both for the 5. And then Melissa, thank you so much for the $21 donation over on PayPal. I appreciate you. Let's get 200 Melissa W's. Melissa says 33 J6 pardoners have gone on to commit violent crimes since being pardoned. Source. Oh, I was looking at that source earlier, Melissa. It is insane, man. I think that we don't talk about the J6 pardons enough. Thank you so much for the $21. And then it looks like we're all caught up over on PayPal. To catch up on YouTube Super Chat real quick. Thank you so much for the $10. Jojo, thank you so much for the love. Who says, I hope KG will be safe in her life, but she's at a high risk for harm. Yeah, I also would like to thank you, Big Texas Patriot. Thank you for the $20. Who says, can you crap all over Andrew Wilson again? Or is he too busy smoking cigs and avoiding you to have a conversation? I think that he's a sophist. I might need to crap all over him again. You'll see. We'll see. But thank you for the $20, man. Same thing to you, Ryan. Thank you for the $20. Who says, I got in halfway through her rant, and I'm sorry you had to listen to the whole thing. Yeah, that was I should have kicked that last guest KP a lot earlier than I did. I'm going to be honest. Show some love to... let's see here. Ryan down below. Same thing with Gold. Thank you for another $20. He says, if she can excuse SA under the guise of forgiveness, is there anything that would make her stop supporting him as president? You know, honestly, I wish I would have asked her that question because I never intend to talk to her again. So we will literally never know. But I feel as if the answer to that question would be a no, that there's nothing he could do that would make her stop supporting him. And then just 3 more people to thank here over on Venmo. Miss Haley, thank you for the $25 donation. I appreciate you so much for that love. Who says, my cousin was in Miss Teen USA and runner-up for Miss USA over a decade ago. I remember her telling me that he'd literally walk in on them naked. I was 17 and that fact stuck with me. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry to hear that last conversation hit so close to home, Haley, and I'm sorry that you had to listen to somebody just deny what happened to your cousin and many others. I appreciate you so much for the $25. Show some love to Haley down below. Then Mary, thank you so much for the $10. I love you too. And then Vern, thank you so much for the $10. $10 over on Venmo as well, and I'll take a look. Thank you so much, you guys. Go ahead and tell us why you support Trump. I appreciate your patience. And sincerely, everybody, thank you so much for your support.
I more support like the party itself because more and more I've learned about Trump over the last few years, and especially with the Epstein files and everything coming out. It's hard for me to sit here and say that I support him, but I've been watching your lives for over a year now, even before Trump got elected. And I think you're very educational and I learn a lot from you. But my struggle now is that we're pointing each other, against like left and right, instead of an anti-Trump, instead of being like, what is this party doing for each other? And I've heard you a few times being like, go vote blue, go register blue. But why is that the solution? Not saying that Trump is good. I think Trump is doing a lot of horrible things. But why don't we elect a better official or somebody that is more equipped? Because I don't think Kamala necessarily would have done a better job. But I just feel like we're too much pushing each other against each other instead of trying to unify each other and find the areas where we can agree. So I feel like that's really where I struggle. And I hopped on here because I wanted to say, no, I don't support Trump, because I know you'd boot me if I said that. But I more support the party because I do agree that Trump is kind of a piece of garbage.
Okay, well, I think that Donald Trump has compromised the party. The GOP is his lapdog. So if you don't support him, you shouldn't support the party.
Yeah, see, that's where I struggle because I don't think the party is completely corrupt. But I also think there's a lot of things wrong with the left side, too. And there's a lot of corrupt people on the left.
Listen, I agree. There is a lot of corrupt people on the left. I think that we really need to revolutionize the DNC. We need to make it more progressive, get money out of politics. I love hearing stuff like that.
So then why do you push people so hard to vote for left if you also think they're corrupt?
Okay, well, just because I think some people on the left are corrupt, or the left isn't perfect, and I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of the DNC, doesn't mean that I don't think anybody on the left is pretty awesome. You know, I'm a big Zoran Mamdani guy. I think he's pretty great. Same thing with a lot of the things that Bernie has to say, AOC has to say, Jasmine Crockett has to say some of the things she says I agree with, James Tallarico. I mean, there's a bunch of people on the left, Ro Khanna, that I really am a big fan of. But ultimately, it falls down to harm reduction. When you're voting, when you're going to the booth, and you should vote for whatever candidate is going to cause the smallest amount of harm and the best possible outcomes, not just in comparison to this idealistic view of what would exist in a perfect world, but rather the person that they're running against. You know, when it's time to vote, it's time to vote for harm reduction. It's time to hope for who's going to give us the best future in comparison to who they're running against. When it's not time to vote during the off seasons of politics, like the year and a half leading up to the midterms, the 3 years leading up to the general election, that's when it's time to push for more progress within the individual parties, to reform them, to get as close as you can to that perfect world.
No, I mean, I can agree with that. I guess that was a good point. I appreciate it. That's just my struggle with it. I feel like every time I get on your live, I just hear you. And also you talk to a lot of idiots. So, I mean, I don't blame you for getting mad at them. But I just feel like we have a lot of hatred going back and forth instead of where I feel like a year ago, you were very educational in bringing up policies and bringing up certain things that were very relevant. And I feel like now you're just arguing with morons and just leaving people on lives for way too long when you should boot them because it's not going anywhere.
The debates have definitely gotten less intellectual over the last year. That's an observation that is completely true. 110%. Do you want to know why?
Yeah, let me know why.
Because the smarter people that did support Trump during the election fucking despise him today. And keep in mind, I said smarter. Okay, I said smarter in comparison to the rest of those that voted for him. You know, MAGA is the least popular it's ever been. Donald Trump's approval rating is in the toilet. Anybody with half a brain, some decency or some sense no longer supports Trump. I mean, take you, for instance. You're by far, the most, probably the most intelligent guest of the day. I mean, you're not up here screaming that it's okay to sexually exploit girls, in contrary to the last and only two other people I've had up on the stream. And you're telling us that you're not a fan of Trump, but find yourself more aligned with the GOP. So, I mean, truly, I think that we see a massive resistance against Trump. Now I want to ask you here. I just taking a look at your account because everybody in the chat's spamming second reposts. Your second
I know.
repost
That's why
is
I don't like
saying
coming on these.
that men should be a little sexist.
Oh, man. No. Okay, if you read the whole thing, it says that, like, saying that, like, a man should open the door for you, or a man should be like, don't worry about that. I can do that for you. I guess I'm just like that. I'm just that type of girl where I like a man that, not a stupid man, but a man that can like help me take care of things and not let me stress so much about little things.
I think the word that you're maybe looking for is like chivalry.
Yes.
Right?
And it was just like a meme. That was more for like people that I know on TikTok to see.
Oh, okay.
And like get the joke.
I just, chivalry, like opening a door for somebody. That's not sexist,
No, I know. I didn't mean it literally. It was more of like the people who know me and the people who follow me know what it meant.
Okay.
Because I feel like we're at an age where we're like very much, we're getting to an era where I feel like as a society we hate on men a lot and we like just think that they're the shoe beneath they're just garbage. But then I think we also need men for a lot of things.
Yeah,
like I think women
society hates on
oftentimes
men. Like society just really, really puts them to the ground.
I think men over historically have done a lot of things to make themselves look bad, but I feel like we have a bad habit of looping everybody in as a whole instead of just seeing somebody as an asshole. Like you can be an asshole and not be linked to everybody else. Just because you're a man doesn't mean that every man is an asshole.
Okay. Well, I don't think that society puts men down. I think that's kind of bullshit. could you like give me a way that society puts men down? I'd love to hear you out. But just when every president that we've ever had has been a man, men disproportionately represent us, not just in government.
I don't mean like in I don't.
But I mean also like socially speaking, or there's a disproportionate amount of Fortune 500 CEOs that are men. There's a disproportionate amount of men in leadership positions. Outside of CEOs that are men,
I don't mean it when it comes to like careers or jobs or things like that. It's obviously male dominated. That's been a system that's been set up to be male dominated. So obviously when you look at it from that angle. So you accept that we live under like a patriarchy? I think we live in a male dominated society because our society has set it up that way. Okay. But I think when it comes to socially.
So you think that under the patriarchy we oppress men?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying socially, when you're interacting, everyday people, hearing conversations about people, you hear a lot of women talking horribly about men and negative, even about their own partners. Sitting there talking horribly about their partner, but then going home and telling him he's the most amazing thing ever. Where I feel like we have a bad habit of talking down a lot. But if you heard a man talking the same way about a woman, here we are now, like talking about Trump and being like, it's horrible, he's a piece of shit, he shouldn't be talking about women that way, he shouldn't be sexualizing women that way. But if a woman were to turn around and talk about a man the exact same way, it wouldn't be seen as bad.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I think
and that's where I feel like
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, but I think ultimately I disagree. Okay, because I mean, what have we seen even in politics? It extends into the mainstream for the last.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's in politics.
But like
I'm not saying we're seeing that politically.
No, even like politics bleeding into the mainstream and just like a general average day-to-day life. Like men have branded, talking about forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers as locker room talk. You know?
And I think that's absolutely disgusting.
Locker room talk. Man talk is to discuss how you want to like sexually do things sexually to women without asking, right? Like I don't think that if we live in a world where the men of society have agreed that it's just locker room talk that you could brush off your shoulder and laugh at to talk about sexual exploitation or sexual violence. We live in a society where women have the ability to say whatever they want about men and other women hop on board. But whenever a man talks negatively about a woman, they're criticized by everyone.
Sorry, can you repeat that last part? I was reading your comments and I was not listening to your last part there. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, what I said is that you said that men are heavily criticized for what they say about women. I would say that the concept of locker room talk proves you wrong.
Oh, I think locker room talk, but again, this is, I think, something that's been decades. Like, locker room talk was a big thing in the 2000s, 2010s. And I mean, actually, I can't even say that because I know a lot of, like, guys now that are disgusting and talk horribly.
Right.
But I think women are just as bad. I think women talk horribly about men, too. I think
you just said that men talking horribly about women is very predominant, very seen, and very prevalent within society, right?
No. I'm saying that it's when it is heard, it's like when men talk about that, people will jump on them and say that they shouldn't be speaking that way, they shouldn't be doing that, that's inappropriate. But if a woman were to turn around and say the same thing about a man, they would be like, more power to you. Yeah, say that, men suck.
No, that's not true. I don't think that there's a single person alive that would respond to a woman saying that they want to take advantage of a man by like
I'm not saying in a sexual way.
Feminism.
I'm not saying in a sexual way. I feel like you're going to an extreme.
By saying feminism. Like, no. No, I don't think there's a single person alive that would say
feminism.
W feminist in response to a woman saying that they want to sexually exploit a guy. I don't believe you.
But I didn't even bring up sexually exploiting anybody.
Well, you just said that you just said in the same way that men would talk about women given locker room talk, which, like I just said, referencing what Donald Trump said about wanting to grab a woman by their vagina without asking.
Yes, and
You said if a woman said that about a man, everyone else would turn around and say W feminism.
Okay, that's true. And I guess I should have said it like that. That's not what I meant for it to come off like.
Wait, how about this? I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Can you name any large woman that has a platform, has built a base and a following predicated off of hating men?
Yes. Oh, I forget her name. But okay, she's not Hawaiian, but she is of fudge. I forget what that ethnicity is. Oh man, if you can help me out. Drew, thank you for the comment. Drew. Her whole platform is to hate on men.
Okay.
Her whole platform is to be like, men are pigs, men are douchebags, men are this.
Sounds good.
Drew. And I mean,
I'm not familiar with Drew. Okay. Is Drew
her whole platform is that?
So the size of Drew's platform, is it larger or smaller than Andrew Tate's?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that comparison on that, to be honest. And I think Drew is hilarious.
Smaller.
I'm not hating on her either.
Drew's platform.
Because I do think what she says is
larger
funny.
or smaller than Nick Fuentes?
Oh, I would say I would say comparable, but I could be wrong on that. But I would say comparable.
Drew gets 50,000 live viewers.
I don't know. I don't follow her that closely.
Smaller.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Smaller. Drew's platform. Is it larger or smaller than Trump's?
Okay, if I swipe up and look it up, will I get out of this live? If I try to look it up?
It's smaller than Trump's. Listen, I think.
Okay, so you know what I'm trying. You know, okay.
Yeah. Here's my point. No, I don't know the size of her platform. I just know that it's clearly smaller than the president's. Okay, here's my point. Okay, listen, I do agree that there are scenarios of women that will just baselessly hate on all men, for sure. All right. Simultaneously, I want to say here, most of the time when we see women baselessly hating on all men, it kind of comes with a foundational basis of multiple hundreds of years of the patriarchy, abusive women going unseen by a disproportionate
But it's going in
amount
the
of men.
opposite direction.
Can you please allow me to speak?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I do agree that I think we see some women who baselessly hate on all men. Okay. I think that this is predicated off of multiple hundreds of years of history, the patriarchy, with the oppression of women, with the abuse of women, which has been perpetuated historically, but also today. And then B, we see a significantly larger amount of men who build their platform off of baselessly hating on women. This is an issue that is A, disproportionately seen amongst men in society compared to women in society, and B, typically when we see women hating on all men, okay, its roots can be found within hundreds of years of the patriarchy and abuse and oppression of women compared to hundreds of years of holding on to the power and doing the abusing and doing the oppression and wanting to hate more women in order to uphold that system. So this is an issue in which is disproportionately seen by men.
Yes. But yes, I get what you're saying. And my point though is that because their hatred is rooted in the generational years of whatever you just said, I get what you're saying, I just can't repeat it. That doesn't excuse it. We should be being better as a society, not going back to it and then going, well, I'm acting this way because of all this decades of bullshit. If we can acknowledge that it was wrong,
here's what I'm going to say. It's a little hypocritical to be sitting here supporting the GOP that has ran every single campaign for the office of the highest office in America, the presidency, for a man who's found guilty of raping a woman during the last 10 years, then turn around and condemn women who say they hate men in that same breath. That doesn't make sense. I think it's very hypocritical for you to be focusing on the minority of women who may hold some hate towards all men predicated on the history of the patriarchy compared to the significantly larger amount of men who hold this deep-rooted hatred against women to uphold the patriarchy while also being silent, okay, about the larger amount of men who hold this hatred against women and in support of the GOP, who has ran their presidential campaigns for an adjudicated rapist that completely hates women every election for the last 10 years. I think that's hypocritical.
Did you mute me?
Yeah. And also, I just I just want to let you know, bro. I just want to let you know, like the mindset here is the reason why I'm struggling with your argument is like in society, men can do it. Men can rape a woman and become president. I don't care when I hear a woman say men are pigs. I just don't.
No, but that's the problem.
Like,
I think both are problems.
I
we
care.
shouldn't, but you should care. You should care about both ways.
Listen.
We shouldn't be living in a society where we allow a president to rape women. I think Trump should be impeached for his problems. But I don't think we should sit here and stand behind a woman shitting on a man either.
92% of violent crimes. We live in a society where a majority of Americans who voted in an election will vote for an adjudicated rapist. We live in a society where the president of the United States can turn around to depict a black woman as an orangutan and depict the woman who he raped as somebody who should be sentenced to jail. Where we live in a society where the president could just write off saying that he could just grab women by the pussy without asking first as locker room talk and still win 2 elections. I don't care if a woman says men are pigs. I know that you're telling me like I should care. And here's the thing. I do care. Okay, you're not gonna let me speak.
You thinking that way though about saying that I don't care about women saying men as pigs is the gateway to like 30 years from now looking at this exact same problem in reverse. We need to care about the little things now and correct them. Otherwise, we're just going to be in the same boat in 30, 40 years.
Because I think that like 99.99999% of women who say men are pigs are not saying men are pigs because this deeply ingrained hatred for men that is born innately from their nature compared to a reflection of the oppression that they felt at the hand of the patriarchy. And what their takeaway is when they see men like Trump becoming the president, when they see like men like Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate being the most talked about men alive in America for 3 years straight, and they see their abusers, because shit, I mean, every woman and girl I've ever met has a story, be held non-accountable by the law due to RAIN.org that tells us 98% of rapists will never see full accountability in the eyes of the law after they rape somebody or engage in
and that's awful.
Violence.
I completely agree. I don't think that's correct. But what I'm saying is,
I'm sorry.
We shouldn't. Sorry, you're okay.
There's a car alarm going off, and my window's open, so it was overwhelming me a little bit. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. But what I'm trying to say that we should be taking these horrible atrocities of like decades of horrible things and women watching this happen and saying, I'm going to be better than that, not doing that. We should be raising our children to be better than that, not the same. So we've had generations of women that are raising families, raising young men to be the same way and being horrible instead of like bettering that. We're not trying to be better. We're just continuously allowing the cycle to go over and over and over again.
Listen, okay, like I said, listen, I agree, okay? It is wrong for women to hate every single man ever and to automatically despise somebody literally because of their gender identity. It's wrong. I'm acknowledging that. I just think that the situation here is a little bit more nuanced, okay? I just think it's weird to be focusing on like the 5% that has no societal impact. Because guess what? Even though that one woman over there says all men are pigs, still yet every president we've ever had has been a man. Still yet a disproportionate amount of Fortune 500 CEOs are men. Still yet men make more on average for working the same job in comparison to women. Still yet men hold on to significantly more positions of power, regardless of it's a workplace, regardless if it's socially, regardless if it's governmentally. And I don't care when I hear a woman say all men are pigs, because I know that that's not likely a reflection of a deep-rooted hatred for men, but more so a reflection of the oppression that they felt consequential of the patriarchy. And for everybody who's saying she won in the chat, you're not following the argument. I've never thought that it's like okay for a woman to genuinely hate all men. I don't think that. I just also don't think that when 99.9% of women say they hate men and that they're pigs, that they're saying that because they actually hate men. They're saying that because of the existence of the patriarchy and the unchecked oppression that we've seen on women over the course of human history.
Send an army of women to war, and only women, and not men there to defend them, against an army of men, and the women will die. That's what I'm saying. We need men in society, just like men. Because you're sitting here saying,
what's going on?
My whole point, if we rewind like 10 minutes ago, my whole point was that women hate on men so much and are like, I can do all things. I don't need no man. Men are pigs. And my point was saying that we need men, and we need to stop living in a society where we're like, oh, hate on men, hate on men, hate on men, when we need them and uplift them and make it better, just like we need women in society, and we shouldn't be hating on women doing horrible things that way.
That was a very small brain take. Can I tell you why?
How is that a small brain take? That was my whole initial point when you brought
because
up my social
I'll tell
media.
you. Because when you hear a woman say that they don't need a man, they're not saying that society would literally be functional if all men were to
no,
disappear.
But they will.
Okay,
they will literally.
Can you let me finish speaking? You're interrupting me.
That will say things
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. What are we doing? Thank you. When the vast majority of women say that I don't need a man to do this for me, they're not talking about the continued evolution of society at all. Okay, clearly, if 50% of the population were to just disperse and disappear, regardless if that 50% of the population is all men or all women, okay, society is doomed for failure, most likely. All right? When you hear a woman say, I don't need a man to do this for me, it's in response to the things that men have been telling women they need to do for them. You understand
I get
that
what
when we
you're
live in a
saying.
society that tells women you need to stay at home so you could cook, clean, and raise the kids, while you also need to find a husband so he could go make money for you because you can't do it yourself, so he could go be the breadwinner for you since you can't do it yourself, since he could go buy the house for you since you can't do it yourself. In the 70s, since
I didn't say any of those
why are you still interrupting me, dude?
Because you're putting words in my mouth that I didn't say.
No, I'm explaining why that original argument of, oh, women literally think that we don't need men in society is false. Because when women say that they don't need a man to do this thing for them, they're saying that directly in response to the things that society has told them they need a man to do for them, which is absolutely false.
Okay, I get that. But when we need to stop being so literal about it, because if you're going to sit here, not you specifically, women, if women are going to sit here and hate on men and say, I don't need no man and all these things and be horrible and aggressive and all these things.
Well, I mean, it's true. Women don't need a man to go make money for them.
Hold on, let me
women
finish.
don't
You
need a
didn't want me to
man,
interrupt you.
okay,
You
to be
didn't
the
want me to
husband and
interrupt
protect
you.
him. You're right.
You
You're right.
didn't
I'm being a
want me to
hypocrite.
interrupt you.
Oh,
You
wait,
didn't
are you
want me to
hating? Are
interrupt
you
you.
hating on a man? You might be misandrous. Go ahead. Sorry, that was a joke.
Are you going to let me talk now?
Yes, my bad.
I'm saying that if we're going to sit here and say, oh, she didn't mean that so literally, she didn't mean we literally no men, then why did you say it? We as a society as a whole, both men and women, need to stop degrading each other and then going, oh, I didn't mean it like that. It was just a joke. Or I didn't mean it this bad. That's our whole problem. We're so hateful and so willing to just tear the other person down. But then when it comes to actually needing them or actually coming to a civil conversation, we're like, well, I didn't really mean it like that. Well, I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying this.
Okay.
That's a problem.
So once again, you are pre-assuming the intentions that exist behind a phrase in order to depict a problem that in all reality isn't one. All right? I'm not even gonna pretend like it's a problem for women to say that they don't need a man to do the things society's been telling them they need a man to do for them. That led women into not having the right to vote, not being able to start a business, not being able to go and get a credit card, not being able to report rape and marriage on top of liability and other things.
You're saying men are saying that they can't do that?
And you want to know the reason why women have the right to vote? The reason why women have the legal right to open a business? The reason why women have the legal right? No, men fought for those rights?
Men had to vote.
For us, for our rights. Dude, yes, this is all just like a thin veil for misogyny. Okay, fuck. That's why.
Women
That's why.
fought for the right to vote.
1 second. That's okay. Listen, this whole time I thought that you could be maybe have a reasonable take on this, but just ignoring some nuance here. But no, now I see it. Okay, now the truth comes out. Okay, now you've told me. Yeah, that men fought for women to have the right to vote. Oh my goodness.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so then maybe stop interrupting me so that I don't have to reclaim the mic in 3 seconds, cutting you out of the supposed context that could exist.
But you're saying things I didn't say.
Okay, then just wait until I'm done speaking, please and thank you. And by the way, you literally did. Yes, you literally did say that men fought for women to have the right to vote. I was in the middle of saying, that the reason why women have the right to vote, oh my God, this is going nowhere if you're not going to allow me to finish speaking. Calm down. So now I'm going to start from the top, please, and thank you. So once again, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's a problem when women say that men, don't need to do this thing. One moment. grammatically incorrect. Let me start again over. I'm not going to sit here and act like it's a problem when a woman says that they don't need a man to do this thing for them, okay, in reference to the things that society have been telling them they need a man to do for them over the course of human history. Clearly, okay, what led to women getting the right to vote, what led to women gaining the legal ability to open up a business, what led to women gaining the legal ability to own property, or what led to women gaining the legal ability to get a credit card, okay, were women saying, I don't need a man to do this for me. Literally. That's literally what led to more gender and sex-based equality in America, is women saying that men don't need to do it for them, which is absolutely true. Women don't need a man to vote for them. Women don't need a man to work for them. Women don't need a man to be the business owner for them. I think that women and men should possess the same rights, as I find egalitarianism to be of utmost importance.
Yes, I agree with that. My whole point, again, back 10, 15 minutes ago, was that we're getting to a point in society, from me as a young adult, and I mean, you're a few years younger than me, so you should know people that are even younger than you, watching all this the last 20 years below us, we're raising a generation of women to like degrade men so much, like they don't need a man for anything. And I'm saying that we're getting to a problem where that's a problem. We need to stop hating on each other equally. Because I know a lot of young men who sit there and go, my life is so hard. I have it so much harder than a woman. And I will correct them and go, I don't think that's true. And then they'll bring up all these reasons of all these people that tell them they're pieces of garbage. And that's the problem. Is what I feel like I'm just talking in circles.
So in a sentence or less, what's the problem?
Dean, you know what I said. I'm not going to just keep going in circles like this.
I'm sorry. I was taking a drink out of my cup and I lifted the thing. I stopped paying attention for like half a second. In a sentence or less, what's the problem?
I think the problem is that we are learning from the past of the patriarchal problems, and we're just turning it into a bigger problem. Instead of learning from it and bettering ourselves, we're just doubling down and making it worse, is pretty much my point.
Okay, so you think that women saying that they don't need men to do things for them furthers the patriarchy?
No.
Okay,
I think men and women are equal. I don't think women need men to do 99.9% of things, but I don't think us sitting there and bashing on men for that is the solution.
Okay.
There's a lot of male bashing. And I'm talking from like being in everyday life and like watching conversations and hearing people talk. Yeah. That's what I'm basing off of. Yeah, I'm not saying in politics we're seeing this. I'm not saying
yeah.
What?
Poor men. I mean, such victims of mean women.
I don't think men is poor me, poor them either. I think they're fine. I'm just saying I'm watching this happen now, and I'm like, I wonder what problems this is going to cause in 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, once again, I've tried to re-describe this to you about 1,000,000,001 times. I don't think that you're
and
picking
I've
up
understood your point. I already know exactly.
Okay,
Go ahead.
well, I'm
say it. I already know what you're going to say, though.
Okay. How can you expect to have any type of productive dialogue with me when you interrupt me 3 words in?
You literally have done the same thing to me multiple times.
I allowed you to recap your point with as much airtime as you wanted to until you were done, after giving you that mic until you were done for a second time. I also apologized earlier when I did interrupt you and acknowledged that it was hypocritical.
I appreciate that.
So what is the point of you responding to me, asking you to allow me to speak for more than 3 words by telling me that I've done the same thing to you?
Because after you apologized to me, you still interrupted me.
Okay.
You just did it right there. You just asked me a question.
So you're telling me that you're justified,
and then I responded, and you interrupted me.
So you're telling me that you're justified in see how you want to feel as if you were justified in interrupting me because I've interrupted you. Now turn around and apply that logic to the women and girls that have lived for generations after generations after generations, that have been killed, that have been raped, that have been oppressed, that have been denied the opportunity to vote, that have been denied the opportunity to start a business, that have been denied the opportunity to serve in government, that have been denied the opportunity to lead the household, and have been subjugated to generation after generation after generation. Okay, of the kitchen, of the laundry room, of the fucking of the cleaning the floors and the scrubbing of the tub.
We need to be saved from the kitchen.
Abusive husband who she can't divorce because if she does divorce him, she won't be able to get anywhere in society whatsoever. You just demonstrated the same line of reasoning, okay, that women and girls demonstrate when they turn around and they call men pigs, okay? You got frustrated because you're having a conversation over the fucking internet with a guy that's maybe interrupted you 3 times in 30 minutes. Now, And you're allowed to voice those frustrations by interrupting me back. So why the hell are you going to sit here and tell me that we need to condemn women and girls across this country and across the globe, that they're not allowed to call men pigs in an offhanded slight comment to a friend interpersonally, okay, because of the generations of neglect, abuse, rape, death, murder, killing, strangulation, beating, abuse, whatsoever. What the fuck? You know what I mean? My point is made.
No, but that's not the point. What you just said is like literally what I've been trying to drill home is the aspect of we have all these horrible things that have happened to women for generational, which was awful. I think women needed all those movements and all the rights that we have now. But now we're at a point where we're equals and we're still like fighting this war instead of just letting it die. I feel like that's our problem. We keep wanting to relive history instead of once we've solved a problem, just letting it be solved. We still want to live in this hatred mindset.
Well, okay, so you want to solve the problem. So you think that women and girls, they don't want to solve the problem and they just want to live in a mindset of hatred.
No, I think the problem has been solved. I think we have the right to vote. I think we can have a bank account. We can have jobs. Sure. We can do all the things that men can do, and yet we're still fighting on these issues.
We finally identified the crux of the problem. Okay, we finally identified it. The crux of the dilemma that you and I are facing here are that you think the problem has been solved. And we don't live in a society in which is oppressive towards women. That is exactly why you hold the position you do, and that's exactly why I hold the position I do, okay? Because you and me have both agreed that, like, clearly it's, like, incorrect when women just, like, actually hate all men merely because they're men, okay? We've agreed that, like, clearly, okay, it's, like, incorrect when women, like genuinely, okay, think that, like, every man ever is the devil, genuinely because they're men. And the thing that we disagree on is how much we care about women that will say men are pigs. You care a lot because you think that women has no good reason to say that men are pigs, rooted within the fact that you don't think that misogyny is a prevalent societal issue today. And the fact that I can understand how many women and girls in society, okay, will say that men are pigs because they observe, okay, the disproportionate level of inequity and oppression that women and girls face in society today. Clearly, that's the issue here. So, no, you are wrong when you say that the problem has been solved. The problem has not been solved whatsoever. Sexism and misogyny are very real, are very alive, and are very much so experienced by women and girls every single day in this country. I mean, right now I think that we're witnessing a really good example of that sexism and misogyny. Okay? Rain.org, 2% of rapists go to jail. Okay? Men, 95% of rapists. The government, refusing to release the Epstein files in accordance with Congress and federal law, concealing the identities of rapists, concealing the identities of predators, concealing the identities of child molesters, all in an attempt to serve to whom? The rich and powerful men who took advantage of them. And what we see downstream of electing a rapist of a woman into a position of power, the office of the presidency, and how that affects the social cohesion and understanding of the fact that when you rape somebody, you're denied access to opportunity. When you rape somebody, you can't get a position of power. And now men think that maybe they might be able to go out and rape a woman. And even if that woman holds them accountable in the court of law, no other men are going to believe them, and they're still going to be able to work their way up the corporate ladder. That is an example of how the patriarchy is still very real and alive, and how women and girls experience misogyny every single day of their lives.
I don't think misogyny is like that type of aspect, though. I don't think that has to do with like a woman's right issue. I feel like there's just horrible people in the world. Yep, I don't even know how else to explain that. But I don't think it's this deeply rooted issue. I think right now we have a president that could create it to be a bigger problem, and I do agree that he should be removed from office and that he should be held accountable for his actions. But I think if it wasn't for him right now and all of the things going on right now, I don't think we would be sitting here being like having this conversation of misogyny being this horrible thing in the world. I think there would be little bits of it, but I think it's so mainstream now because of what's going on with the president.
Okay, and that's the other issue, right? You don't think that we'd be talking about how horrible misogyny is, like, if it wasn't for Trump.
No, I'm saying that I think the problem is being amplified. I don't think it's as big of a problem as we think it is, but we're amplifying it because of something Donald Trump did in the 90s that I think is horrible.
Then I just don't think that you get outside enough.
That's a fair point, and maybe I just don't know enough. But
I think that your worldview is shifted by those who you spend time with. Okay, and you've likely been subtly and indoctrinated into the view of internalized misogyny, and you don't think that a lot of misogynistic things are misogynistic, or B, okay, you don't see that misogyny on a day-by-day basis, and when you do see it, you ignore it, okay? Because I could run a live. Listen, here's what really like convinced me of just how big of an issue misogyny is in society. I could run a live asking, why are men superior to women? And I will have debates all day long. I could run a live asking, why shouldn't women be able to vote? And I will have debates all day long. I could run a live saying, why do you think men are better at leading than women? And I could have debates all day long. Like, do you want me to have one of those right now? Do you want me to show you just how sheltered you are? Because I can. I mean, like, there's so many people watching right now that like, clearly think that.
Honestly, I think that would be more of a beneficial live than you doing how do people still support Trump when clearly nobody does.
I think that both are beneficial because, yes, there are still millions of Americans that still do support Trump, or else we wouldn't see the GOP killing over like they do, supporting his every action. With the black sheep of the GOP, people like Thomas Massey, who oppose Donald Trump, who speak out against his concealment of the Epstein files, being ridiculed and outed as a rhino. There's still a significant amount of support that stands behind the presidential administration. These lives are important. We change minds on a daily basis. And I wish I could change yours too. Okay?
I mean, what changed my mind on what though?
Just how big of an issue misogyny is. Like, do you think that I'm telling the truth when I tell you that I could find maybe like a good 500 people watching this stream right now that think men are better at leading than women? Like,
men are better at leading than women?
Yes, that is a very popular and prevalent belief. So many people.
No, I mean, I don't disagree with you on that because I actually know so many people that think that and they always blame it on that, like women are emotional.
You know, that's that's an example of just how impactful misogyny is, right?
I mean, no, that's true. That is a fair point.
Right. You just said that you know so many people that genuinely. Let me point this out to you. You said that you know so many people that genuinely believe men are better at leading than women, right?
I didn't say I know so many. I said I do know of some people that think that.
Right.
But yes.
Now think about it this way. Okay. What's a good example for this? Okay. Could you agree that I mean, I'm just going to frame this as an if-then hypothetical because I don't want to open up a whole new can of worms here because I bet you hold very similar views on this subject as well.
Well, okay, hold on.
If there was multiple people in your life that like genuinely believed that white people were actually superior to black people, would you think that racism is a really big problem?
Yes. I don't need a handful of people to tell me.
You know that many people
Dean,
within your life genuinely believe
I just was responding
that
to your
men
question
are
and
better
you
at
muted
leading
me.
than women. Then you genuinely believe that misogyny is a really big problem.
No, not necessarily. But I get your point. What I'm trying to ask you a question. That's what I was just going to ask you. You were telling me before you went onto that comparison that I don't know if you used the word sheltered or my worldview is skewed. I don't know what you said there, and that could be true. My question was going to be, because I came on here to debate you, but I also came on here to learn things because I don't disagree. I very much grew up in a very red area and a very biased view that direction. And I try very wholeheartedly to have my own opinion and to separate it from there and actually develop my own opinion. So where do you go to figure out the things that are going on in society that are misogyny, that aren't mainstream about just Donald Trump?
For sure. I can answer that question after you answer mine because I do genuinely want a response to what I said.
About if
you said
200 people were telling me that.
So you said that if you knew people within your life, like multiple people that genuinely believed that white people were like legitimately superior to black people, that you would believe that racism is a really big problem. So therefore, because, all right, multiple people within your life that genuinely believe, okay, that men are legitimately better at leading than women, okay, you know that misogyny, okay, is widespread and very prevalent and very harmful.
Yes, I get that, but I feel like misogyny, from my definition, misogyny is hating women. And I don't consider that statement as a statement that hates women. I just think that's a differing opinion on what they think women are better at.
Okay, so you don't think it's misogynistic to think that men are better at leading than women?
No, I just think that's an opinion. I don't think that means they hate women. Misogyny means you hate a woman. And I don't think that means you hate women.
Yeah. Wow. I understand it all now. Yeah. If you don't think that misogyny is misogyny, then misogyny is not a problem.
Well, is that? But am I giving the incorrect definition of misogyny?
Yes,
Isn't that what
yes.
misogyny is?
A better definition of misogyny would be an unjustified prejudice against women.
Okay. So then, based on that definition, then yes, I would say that like misogyny is widespread if with the prejudice against women.
Okay.
But I guess something I struggle
because men holding unjust prejudice against women is really popular and widespread. Can you now just understand descriptively why some women are like men are pigs? Because a lot of men hold very unjustified prejudice.
Yeah,
against
prejudices.
them.
Oh, I completely agree. I've truly have always been like misogyny means men hate women. And so I've been like, we use the word misogyny way too much because I don't think it's a hatred. I think it's just a differing of opinions. But if you use it on as a prejudice, I guess that's different. But I also think a lot of people's, oh, you're gone.
I'm back, sorry. My cat was just
No, you're
trying to
good.
drink my tea. I don't know if it's safe for her. Go ahead.
I don't even know. I lost my point. I'm so sorry. A lot of men's point when they say women wouldn't be good at leading is their point of that women are too emotional.
Okay, well, that's
And
not true.
women, that's not true. That's not like a main point that men use against women not being good leaders, is that they're too emotional.
Oh, I'm saying that women are not more emotional than men. I do agree.
No,
that's one of the main
that I
points
wasn't
used to drive
questioning you on that.
position.
I was stating that the standing opinion of most men who
that's
say
that's
that women
very,
wouldn't be good leaders.
that is a very prevalent argument that misogynistic men will use in an attempt to justify that men are better at leading.
That
Yes.
women are too emotional.
Yes,
now,
that's a
I
very
mean,
prevalent
at least,
reason why.
and maybe this is a wrong statement, but from the research that I've gathered and things that I've read in my life, that women tend to be more emotional when it comes to decision making. We make decisions based on our emotional standpoint more than men do.
I think the opposite's true.
You think men make more decisions on emotion?
Yes.
See, I think men make more decisions on the emotion of anger, but not any other emotion.
I disagree.
If they're going to make a decision based on emotion, the decision of emotion is usually anger. But I feel like other than that, men are more logical.
More logical than women.
Like
Do you want me to-
in decision making. I don't think they're more
why do you think
logical
this?
compared to
Why
women.
do you think this?
Just based on like my own lived experiences and like conversations I have with other women, when they say something, it's their opinion on something, it's usually rooted in some sort of feeling or emotion based on something and not a fact.
For sure. Can I tell you why I disagree?
But I don't think that makes them a bad leader is my point. I'm not trying to say that like
Can I
women
tell you why I
wouldn't be good
disagree?
leaders. Yeah.
For sure. I think that men are significantly more likely to drive their their decision-making processes with emotion compared to women for a multiplicity of reasons. The first reason that I see is the fact that when we actually look at decisions that are driven by emotion, not rationale in society, men seem to dominate the fields. Okay, like violent crime, for
But isn't
instance,
it
is
usually-
emotionally
but
driven.
that's-
Just let me cook. Violent
But
crimes.
isn't that
for
an anger one though? Isn't that they're based on angry emotions?
So anger is emotion, which does help demonstrate that men are more likely to engage in decision-making processes driven by emotion. But I intend to give you a multifaceted argument that would require, like, you not interrupting me.
Go for it.
So, like, the first data point in which would demonstrate that men are more likely to engage in decision-making processes driven by emotion would, yes, be crime. Violent crime, men commit 92% of those. We also see the same thing to be true of self-unaliving. Self-unaliving is a very emotional thing, not too rational. Men commit 72% of self-unalivings. And then just like generally dealing with your emotions in a mature way, men fail at dramatically in comparison to women. Women are significantly more likely to go to therapy when dealing with negative emotions in comparison to men. Meanwhile, men are significantly more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with those unprocessed emotions compared to women, demonstrating that maybe women are a little bit better at rationally dealing with their emotions or using rationale over emotion in their decision-making processes. And the next data point to also demonstrate that this point is true. I'm sorry, Mom was just being really cute. Oh, you're such a cute. She's such a cute kitty. Would fall down to the fact that women have higher EQ scores on average. So what we just talked about were like the empirical outcomes of women being like able to make decisions with more rationale compared to emotion. But the reason why is the fact that women have higher EQs on average, which would be the emotional intelligence quota, which would generally dictate one's ability to navigate the world around them with rationality compared to emotion, or to rationally express their emotions. That's a big one. And we also understand the reason why is evolution gave women thicker dendrites in their neuroanatomy, which gives women a better ability to deal with their stress and pain when compared to men. The reason why evolution gave this ability to them is because of women's ability to give birth to children. Not saying that women have to give birth to kids, just simply denoting that because they can give birth to kids,
it's a biological
they're better equipped
standpoint,
to deal with stress and pain. And we also see that in school. Of course, school can be a high stress, high pressure environment. Maybe for that reason, women get higher grades on average compared to men, and they get more degrees on average compared to men. And in career fields that hinge on one's ability to properly deal with stress and emotion, particularly stress, like surgeons, for instance, although women only account for 15% of surgeons, meanwhile men account for 75%, if you're operated on by a woman in comparison to a man, you're significantly less likely to die as an outcome of your surgery, and you're just generally significantly less likely to experience any negative postoperative outcome. And my source for that claim would be the American Medical Association, who did a study on 1.1 million patients worldwide in 6 continents over 14 years.
Wow. That is interesting. But I think that all has to do with the fact that women are known our whole lives that we're emotional beings and are taught to monitor our emotions, where men are taught to quote unquote be men and suck it up. And that's why they have more emotional health issues and have higher suicide rates, because they don't know how to handle their own emotions.
And who set that system up?
Men.
Yes.
Men taught themselves to not be emotional and told themselves to not have emotions.
Which demonstrates what? An emotionally driven decision process.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's I feel like that's not an emotionally driven process. It's you're
certainly not a rational
suppressing
one.
Your emotion. It's not rational, but you're suppressing your emotions.
I would argue that that's an emotionally driven thought process, for the same reason I'd argue that misogyny is an emotionally driven thought process, an unfounded bias or a pre-assumption about one predicated on their gender or sex with no grounds in reality, reason, or fact.
Repeat that last point again, what you just said.
I'd argue that that's an emotional thought process, for the same reason misogyny is an emotional thought process. It is an unjust prejudice against somebody because of their sex or gender, predicated on no good reason or fact. I mean, like, that's just like, I don't know. I think that like prejudice or assumptions on of individuals for
is
no
an
reason
emotionally
driven. Yeah,
got it. Okay.
Driven.
That makes sense.
It's all it's like the emotion there would be like the puffed chest emotion, whatever emotion that is. I don't know which one it is.
I guess, yeah, I agree with you then. I guess I get what you're saying. I've just never thought of that as like an emotion, but I do get, especially when you're like the puffed chest thing. Yes, I agree with that.
We've made it very far. This has been a productive conversation somehow.
Well, I would hope so. I said I don't want to be somebody that's unrational, unreasonable like a lot of your guests are. I watch you quite often and try to learn from you. My whole point in coming on here was just to say that, like, I don't know where we move forward as a society, because I just think everybody is always at each other's throats, and there's no compromise. There's no middle ground. Everybody's like my way or the highway.
Okay, well, I think that this is going to be the last thing I say to you. I agree that there is a lot more of those my ways or the highways, maybe today than there was 10 years ago in politics. But I think it makes sense why, because of how radical and extreme, for the most part, the right has gotten in the last 10 years. It truly is my way or the highway when it's either we respect human rights or we don't respect human rights. It truly is my way or the highway when it's fact or fiction. It truly is my way or the highway where do we support somebody that's raped a woman, or do we not support somebody that's raped a woman? Do we support somebody that's given full complete presidential pardons to 174 people that were convicted of violent assault on cops, not to mention the domestic terrorist? Sure, it is my way or the highway. Like, it's either fact or fiction. It's either reasonability or insanity on a lot of these topics that are now being demonstrated by Trump and his administration. I'm going to move on to the next guest, though. You've been up here for a while. I appreciate you for coming up.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that does support Donald J. Trump as president. I had Momo up here and I was petting her, but oh my goodness, she shed so much hair. So now I just have the hair all over me. It's in my nose, it's on my phone, it's on my lap. Holy cow. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in here. Hey, Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Luna. Luna with a 24 euros says, in months of listening to Dean's stream, the worst factual criticism of Kamala Harris I've heard is 1, she slept her way to the top. 2, she twerked. And 3, she just tagged along Biden. They rather take Trump's BS. That's how strong misogyny is. No, I think that's a really good point to laugh. You know, like people, I think that's a really good point to make, because people will legitimately argue that a woman's laugh, for instance, is worse than fascism. Yeah. Or basically accuse her of sleeping her way to the top. It's very prevalent. Thank you so much for the $24, Luna. And then same thing to you, Omega Star. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Luna, thank you so much for the 60 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Okay. Thank you so very much, you guys. Give me 1 second, man. I really appreciate you both, Omega Star and Luna. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Luna with the 60 euros. Let's get 600. Luna W says, feminism is so misunderstood. Caller speaks of hyperdependence. Men and women are not equal. They're equally worthy and valuable for society. Many mistake feminism as against men and gender competition. All we want is equal appreciation and opportunities for everyone. Really good point, Luna. Thank you so much for the 60 euros. And then Omega Star with the 50 says, I don't need a man. Appreciate you so much for that love, Omega. Show some love to Omega. Show some love to Luna. Appreciate y'all so much. Same thing over on Venmo. Catherine, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Says, as a therapist, I appreciate your spot-on description of emotionally driven decisions. Prejudice is absolutely emotionally driven, and the behavior response to that emotion is discrimination. Please keep doing what you do. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Good to know I'm telling the truth up here, right? Catherine, thank you for the $10. Who says, my cat Franklin thinks Momo's cute and wanted to know if she's single. Yo, tell Franklin to lay off. Men really are pigs, huh? And then Christiane, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Christiane. Christiane with the $50 on Venmo. Show some love to Christiane down below. Is telling me to support Tallarico for the Senate seat in the primaries over Crockett. You see, here's the thing, Christiane. I'm not going to lie. I'm loving the race down there in Texas, because from my perspective, they're both great candidates. Crockett is great. Tallarico's great. I think that I have a bias towards Tallarico because, oh my God, he doesn't take money from PACs, and he says we need to get money out of politics. It's just like, I love it when people in politics say that. But it's not like the Kamala Harris versus Trump, or the Trump versus Biden, or the Trump versus Hillary, where it's good or evil. It's really not, because they're both two great politicians, and it's so refreshing to see two very qualified, amazing politicians running against one another. But thank you so much for the $50. Natasha, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And then Lauren, thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Laura. And then Carrie, thank you so much for the $10, who says, Dean, thank you for sticking up for women's rights. It's so sad to see sexism from any woman, but sadly it's so prevalent. I see it at my job all the time, hearing this woman say somehow men are being mistreated as well, right? Thank you so much for the $10. And then Karen, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $10. And Katie, thank you so much for the $10. There's a handful of y'all that I still have to thank. I'm not going to lie. You guys were very kind when I was talking to that last guest. So thank you guys so much for the love. But I don't want to be like making this guest or y'all wait too long. So I'm just going to kind of break thinking the donos up into segments here. Let's go ahead and ask this guest if they support Trump. Are you MAGA?
What?
Are you MAGA?
What is MAGA?
Trump supporter?
Nope.
Okay. Well, we're just looking to talk to MAGA. Sorry I made you wait for so long. All right, moving on to the next guest. Only hop in that queue if you support Trump, please, and thank you. Hi, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
How old are you?
34.
34. What year were you born in?
1992, January 3rd.
Okay, and what time is it?
Currently 5:36.
Okay. All right. Why do you support Trump? Wait, did you say 5:36? Out of curiosity, what state are you in?
I'm in the West Coast.
Oh.
Out in Utah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if anybody in Utah would consider the Utah to be West Coast. A nice try. Nice try.
I can show
but
you
wait,
my-
this is like coming from the movie the what is it? The Inglourious Bastards, where like the Nazi soldier or the guy pretending to be a Nazi soldier goes to do the 3 and he does like this instead of like that. Like
I can show you my license plate.
Utah, West Coast. Okay, all right. How about this? What's the capital of Utah?
Salt Lake City.
Okay, all right. You may have me convinced here. Okay, one last question, and you'll really get me. What comprises the majority of Utah?
What do you mean?
Well, I guess that is a pretty vague question. The answer to the question is deserts, but whatever. I believe you. Tell us why do you support Trump?
Well, not really deserts, because I mean the Bonneville Flats is not really a desert if you kind of think where the pronghorn sheep, but that's not really a desert. But I mean, it's whatever you want to say. But yeah, I support Trump.
Okay,
I
actually,
think
one last question. Okay, this will be a good one. Who's Joseph Smith?
Mormon president. Church of Latter-day Saints, if you must.
Whatever. Okay, just tell us why you're a Trump supporter.
I don't know why you don't believe me. I don't know why you're trying to quiz me so hard.
Because you have a
something that
British
I
accent. I'm grilling you hard.
Okay, well, I mean, people can have British accents and still be citizens when they move away
No,
from
they
their
absolutely can. They
town.
absolutely can. You could absolutely have a British accent and be an American citizen. But on this radio show, for every 100 people who call in with a British accent, maybe one of them is actually an American citizen. But take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. And I guess I know you said Mormon president, but whatever, close enough. Go ahead.
Well, or you can say the Mormon leader, whatever you want to say. I mean, still Mormon. He's hierarchy. I guess the president right now is President M. Nelson, but it's actually whatever you want to say. Yeah, I support Trump because he supports his people. He is great at what he does. Very fair, very just. A lot of people that decide to say, "Oh, he's a rapist," this, that, the other, straight up, but just talking out of their ass, more or less. And yeah, that's about it. You know, everyone should be forgiven for their actions, and that's how I look at it.
Oh my God. Okay, you just went from like really stupid to like and harmful to like really stupid and like very, very harmful. So you think that people are talking out of their ass when they talk about how Trump's a rapist, not because you don't think he's a rapist, but rather because you think we should forgive him for raping that woman.
No, and also he wasn't really convicted of it. So I mean,
but which one is it?
Like a lot of,
if he actually, if you knew for certain, if he knew for certain that he like raped Eugene Carroll, would you still be sitting here saying that we should forgive him for that?
Say that one more time.
If you knew that he raped Eugene Carroll, would you be sitting here saying that we should forgive him for that?
I mean, you know, there's sometimes things that open up. Things are always misconstrued. A lot of the times, females' points aren't taken as as important as it should be because quote unquote they're females, and so sometimes a lot of females that fight a lot for what they think is right, more or less, you know, a lot of people start to listen to them, and then, you know, they start the whole pity claim, and then, you know, you start saying, okay, I guess I'm going to side with her for this, that, the other. A lot of times too, when they get groups behind them, like a lot of feminists, and I agree with the last gal that was up here saying that a lot of times when one woman says something, a whole bunch of women will jump on the bandwagon and say, let's support him. Fuck that, man.
I bet you agree with that last guess 100%. I hope that last guest is still.
I hope that. Great.
I hope that this that last guest was still watching, because now you're just proving my point even more. We have a man on the live saying that they don't believe Trump raped Eugene Carroll, not because the evidence submitted in the case was insufficient, not because the jury of 9 got it wrong, but rather because the victim was a woman and women lie. Get the fuck out of here.
Yes, that is true though.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Women literally do lie.
Fucking insane. Fucking insane. Dude, unreal. Okay, sure. People can lie. But guess what? Only around 6 to 7% of rape allegations are ever demonstrated to be false. And those are the allegations that don't make it to court. The ones that do make it to court, it drops to around 1 to 2% of allegations. And on top of that, when we look at the evidence that was submitted inside of the Trump v. Eugene Carroll court case, it becomes clear that it is evidently the case that what she said is true. He did rape her, and that's an undeniable fact predicated on the evidence in the case, his own contradictions in his testimony, and his character priors from from laughing about the sexual exploitation that of women and girls, to being best friends with Epstein, knowing that he was sex trafficking minors, to hitting on a 10-year-old girl, to hitting on his own daughter, okay, to saying that he could just grab women by the P word, which is exactly what the jury in this court case ruled he did to her. And yeah, so ultimately when you respond to my basis of facts, reason, and evidence by saying women lie, I'm not prone to take you too seriously, and I'm actually prone to classify you as one of the misogynistic pigs that women are talking about when they say they hate us. So fuck you for that.
Okay, so what about... Okay, so let's say now I call the cops because... Oh, sorry. My quote-unquote wife will call the cops because... you know, there's a domestic dispute going on, domestic quote-unquote violence, whatever you want to
Let's say you actually respond to the evidence that proves Donald Trump raped Eve Carroll.
Because, Dean, you know one thing I've noticed you do, you always like to talk over people and make the claim much more vulgar than it actually is when we're just trying to be superficial. You try to dig deep and make it so dirty, so vulgar, so that the guest will be trying to concede on a point that you're making, which is very false. It's not very consistent to what you're trying to debate, first and foremost.
I would argue that raping women
now
is
let me
pretty
finish
vulgar.
my point that I'm trying to make. Okay, let me finish my point that I'm trying to make. You know, if a female was the one to call the cops for a DV case that's going on, why is it that the man is taken immediately? Because the police look at it that the man is the strongest person and is capable to do more harm than a woman can do, quote unquote, when really that's not the case. And then they go to court about it, and one bruise, that probably because she hit her hand on a microwave or something, they prove that and say, oh yeah, look what he did to me, and then the man's convicted on a case of DV for no reason. That's exactly how it goes. This is exactly what could have happened in Trump's case. On top of that too, Trump is just human. You say grab him by the pussy was something in which he said he's a man, he just spoke freely. You know, it's what it is. But a lot of people, because he's in power, they expect him to hold a sense of decorum when really he's just human. Why can't he just, you know, be human and banter about?
Okay. So I'm going to go front to back. So first and foremost, thank you so much for demonstrating your lack of education on rape statistics and how many rapists are held accountable. We'll get onto that. But firstly, the law, because you said, why is it when a woman calls the cops, tells the cops that her husband abused her, that the cops will show up and put the man in cuffs? That's because the Supreme Court has ruled that a police report from an identified reporter or victim is probable cause to make a detention for the investigation of a crime. That has nothing to do with women. That has nothing to do with men. That has to do with the fact that our Supreme Court has interpreted the Constitution
women are emotionally unstable.
That probable cause for a detention to be made can be a report filed by an identified person or victim. So that has nothing to fucking do with the point that you're trying to make. That is standard procedure. It doesn't matter if it's about DV or a fucking traffic violation. Like literally, just earlier today, I was going through a roundabout. I had some car cut me off. Slam on their brakes, get out of the car and wave their fist at me. I'm like, fuck you. Okay. You deserve a mild inconvenience because of that. So I called the cops and I told them, and in response, they turned around and gave them a goddamn ticket following the lawful detention that they made of that person because I reported it and gave my identity. That is probable cause in the eyes of LEOs and in the eyes of the law to detain somebody, put them in cuffs for the investigation of a crime. So don't sit here and say, oh, why is it that a woman could call the cops, say her husband abused her, then the cops put him in cuffs? Maybe because that's how police investigations work, you fucking idiots. Now, to move on to the second point, the most vulgar point. This one was unreal. You said, oh, why do so many people take an issue, okay, with Donald Trump saying that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first? It's just human. Well, maybe because it's fucking putrid. Hello? Maybe because it is actually wrong to grab women by their vaginas without getting consent. And you're saying it's just human? You know what I hear? Okay, let me tell you what I'm just gonna, keep it kind of dry for you. When I hear somebody say it's okay to say that you want to grab women by their vaginas without asking first, it's human to grab women by their vaginas without asking first. You know what I hear? Listen, I have grabbed a woman by their vagina without asking first. And a condemnation of Donald Trump's sexual abuse, okay, would be a reflection of either what you've done or the values in which you hold. But I'll make it clear, I'm not accusing you of anything, just pointing out the evident red flags that undeniably exist.
So to the 18.2K and more that might be on different platforms, I literally just said Dean likes to twist people's words to try and make them think that they said something wrong when they really didn't. What you did to the last guest as well when she was trying to talk, you made her think that she said shit that she didn't actually say. Again, all I was saying, it's a euphemism in which he was using. I did not say it's okay for him to do that. I didn't say that should be the case. And then you try to turn around and say, oh, I think you have done that. Bullshit. That is just inappropriate. That's disrespectful. And it takes away the dignity of one's person. Why on earth do you think that would be okay, first and foremost? And like I was saying, it's just a euphemism in which he was talking, you know? He didn't mean it in any way, shape, or form that, oh, let's go grab a girl by the vagina. Like, are you serious, bro?
Okay, it's funny that you're accusing me of taking what you said and twisting it into making you look like a bad person, and then you go on to take what I said and you twisted it to make me look like a bad person. I literally said, and I quote,
I used your words.
I literally said, and I quote, okay, I want to make it clear I'm not accusing you of anything, I'm just pointing out the evident red flags that clearly exist. And then you said in response, oh, you accused me of SA. Brother, I literally said, I'm not accusing you of SA. I'm pointing out the undeniable red flags that evidently exist. Now back to what I was saying in response to what you were saying before you interrupted me after I didn't interrupt you, which is, by the way, very rude. Thank you very much. Okay, you said that you don't get the outrage over what Trump said because it's human. Don't deny it. If you're going to say some bullshit, stand 10 toes down and accept the ridicule. What I hate most is when people join this live stream, say some crazy shit, and then act like they didn't. You did absolutely and undeniably say that you don't get why people are so outraged by him saying that he could just grab a woman by their vagina without asking first because it's human. That is what you said.
Okay, so then, in that case, then, seeing as the leftists like to believe that this is okay and whatnot, putting a transgender person in their affirming bathroom, isn't that wrong?
Well, I mean, you actually think that
is
it's
it
wrong for
yes
trans
or no?
women.
Is it wrong? Yes or no?
No,
is
I don't think
yes
that it's
no,
wrong for trans women to take a piss. And if you want to make a comparison between Donald Trump sexually exploiting women and girls at Miss Teen USA by walking into their dressing rooms and looking at them naked, which, by the way, is a
but
topic.
Isn't that what transgender women are trying to do?
Well, maybe if you let me finish speaking, I'd happily get there.
Dean Withers.
Well, maybe if you let me speak, and I'd happily get there. I could only say so much in 10 seconds, I swear.
Go ahead, say what you was going to say.
Thank you. No, I don't think that there's any issue with trans women using the women's restroom. And in fact, if you are comparing trans women to using the women's restroom to Donald Trump sexually exploiting women and girls that were naked at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, then you were the one that has to stand 10 toes down on arguing that you agree and that there's no issue with trans women walking into the women's restroom and taking a piss, because you're sitting here saying this man who did sexually exploit the women and girls at the beauty pageant contestants did nothing wrong, was only human, and should be the most powerful man alive.
So I didn't. Of course, how do you know exactly what went on without people coming out? And
exactly, bro. You don't even know what to say. So you're the one that made the comparison. Now you got to defend it since you defend Trump.
Inside women's restrooms, there are no cameras, sir. It is a private place for them to do their business. Not only do females go into restrooms just to use the toilet, they're going to change their period pads. They're going to do so much more than just take a piss or take a shit. So why would you allow a man to go in there and be a perverted piece of shit and look at women, even kids in that sense, and think that it's okay?
Well, exactly. You just hit the head on the nail. The issue with the conversation surrounding, okay, how should we segregate restrooms? Should we do it on the basis of sex or gender identity? Falls down to under which framework would men have the easiest time going into the women's restroom and preying on the women and girls? Nothing to do with trans women. Thank you so much for proving the point I've been screaming from the top of the towers for the last 3 years. And listen, the reason why I think that the restroom should be segregated on the basis of gender identity, not sex, is clear, okay? It's because trans men are biological females. So if you want to segregate restrooms on the predication of males and females, then you're saying trans men should be going into the women's restroom. There is a very big issue with that. The issue with that is that trans men can be just as masculine presenting or even more masculine presenting than the average cis man. So in other words, if we segregate restrooms on the basis of biological sex, then you're saying people that look just like or more masculine than cis men should be able to go into the women's restroom, compared to gender identity, where trans women are significantly less masculine presenting on average compared to trans men, where the door wouldn't be open as wide to cis men taking advantage of the way that the restrooms are segregated to walk into the space and abuse women and girls. Now, I think that the Trump supporter always loses the debate when we go from talking about how Donald Trump has engaged in violent sexual crimes to trans women. Because what that tells me is what the GOP has been telling me for years now, that if we just distract from the commotion by mentioning trans people, if we distract from Donald Trump's crimes by mentioning trans people, if we distract from the corruption and Epstein files and destruction of the economy and our transatlantic partnerships by mentioning trans people, that will still be able to keep people on board with the movement. You actually brought up trans people as a clear deflection away from me giving you an irrefutable argument for the conclusion that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. So either tell me exactly how trans people are relevant to a conversation insofar as why you were wrong when you posited that Trump didn't rape E. Jean Carroll, or concede that you are using a conversation about trans people as a deflection away from the fact that the president is a rapist.
So the analogy was made because, like you were saying, you were trying to say that Trump is this, that, the other because he raped Eugene Carroll. And I'm trying to let you know that this sort of behavior can go on, by many people, but because they identify as X, Y, and Z, nothing is done about it. Let's say in this case, Trump was like, you know what, I'm a transgender woman now. I can go ahead and look at Eugene Carroll how I want. Is that wrong?
If a trans woman rapes somebody, it's still wrong, idiot. So let me get this clear. From your perspective...
Okay, you didn't answer my question, but it's okay. Carry on.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. But anyway, carry on.
How much money do you want to bet?
How much money do you have, Dean?
As much as you want to bet.
What are you doing?
As much as you want to bet. Yes, want to bet $10,000 that I didn't answer your question?
Yeah.
I'm getting rich tonight. Holy fuck. Sex is clear. Okay? It's because trans on the predication there's this mainstream that if we jack the reflection of that Donald Trump conversation.
Like you were saying, you were trying to say that Trump is this, that, the other because he raped Eugene Carroll. And I'm trying to let you know that this sort of behavior can go on, by many people, but because they identify as X, Y, and Z, nothing is done about it. Let's say in this case, Trump was like, you know what, I'm a transgender woman now. I can go ahead and look at Eugene Carroll how I want. Is that wrong?
If a trans woman rapes somebody, it's still wrong, idiot. So let me get this clear. You owe me 10 bands, thank you.
Okay, again, I said look at, and you're going ahead and
what did Trump
change
do to
it to say
Eugene
rape.
Carroll?
But
Wait. What did Trump do to Eugene Carroll?
He had sexual relations with her.
He raped her.
But at that time, I bet you she didn't agree.
Wait. There's no fucking shit. No fucking shit. I'd assume that you meant to say rape because that's what the story is. 10 bands. Right? Like, you clearly misspoke there. Right? You meant to say rape. I knew that. So I answered the question.
It's just like in the Epstein files. A lot of people that were in the Epstein files, they made money. They were on the island. They made a lot of money. But
So
then
you're
they
gonna
made
pay
a
me my
lot more
10
money
bands?
when they went ahead and when they turned around and then went ahead and went on that Netflix documentary and made more money to go against what was actually happening. Although they were found on the files. This is exactly what it is. People turn on each other just so. Oh, of course you're not listening, Dean, because you don't want to listen. That is what it is, Dean. You don't want to listen. And the fact that you don't want to listen makes it just, you're not willing to have an honest discussion about anything, Dean Withers.
I mean, I think I'd argue that the only person that's not willing to have an honest discussion here is you, because when I was spacing out for the 3 seconds,
and you
for sure,
just
I'll
don't
tell you
listen.
exactly how.
You literally just said you're spacing out. You didn't hear what I'm saying.
Can I tell you why I was spacing out? I'll tell you why I was spacing out, and this actually proves that I'm here for good discourse. Because I was thinking about demanding that you pay me my $10,000, but then I thought, well, I mean, technically he did say in the question, what if Trump looked at E. Jean Carroll instead of what if Trump raped her? And you misspoke because the story isn't that Donald Trump looked at her. The story is that Donald Trump raped her. But I was thinking about like not demanding the $10,000 from you since you technically said looked. Right?
Okay, so
even though you
10K.
misspoke.
Give me my 10K then.
No, because you misspoke. I answered the question you meant to ask.
All right, so there we go. So now,
why would I give you $10,000 for answering the question
now
you meant to
you're
ask?
the one that's being disrespectful and
No, why would I give you $10,000 for answering the question that you meant to ask because you misspoke?
Dean with this. Let me say this to you.
Wait, answer that genuinely.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Why would I give you $10,000 for answering the question you meant to ask because you misspoke?
I didn't misspeak. I literally said because he looks like it was actually going to be a lead on to something else.
Wait, why did you use E. Jean Carroll then?
There we go again.
Because you're saying like, if Trump was a trans woman, would it still have been wrong for him to look at her?
Mr. Dean Withers,
what happened? He didn't look at her. He raped her in a dressing room.
Mr. Withers, the more you cut people off when they're trying to talk and make a point shows how much you're not willing to engage in a proper conversation.
Well, I mean, I think that what you just said, demonstrates that you don't know shit about shit.
You're cutting me off.
You don't even know what like the court determined Donald Trump did to E. Jean Carroll.
You're cutting me off. How is this fair, Mr. Withers? You talk to other people. Yeah. Oh, you cut me off. You won't let me speak. Let me know when it's my turn to speak. When you are doing the exact same shit right now.
Well, the thing is why should I care about you impermissing me to interrupt you if you don't care about E. Jean Carroll impermissing Trump to have sex with her? And instead of I mean, literally, you just sat here and said less than 2 minutes ago that Trump had sexual relations with E. Jean Carroll after shoving her into a changing room, ripping her pants off, and forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers. I'll care about your consent once you start caring about the consent of women and girls. And I actually want you to answer that question about E. Jean Carroll because you're still disputing the outcome of that court case. And I think it's time that we stop dancing around the point here. Let's get down to the meat on the bone. Okay? Time to put the pedal in the metal, Mr. Crazy Man. So answer the question.
You can call me Mr. Westergaard, or you can call me Ronald. But
why do you dispute the outcome of the jury of 9 that agreed Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll?
Because the facts that were given into court, yes, of course, they prove knowledge, intent, and control, but at the same time, things can be misconstrued. This is, That's what you prove in court in order to get a conviction, sir. Do you not know that?
I thought you said that they did prove intent. And
no, I said that in court you would need to.
Not for all crimes.
Mr. Withers, cutting me off again. Here we go again to the 16.6 hit. Oh, your viewers have gone down on TikTok, by the way. Maybe because they understand that you're disingenuous and lying about shit all the time. Okay, but anyway, it's the 16.5K that are in here.
This guy's crazy.
Mr. Withers keeps cutting me off again and again. He's being very disingenuous.
I'll give you the mic for as long as you want, as long as you could tell us why you disagree with the jury in the E. Jean Carroll case. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I say, so court would need to prove knowledge, intent, control, and if somebody's able to go ahead and prove that upon facts that aren't what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with the C. I guess undisputed facts. If they're not able to argue based on those, then of course the opposing party that's trying to get the verdict in their defense will of course take the win in that case. So sometimes that's why people think that the courts are unjust and whatnot. It depends on the law in which you get and how you can fight. But regardless of the nature, they look at the history too. They look at the charges against Trump, most likely to say, oh, well, if he was charged with this, maybe that is right. Maybe that's true. And again, juries have their own preconceived ideas about things put together and then go
Dude's just talking.
How am I just talking? I'm talking. Okay. No, listen, Mr. Withers, I'm talking. Mr. Withers.
Dude's just chatting. I asked you why you disagree with the outcome of the Trump v. E. Jean Carroll court case. And what the fuck did we just hear? Let's roll the clip back.
Mr. Withers, you're just listening to respond. You're not listening to understand. See, that's trying to, get the verdict in their defense will of course take the win in that case. So sometimes that's
what the fuck, dude. Tell us why you think the jury was wrong when they ruled Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Again, like I say, juries have their own preconceived ideas about things that they believe is right and wrong, and they go based off their morals and when making judgments. That's kind of how it goes, Mr. Withers. I'm not sure if you understand
so
that.
just to clarify,
this is why a lot of people prefer.
How about
Mr.
this?
Withers,
can I talk now? When do I get to talk?
When I'm finished talking, literally, when I'm finished talking, you will hear a long pause, and that's when I'm done talking.
Sounds good. Just remember, the question is, why do you think the jury got it wrong when they ruled that Donald Trump was a rapist?
Again, Mr. Withers, I can't talk about or to somebody's conscience without actually knowing the person. Even still, if I know the person, things can change. People change, right? Again, it's an own preconceived idea that they make their judgment based off of following their morals and what they think is right. It's subjective to each person, and because of that, that is what they go based off of. Okay.
So your argument is that they got it wrong because they didn't go based on the evidence.
Yes, more or less.
Because you'd argue if they did go based upon the evidence, it was insufficient to prove that he raped her.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay, name one piece of evidence in the case.
That he stuffed his fingers in him. Let's go ahead. Was there DNA found?
No, that wasn't a piece of evidence in the case.
Did we find DNA?
No. That was the claim that they wanted to give evidence for. So what was the evidence for that claim that convinced the jury of 9 to rule his guilt?
The testimony of Eugene Carroll.
I've already told you about the testimony of Eugene Carroll. Tell me something that I haven't told you already. What is a piece of evidence submitted inside of that court case that I haven't already told you about, that you know of, that you dispute as being insufficient?
Like I said, her testimony is evidence in and of itself.
But we've been talking about her testimony for the last 30 minutes.
Exactly.
Tell me a piece of evidence that I haven't told you already.
Dean,
was that the only?
Is what I'm bringing up.
So name one piece of evidence outside of Eugene Carroll's testimony that you dispute as being insufficient.
Mr. Withers, that is my one piece that I'm bringing
awesome.
up. And if you don't
now
like
I want you to name a
give
piece of evidence outside of her testimony, please.
No, how about let's return the question to you.
No, I want you to answer the question. I want you to answer the question. Because the thing is that I don't think that you can, because I think that you know nothing about the court case. I think the only reason why you said Eugene Carroll's testimony is because you know that the victim had to testify inside of that court of law. In fact, we've been talking about her testimony for the last 30 minutes, but in all reality, you don't know jack shit about the court case because you're sitting here on a TikTok live saying that you disagree with the evidence, but you don't know any of it outside of what we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes.
Mr. Withers, clearly I do. It's the fact that you like to keep talking over me.
So let's go bar for bar. I name a piece of evidence, then you name a piece of evidence. Okay, I'll start. Therapist notes from the 90s indicating that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. What's a piece of evidence?
I am not playing your silly game. I'm not.
You know how everyone is reading this? You don't know it.
I'm not playing your stupid game. We've been.
The only reason why you're calling it stupid is because you'd fail if you were to try. See, that's the issue. Okay, it is my turn to talk, and it is your time to listen because I've given you the goddamn spotlight for a minute too long.
You listen to respond. You listen to respond. That's the difference.
My God. I don't think you listen,
don't listen
or
to
respond.
understand.
So, can I please at this moment in time speak without you interrupting me, or do you want to play this game again?
Let me ask you one more thing, please, and then you can talk, okay? Mr. Withers, first and foremost, I'm going to repeat myself again. You like to listen to respond, you don't like to listen to understand.
This guy's so fucking stupid.
You literally just said that we spoke for 30 minutes about this case. How are we able to speak about 30 minutes about this case and me not know nothing?
Because I don't think that because I think your only ability that you have to speak on this case is to baselessly deny it because you're misogynist and you argue that women lie. Not because the evidence inside of the case that proved he raped her was insufficient. And in fact, I could hear your fucking mouse clicking right now trying to find a list of the evidence on Wikipedia.
No.
Sit down and shut up. You said that you'd allow me to speak, and now you're interrupting me when I'm less than 30 words in. Are you cool?
It's a pen, by the way, but go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so clearly you don't know the evidence inside of the court case, so let me enlighten you. So not only do we have the testimony of Eugene Carroll, but we also have the testimony of 7 people who testified to the fact that this is a story that she had told to them over the course of the last 23 years, providing corroboration for the original claim. And of course, other corroborating facts were the fact that she also supplied therapist notes from the 90s where she did indicate to a therapist that she was raped by Donald J. Trump. On top of that, we also have the inconsistencies and lies that were true of Donald Trump's testimony inside of the court case, like when he said he never met Eugene Carroll, so therefore how could he ever rape her? You didn't know that because earlier you said that he did have sexual relations with her, so obviously you haven't read the court case. In your line when you suggested that moments ago, okay, that was proven wrong because then Eugene Carroll responded to his testimony with a picture of the 2 people together, proving that to be a lie. He also said that he never do anything to her because she wasn't his type, but then under deposition, he confused a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, to be Eugene Carroll, once again, meaning that she was his type, proving him to have been guilty of a lie. The third big piece of evidence here would be the fact that E. Jean Carroll claimed that she had the dress that she was raped in by Trump and that it actually had his DNA in it. She submitted that dress to the court. Court determined that it did have male DNA in it, turned around, asked Trump for his DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress. Keep in mind, if he was telling the truth, if he was innocent, no way it would have been his. Okay, but then he refused to submit his DNA to the court, which gives us more reason to believe that he's guilty. And then on top of that, in my mind, the very most compelling piece of evidence in this whole equation would be his character priors to demonstrate that this is something he likely would have done. Like in 2005 when he said that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first. That's what the jury ruled. They ruled that he grabbed E. Jean Carroll by her vagina, I'm still speaking, without asking first. Or like the character prior also in 2005 of when he went on Howard Stern's radio show and he straight up told Howard Stern that he'd just sexually exploit the women and girls and he thought it's funny. That's something a rapist would do. He was best friends with Epstein, knowing what Epstein was doing. That's something a rapist would do. He was sending Epstein letters depicting the naked bodies of girls with the statements, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." That's something a rapist would do. He was hitting on 10-year-olds saying he'd be dating them in 10 years. That's something a rapist would do. He was hitting on his own daughter, agreed with Howard Stern, calling her hot piece of ass. That's something a rapist would do. Okay? I mean, he has 40 plus credible accusations, definitely something a rapist would have, plus being mentioned in the Epstein files 8 times, including 2 times by insanely credible 302 FBI witnesses, including one person who also sued Epstein for raping her, in which she won a settlement. So which would indicate an incredibly high likelihood that what she said about Donald Trump is true as well. So now that you know all of the evidence from what E. Jean Carroll directly submitted into the case, to Donald Trump's own inconsistencies and lies within the case, to his character priors, I don't see how you could simply sit here and tell me that, well, guess what? It's all a sham. The jury was wrong and she's not a victim because she's a woman and women lie.
So Bishop Withers, like I've said, you literally just said, I said that they're looking at his character beforehand. They're not taking things into consideration. That's what he said, right? And so this is exactly how the jury is now turned to believe, oh, you know what? He's a nasty man. And it's the females behind it too that stand up and say, you know what? Let me think with my emotions. I fucking hate that man. That's the kind of shit that we're looking at, Mr. Withers.
Okay, so no response.
Right there. And on top of that too, I would like for
you just have like a corroboration of what I said. One second.
On top of
you just had a corroboration of what I said and then misogyny. Yo, check this out. You just said that it actually doesn't indicate a higher likelihood that Donald Trump is guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll per his prior admission of engaging in sexual violence beforehand. So let me ask you a question. We have 2 people. We're investigating them for the theft of a vehicle. The first person has stolen a vehicle before. The second person is some nice old grandma that has no criminal record from the day she was born. Would you agree that person 1 is at a higher likelihood to be guilty of this crime compared to person 2?
Okay, yes, I would agree with that, but at the same time, we would have to do a further investigation as to decipher who is right and who is wrong in this case.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for conceding.
Who didn't do the crime.
Thank you for conceding.
On top of that, too,
thank you so much
how
for
is that
conceding.
A concession, Dean?
Because you conceded that the fact that he's engaged in sexual violence before would indicate a higher likelihood of him being guilty of the rape of E. Jean Carroll, which is exactly why I brought that up and exactly why I made that
but that
point.
is wrong, Dean. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That is wrong. That's what
you
I'm
actually
trying
just
to tell
conceded
you.
that it was right.
But no, I said it. Looking at it from at a superficial level, you would say, okay, because he's done this before, yeah, he's more likely to do it. However, what do we have definitively that says, boom, it was you? We'd have to go ahead and look at
the culmination of the evidence in which I granted you that you can't respond to, and you have no argument, so you're gagged.
Go ahead and actually say, yes, you're wrong.
I gave you the insurmountable amount of evidence that you can't overcome, and then your only response is misogyny to say that females are emotional.
Bishop,
1 second.
Bishop,
I'm gonna have you calm down while I thank a couple donors for sending me money to cook you. Yo, Finn, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. You says, make it make sense, Mr. Withers. Goodness, your patience is gold. This guy's insane. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Finn. Show some love to Finn down below in that comment section for the $20 donation. Thank you so much for that love. And Jenna, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Jenna. That is so incredibly kind of you. Please do show some love to Jenna down below in that comment section, everybody. Thank you so very much for your kindness. Show some fucking love to Jenna down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge shout out to Jenna. Thank you so much for the love. Same thing over on Venmo. Thank you for another Jenna for the $20. Let's show some massive love to the Jennas. Lauren, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for that love, Lauren. Thank you. Who says, I'd rather have a trans woman in the bathroom with me any day of the week compared to a cis man. Abso-fucking-lutely. Jennifer, thank you for the $20. Who says, I take back every side I ever gave you. Thank you for demolishing these chuds. massive wins for Dean. We are the Chud Demolisher today, dude. Today's crazy. Thank you for the $20, Jennifer. Show some love to Jennifer. And then Michelle with the $10 says, thank you for your service, Mr. Withers. Thank you so much. And then Zoe, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, woman, you've never been uncomfortable because of trans women in the bathroom. I wouldn't even know. If I was in the bathroom with a trans woman, I've been uncomfortable because of a cis man. Plenty though, right? Lori, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Lori. Show some love to Lori. Zachary, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much, man. Then Kamani, thank you so much of the $10 as well on Venmo. I can't read that message out loud, but I agree with it. Just know that. And then Shannon, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Who says, thank you for standing up for women in a world where so many people don't listen to them. Yeah, and I think this guest is a prime fucking example. Shout out to you, Shannon. Thank you for the $20. And same thing to Alexandra. Thank you so much for the $25. Who says, no man needed, but we do need you to keep on keeping on. Thank you so much for the love, Alexandria. Let's get 250 Alexandria W's. And then Joseph, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. Then Biran, thank you so much for the $5. And then we have a handful of people to thank on Venmo from before we even started debating this guy that I said I was going to thank earlier that I never got around to because he just started saying that women are emotional and you know, the woman who proved she was raped in a court isn't actually a victim. So I kind of got sidetracked a little bit. But Bag of Spinach, thank you for the $20. Who says, that last caller was so wrong about the patriarchy and misogyny. I don't know, maybe she should slide into Chris from Love is Blind's DM since she loves defending crappy dudes so much. Appreciate you for the $20. I don't watch Love is Blind, but I'd assume that Mr. Chris probably is not that good of a guy. Then Eden and Tess, thank you so much for the $20 donation and the $10 donation. I appreciate y'all both so very, very much. Dude, show some love to all of our fucking donors. I really appreciate y'all. We're all caught up over on Venmo. In fact, real quick, can you actually say thank you to the donors? Can you say thank you?
And say thank you to me too, because it's what's needed, right? Because I need you to actually now dispute my fact that women are more emotional. And
First, this guy thinks that he has facts. Buddy, you have the maturity and brain of a child. You are a petulant man-child. You don't have facts. Literally, the only argument that I've heard you make since the moment you joined this live are women are emotional, therefore they lie. But before...
Guess what? You haven't disputed that fact.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I will dispute that fact. But there's one person that I have to thank real quick. This is... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Catherine. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Is this like I'm looking at it on my computer screen, but it's so insane that it's like hard to believe. Miss Catherine, thank you so much for the $1,000 donation on PayPal. The $1,000 donation. Oh my God. Catherine, I don't even know what to say. Oh my God. Dude. Okay, I just need you to understand this. $1,000 is like three-quarters of my monthly rent bill. Like, that is so much money, Catherine. I do not deserve that, first and fucking foremost. And I am so grateful for your kindness and your generosity because that is nuts. I mean, like truly, don't let that be understated. That is nuts. Oh my God. Catherine with $1,000 says, because you are dealing with these misogynistic colors and not me, so good on you. Cheers. Well, Catherine, genuinely and sincerely, thank you so much for the love. Please do show some love to Catherine down below in that chat. Thank you. And also, Catherine, if that was like a typo, like if you just meant to send $100, dude, please let me know. Like that is so much money. Like I literally like am struggling to believe you even meant to send $1,000. Just dude, show some love to Catherine down below in that comment section on YouTube. Show some love to Catherine down below in that comment section on TikTok. And that is Catherine with a C. Thank you so very much. Same thing to Christina. Thank you so much for the $5. Fussy and then Ari, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. Anna, thank you so much for the $20 who says the world needs more people like you. Well, thank you so much for the love, Anna. I appreciate you so much for the $20. And then Jolene with the $25 says, Dean, thank you for your allyship, integrity, and morals, always fighting stupidity. Well, thank you so much for the $25 and the kind message. Let's get 250 Jolene W's down below in that chat. Same thing to you, Cammy. Thank you for the $15. Calling this guest shitty. And Alana, thank you so much for the 10. And Messiah, thank you so much for the 5. And Kristen, thank you so much for the $25, who says that last guest, that woman really infuriated me today. I had an argument with my mother because I was snowed in and she wanted me to call every single man in my life to try to dig me out. I did all by myself, and I'm quite proud of myself. Dude, that is a daunting task. I'd be proud of myself too in that situation. Good for you. Melissa, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you. And then Stein, thank you so much for the $10. And let's see here. Rachel, thank you so much for the 10. And then one last one here, Miss Alyssa. Thank you so much for the 20, who says, I don't understand why people think just because something Trump did was a long time ago, why it excuses these horrible acts. Just disgusting. We love you, Dean. Thank you for doing everything that you do. Well, thank you so much for the love, guys. Thank you so much, Alyssa. Thank you so much, fucking, thank you so much, Jasmine. Thank you so much, Alana. Thank you so much, Catherine, dude. Okay. Show some love to Catherine down below in that chat. We'll hop back into that debate. Oh, just holy shit. I'm gonna need a moment. I'm gonna need a moment. Go ahead, dude. So let's first start with this. Do you think that women are more emotional than men?
100%.
Yeah, this will be a fun argument to dispute. Because you're just objectively wrong. It's gonna be fun to embarrass the fuck out of you. I don't know. So why? Why do you think that women are more emotional than men?
Because women think with, they don't think with their head in situations. When they get upset, they like to go ahead and see how they can get back at someone rather than actually thinking about it and saying, you know what, this person might have been right. The females always have to be right with any claim they make.
So is that why men commit 92% of violent crimes?
Based on...
I mean, like you're saying here, that, oh, when women get super emotional, they don't think rationally, they think emotionally, do dumb things. So that's why men... Not women, men commit 92% of violent crimes, or men
if we're
commit
looking at convicted dates,
100% self-unalivings, or men are more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism.
Okay, so we can't bring self-unalivings into this.
Or men are actually more likely to recklessly drive, more likely to drunk drive, and women have higher IQ and EQ scores on average and are significantly less likely to engage in emotionally driven thought processes. No, I get it. So true.
All right, so when we're talking about men that unalive themselves, we have to actually be very careful, because a lot of the times men don't actually go and seek mental health because we've been brought up in a society
because they let their emotional processes overwhelm their rational ones. Yeah.
Men are meant to be the stronger person in the family, meant to be the ones that uphold the family, things like that. And due to that, a lot of men try to take the hardships on themselves, and they don't want to go and get help because they believe that they're stronger than that, which 100% they are. I really do believe that. On top of that, a lot of men, when they decide to do such heinous actions, unaliving themselves, for one, it's because things just get too hard. A lot of the times, too, yes, you can tell me that females go ahead and get help and whatnot. But what happens when they get help? What happens before they've gotten help? Nothing really changes. They are still reckless in their actions and in blaming other people for their things. You know, a lot of the times you speak to a female and you bring something up. Oh, I can't talk about that because I've got that's my trauma. You bring up my trauma. You bring up my trauma, and they just make a man feel like shit because of these actions in which they do drive men to do these actions. Okay, and that's honestly what
so
it
you're
is.
setting here telling me that men are better influencers and leaders, while simultaneously telling me that women are so good at influencing and leading, they can make men kill themselves.
We have to understand that men actually do hold women as a prized possession, and they don't want to upset them or anything. And in doing so, this is, it's how it is, Mr. Bill. Just come on. I don't know how else to paint it.
So women are so good at leading, so good at influencing, while possessing a disproportionate minority of the wealth, while possessing a disproportionate minority of the leadership, disproportionate minority of power in the government, so on and so forth, that they are still held on a pedestal and influence men. That's pretty powerful, and also disputes your point. Don't know why you
look at it like this.
And then the next thing that you said was that men view women as possessions. That women are possessions.
I didn't know, Dean. I did not say possession. I say prized possession.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. Men are so bad at thinking with their brain, rationality, yet so good at thinking with your dick, emotions, that you will condense a person to a possession.
Dean, I don't like
giving us all the more reason to believe that you are
Dean.
absolutely wrong when you tell us that men are more likely to engage in rationally driven thought processes.
Dean, you need to understand you're turning my words against me. When I'm saying prized possession, it's a euphemism to say that they are extolled by men. We praise them, that they are riches. That's kind of what it is. It even says in the Bible, for who can find a virtuous woman, for her price is far above rubies. That's what we look at. Women are prized
so where does this
possession.
fit into the argument insofar as why you think that women are more emotional? I'm just waiting for data to prove that.
Well, I'm talking against what you're saying, Dean, and now you're making it look like I'm the one that's being disingenuous in this conversation when you're the one bringing this up, and I'm responding to you.
Okay, so what's the first reason why women are more emotional?
Like I say, because they think with their emotions, and they make their actions based on their emotions.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off there. So that's what
For example,
that's what we call a circular argument. You're saying they're more emotional because they're more emotional, which actually is an argument driven from emotion. Funny enough, but so try again.
Dean, you're disingenuous. Look at it like for example, with ICE, right? How many you see more females that are against ICE because of shit?
Females, not women. Females.
Correct.
Okay. Females.
Yes. Okay. Or more women. Seeing as we want to incorporate transgenders too, we'll say more women.
Well, I actually just think that dehumanizing. It's a dehumanizing term.
It is. Why is that dehumanizing? Why is that dehumanizing?
Well, why do only misogynistic pigs call them females instead of women?
I say females.
More women.
I literally just said I'm incorporating.
Just continue with the point. More women. Ice. Go ahead.
Okay, I was incorporating all women into this discussion, right? Okay. Anyway, I'm saying that because do you see that are against ICE than women are?
What's that?
How many more women do you see that are against ICE than the men are?
Oh, I'd assume that there's more women against ICE, yes. Because
exactly,
a higher percentage of women voted for Democrats compared to Republicans.
They park their cars in front of ICE to block them in. They do irrational actions such as run there.
Listen, man, we don't need this soliloquy. We don't need this soliloquy. We just need the reason. Okay, so your first reason why women are more emotional than men is because more women are against ICE than men. Okay, so what's the second reason?
Again, Dean, look, this is what you're doing it again, Dean. You're turning my words.
I'm not doing shit. I'm not turning your words. That was literally your argument.
Dean, I literally just said the actions in which they do due to their thought process. They're thinking that if they can block in these ICE agents, if they can yell, sound their sirens, and do all this stupid shit that they're doing, disrupt government operations, they think that that's what's going to get them heard. That's exactly what it is.
Okay, men commit significantly more crimes than women, you idiot.
But Dean, Dean,
so it's only emotional when women commit crimes?
I didn't say that.
That is what you're saying. You're giving me the argument. Well, I think there's so many women out there committing crimes, okay, and impeding upon one's official investigation, okay, parking their cars in the middle of the road, so on and so, like crimes. You're saying, well, women commit crimes, therefore women are emotional. Men commit 70% of all crimes, 92% of violent crimes, meaning that your argument hinges on the premise that when a woman commits a crime, it is driven by emotion, yet when a man commits a crime, it's not driven by emotion. Like, for every woman that has parked her car to obstruct upon the official duties of ICE operations, there's probably like 20,000 men that have raped somebody, abused their partner, killed a dog, or lit a house on fire.
Okay, Dean, we actually can't talk about rape because at the same time too, a lot of women, even if they were to touch somebody unwelcomed, that is still a form of rape. Or you're hitting your vape, that's fine. they touch a woman in that, touch a man in that sense, the man doesn't report it or anything. It's when we're looking at these convictions that you're talking about, it's because they are reported by females. If every man was to report being touched involuntarily, I bet the numbers would be monumental at this point. But nobody's looking at that.
Wow. So you actually think that either men are just as likely to rape women as women are likely to rape men, or there's even more women that have raped men than there is men that have raped women. So
I can't say that.
So then let me ask you a question. Why are 99 out of 100 people in the Epstein files men? Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. Again, but
Yeah.
Dean, that doesn't mean anything. I literally just said.
Down.
Dean, I literally just said. See, now we're turning points again. But again, anyway,
Literally
like I said,
silence.
if
Doesn't know
it's
how to
not,
respond.
If it's not reported, then how do we know? I mean, and you can't bring up the
Answer
Epstein
the
files,
question.
Because
if women are just as or more likely to rape people as men, why are 99 out of 100 people in the Epstein files men?
Dean, we can't talk about the Epstein files. The Epstein files is something completely different as to what we're talking about.
No, the Epstein files is actually not completely different. It is rape. It is abuse. It is torture. Exactly what we're referencing. Sexually driven crimes. Now answer the question. If women are just as or more likely than as men to engage in these sexually driven violent crimes, then why are 99 out of 100 of the people culpable for these sexually driven violent crimes in the Epstein files men?
Dean, I'm not answering that question. That's disingenuous, buddy.
Right. You're going to merely label it as disingenuous to circumvent answering the question that refutes and proves the argument wrong. Thank you for conceding.
It does not, Dean. That's what I'm saying. It cannot and it will not.
Yeah. Say it all you want, okay? Just because you say it doesn't make it true. Good cop-out, bud. You lose the debate, just like you lose in life, because you will never find a woman that will get within 5 feet of you if you keep on acting the way you are. But hey, you're in Utah,
bullshit,
right?
Dean. Yeah.
Yeah, you're in Utah, and how's it going out there? How's it going out there? I mean, you might be able to find a partner, but
I love the freedom out here. I love the fact that I can carry my arms wherever I want. It's amazing.
You think that you should have the right to carry your arms wherever you want?
100%.
Okay, yeah. Well, when Alex Preddy carried his arms wherever he wanted, he got killed for it, and then Trump defended it, and that's the administration that you're defending. By the way, killed by what? A man. Just saying. Very emotional, very murderous.
Anyway, regardless, Dean, like I said,
since that's the theme of our argument. Hey, actually, real quick, can you name the 3 worst things in American history? Sorry, in world history ever, human history?
Slavery was one of them.
Yeah.
I think that's the worst thing, honestly.
Okay, name 2 other really bad things.
9/11.
9/11. Okay. Okay.
And
keep on fucking Trump.
And and Biden being in presidency.
Biden being in presidency. Okay, the 3 worst things in human history: slavery, 9/11, and Biden. I'd probably say the Holocaust was a little bit worse than the Biden presidency, but I digress. Whatever. Okay, so the first thing, slavery. Robert E. Lee led the charge to defend the legalization of slavery in America. Was he a man or a woman?
He's a man.
Yeah, Osama bin Laden led the charge behind 9/11 through the structural leadership of 9/11. Was Osama bin Laden a man or a woman?
We don't know that for sure, but regardless,
Osama bin Laden was a man. And the third point here, Biden presidency, Biden was a man too. Oh man, you must hate men. You're a misandrist. Fuck you. You hate men so much. You blame it all on the men.
You hate men.
You blame it all on the men. How could you do this? I mean, women are clearly just so much worse than men. They cause all of our problems. But as soon as I ask you to identify the 3 worst things ever, you blame it on the men. How could you?
I mean, like I say, it's just history, it's what happens, sadly, and it also proves that men are always more in power, which is amazing too.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
Oh, so the argument there is that if men dominate in a field, then they're better at performing in the field, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so 85% of surgeons are men, so men dominate in that field.
Correct.
So then why does the American Medical Association tell us that if you're operated on by a female surgeon, you're significantly less likely to die as a negative postoperative outcome or experience non-lethal negative postoperative outcomes, which they proved by a study on 1.6 million patients worldwide on 6 continents over 15 years.
I call bullshit.
It is literally the like very commonly accredited, not just as a reliable study, but one of the most reliable studies ever conducted. Like literally, it is the largest, like one of the largest studies ever. 6 continents, 1.6 million people, 14 years. Like if you were to go to college, which I I don't think that you're smart enough for that. You're a very dumb guy. I don't think that you qualify.
Mr. Withers,
I don't know if I believe you. But anyways, if you were to go to college and take a course on statistics instead of watching Andrew Tate in your mom's basement from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. Priorities, right?
That's what I do.
You'd actually probably learn about this study done by the AMA. It is so well accredited that it's actually used in statistic courses across this country for what a reliable study looks like. And why do you call bullshit?
Because like I said, men are still surgeons.
Yeah. Why do you call bullshit? Wait, what is the rationally driven thought process to call bullshit on the American Medical Association study?
Because men are still surgeons and doing great work.
Oh, wait. So the rationally driven thought process in concluding that the American Medical Association was wrong when they did a study on 1.36 million people worldwide, that concluded that if you're operated on by a woman compared to a man, you're more likely to experience more successful outcomes from surgery, is that men still do good work? How rational of a thought process is that?
Why isn't there more women surgeons then? Tell me that.
The reason that there's not more women in the field is exactly what proves that just because men dominate in a field doesn't mean that they're better at performing in it.
Didn't answer my question. You just restated your point. Tell me why.
Because of you and people like you. You tell women that they shouldn't be surgeons.
I don't tell them they should, but he said they just don't want to be. They don't go.
No, that's exactly what you just said. You said that women are worse. It's a man's job. That's why. That right there is why only 15% of surgeons are women.
Right, because men are great at their job.
Right, exactly. So now you get why only 15% of surgeons are women, even though they're better at performing in the field.
Right, so you agree with
me. Right.
Thank you. So you agree with me, Mr. Withers?
No, you agree with me. So be clear here. Be clear here. Why is being a surgeon the job of a man when they're worse at it?
You prove it to me they're worse at it.
I did. I gave you the study from the JAMA in conjunction with the AMA.
That is one source. If we look at peer-reviewed studies and researches as to medical outcomes or procedures that we should do to follow certain illnesses or disease processes, we look at the men that do the study because they are more qualified and they are excellent at their job.
Okay, so prove it.
Look at peer-reviewed studies.
Give me one.
Look at anything. Look at how we treat type 2 diabetes.
Wait. We can't look at anything because when we look at the largest, most reliable study, they indicate that women are better. So what study indicates to us that men are better at surgery?
Like I say, if you look up any peer-reviewed research study, any journal,
so then give me one.
Whatever it might be.
No,
okay,
I just gave you the largest one from the most accredited medical journal, the JAMA, and it says the opposite. So you're already wrong.
No, I literally just said this is one thing you're looking at, Dean. I'm not around the computer
So then give me one other thing that disputes it.
I just did.
No, you didn't. You just said if you go look at any study, it will prove it. But that's not true.
Literally, if you look at how we treat any disease process, if you look at PubMed, if you look at anything in that nature, I mean, if you even look at the people that write the JMA, if you look at things like that.
So all that I'm hearing is an emotional crash out from an unhinged man.
I'm emotionally crashing out. Come on.
Yes, because you're telling me that the Journal of the American Medical Association got it wrong, and that when they concluded that women are better at surgery than men, they were incorrect because that's a man's job. And then in response, all you could do is whine and complain about how insecure you are that women are better at it. Hey, listen. If men are so, I have another question here. I'll let you get off the hook with that one. We all saw the crash out. I mean, at this point, it's just
because you concede. Thanks for conceding. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Okay, 1 second. What did I concede to?
You just said you're going to get off it. You don't want to talk about it anymore because
I know, but no, be specific here. Question. What did I concede to? Because you didn't say anything. You didn't give any evidence. You just kind of said, I'm right because I'm right. Like, what of substance am I conceding to? like you can't even make the argument that I'm conceding to something because you didn't give us anything. Like I gave you a study done on 1.6 million people, and your response is, "Oh, it's wrong because it's wrong," and I'm a very fragile man with a ego sky high, very insecure. Is that what I'm conceding to? It's wrong because it's wrong.
Again, Dean, you literally
Right.
just wanted to move on from this point.
Yeah, of course I want to move on. I'm just having fun at this
because
point.
there's no fight for you. There's no fight for you in
No, there's no fight for you. I came at you with a study done on 6 continents. Okay, then explain to me what you brought to the table. What I brought to the table was a study done across 6 continents by the world's most accredited medical journal on 1.6 million patients over the course of 16 years. What the hell did you bring to the table?
Holy crash out.
Tell me, what did you bring to the table? Tell me.
I brought to the table that all these peer-reviewed studies in which we're doing are done by men. A lot of the funding also comes from men as well to actually prove this. This is what we're talking about.
Okay, so you're saying that men prove that they're worse at the job?
No, I did not say that, Dean.
Well, so then what the hell are you saying? What did you bring to the table to refute the point that women are better at surgery than men?
Again, Dean, you're not wanting to listen. I just keep repeating myself.
I am listening. I think that's exactly what you said. You said that it was funded by men. You said that the studies are done by men. So it sounds like the study that was done by men and funded by men proved that men were worse at surgery. Therefore, I would be right.
Can you bring that study up, actually?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And I just like how you were speaking about ICE and you just wanted to completely pivot because you knew that I was right on that case too. But anyway, carry on.
I'll happily talk to you about ICE. I actually refuted your point about ICE because your point on ICE was that women are more emotional than men because they're more likely to go out there, commit crimes, park their cars in the middle of the roads, or, like impede upon their official duties. So your point about ICE reduced down to you saying that you think that women are more emotional than men because of these crimes that they've committed. Okay, but then I responded to that by pointing out that men are culpable for a vast majority of all crimes. So if you want to use the argument that committing crime means emotion, then you'd actually have to argue that men are more emotional than women. So in fact, I would argue that you pivoted off that point after I debunked your shit. But here's a study.
Go ahead and scroll down. Let's read about it.
Findings. In this cohort study of 1 million patients, 1 million patients, those treated by a female surgeon were less likely to experience death, hospital remission, or major medical complication at 90 days or 1 year after surgery. This association was seen across nearly all subgroups defined by patient, surgeon, hospital, and procedure characteristics.
And how many female surgeons were put into the study versus male surgeons, please?
Results. Among 1,165,711 included patients, 151,000 were treated by a female and 1 million were treated by a male surgeon. Overall, 14.3% of the patients had one or more adverse postoperative outcomes at 90 days, and 25 had one or more adverse outcomes postoperative outcomes following 1 year after the surgery. Among these, 2% of the patients died within 90 days, and 4.3 died within 1 year. Multivariable adjusted rates of the composite endpoints were higher among patients treated by male than female surgeons, both at 90 days.
So do you believe if we had the same amount of female surgeons to the same amount of male surgeons, the numbers would be vastly different?
No, because this is a per capita study.
Yes, it would be different. But anyway,
that's just simply not how statistics work.
I want to quickly come back to my point.
Wait. That's just literally. I'm so sorry. You're demonstrating that you don't know how statistics work.
Oh my Lord, Dean.
Because they account for the fact that there's more male surgeons than female surgeons.
Right, so Dean, I want to come back to my point that you made a
Wait, no,
false
don't go back to any
analogy
point.
on-
Don't run away from that. You just said if there's just as much
I'm not,
women,
no, I'm not running away.
female
Dean,
surgeons
this
as there
is
was
what I
male
mean.
surgeons,
You're
okay,
making
that
point.
the
You're
outcomes would
telling
be
me
worse.
what I'm trying
But
to
I'm saying
say.
that point is false, okay, because they account for the fact that there's more male surgeons than female surgeons in doing the study, right? They're not yielding the results that you're more likely to die if you're operated on by a man compared to a woman, because there's been more people that have died from surgery. And there's more male surgeons than female surgeons. They yield the conclusion that you're more likely to die if you're operated on by a man compared to a woman, because for every, like, I don't know, 100,000 people that were operated on by a female compared to a male, a lower amount of them died. So do you understand now how the amount of female surgeons is not relevant to how likely one is to die if they're operated on by a woman compared to a man?
Yeah, because if you're looking at more men doing surgeries, you're gonna have you're looking at more patients in that sense. But regardless of that, again, Dean,
No,
your
not regardless of that. Don't move away.
Dean,
Don't move
can I
away.
finish my point?
I don't want you to move away from this point. I want to have a linear discussion, point by point. Stop crashing out. You're getting emotional, and I want to stay on this point right here.
Yes,
okay?
Dean, I am actually kind of getting emotional now because you're making analogies in which you think I'm trying to say and make.
Okay,
But,
so
for
what are your
example,
pronouns? One moment. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
And you're getting emotional? Beta?
Oh my Lord, have mercy, Dean. Being emotional doesn't mean that you have to get sad or anything. Being emotional can be the fact that you're just getting pissed off because somebody keeps yapping and making analogies about.
Honestly, I really
exactly
think
what
that
it
your
could be,
manhood
okay?
is in jeopardy. You better calm down.
Oh my Lord, Dean, are you trying to rage rate me now?
Baiting you into rage? I can't do that to you. You're a
gracious.
man. Unless you're not.
I'm telling you, it's not working. It's not working regardless. Right. I'm just trying to use.
But
use
seriously,
my
please, I want you to respond to my critique of your
How
argument.
How many more times are you gonna cut me off, Dean?
I just want you to respond to my critique of your argument that if there's as many female surgeons as male surgeons, we would expect more people to die if they're operated on by females. Please respond to the argument I gave to debunk that claim.
Yes, that is true. When we're looking at your study in which you just brought up, we had more males doing more surgeries. And if the more males were doing more surgeries, they have more patient load. If there's more patient load, then we're going to have more patients in that statistic that would die versus against the female who did way less surgeries and their patients came up with better outcomes. But then again, how many more of those patients that the male surgeon did came up with good outcomes versus the negative outcomes?
Okay. Thank you so much for that response. And the thing is that response is so well understood by those that study statistics across millions of people that we created this thing called per capita. Let me explain to you what that is. They did not adjudicate and conclude that you are more likely to live if you're operated on by a woman compared to a man because more people died as a result of surgery driven by men. Okay, that's not true. Because if they tried to conclude that you're more likely to die as a result of being operated on by men compared to a woman, based upon the fact that more people died at the hands of males compared to females in surgery, then your counter argument right there would be correct. Okay? You would be right. It would be fair to dispute the study on the basis that there's around 10 times more male surgeons than female surgeons. We would expect more people to die when they're operated on by males compared to females because of that, for sure. Okay? But that's not what the study is concluding. Okay? The study is concluding that for every 100,000 people that are operated on by female, and for every 100,000 people that are operated on by a male, you are significantly more likely to not die if your surgeon was a female compared to a male. You are significantly more likely to die if your surgeon was a male compared to a female. And this per capita notion, this idea of, well, what is the likelihood that you are going to die if you're operated on by a woman compared to a man, regardless of how many surgeons are men or regardless of how many surgeons are women, is exactly what rules out that counter argument of yours where you said we would expect more people to die at the hands of male surgeons compared to female surgeons because there's more male surgeons than female surgeons. Do you get it?
Yeah, but then again, like I was saying with your study will only conclude that the male surgeons had more patients than the female surgeons, which, okay, in your case...
They take the fact that they had more patients into account when determining that you're more likely to die if you're operated on by one.
Right, but are we also looking at what these patients had? Are we looking at
Yes.
Did they have an infection? Was there something did they have cancer that probably metastasized? And so
It
they were
says
trying
that
to
it says
remove
that right here.
things like that.
After accounting for patient, procedure, surgeon, anesthesiologist, and hospital characteristics, okay, the study demonstrated this. So, like, not only did they account for the procedure, okay, which is what you're saying, like, oh, did they account for what they're operated on? Because that'd be the procedure, okay? But they also counted for hospital characteristics. Like, are women more likely to, like, operate in hospitals with, like, better means and services available than men? They accounted for everything.
Okay. And now I quickly want to highlight where you were telling me that with ICE, the women are more irrational, more likely to commit crimes or anything. No, I want to finish that. I said when I was trying to say to that point. No, Dean, you can't do this.
You are either going to respond and explain how this study is wrong, or you are going to concede that women are better.
Dean.
The begging, the pleading, it's not going to work. You could repeat my name 1,000 times. You could beg me to talk to you about ICE 1,000,000 times. It's not going to happen. Either you concede women are better, or you tell us why this study's wrong.
Again, I already told you why I think the study's wrong, but again...
And I told you why your critique was wrong. I gave you such a good explanation of how the fact that there's more male surgeons than female surgeons doesn't matter, because they account for that in doing the study.
But Dean, that is one study that you've looked at. There might be other studies done that will prove differently.
This is a study done on 1,000,000 people. Do you understand how meaningful that is?
There could be another study done, Mr. Withers.
Okay, so then prove it by giving me that study. You don't have one. You can't appeal to ignorance here. Okay?
Right.
This is called the appeal to ignorance fallacy. You're saying, well, because there could be a study out there that I don't know of that proves this study wrong, I can assume the study to be wrong.
No, I'm not telling you to assume. I'm not telling you to assume. I'm just saying that there could be another study out there.
But you'd have to prove that there's another. You'd have to prove that there's another study out there.
That's what I'm saying.
And then you'd have to prove that that study has better methodology in order to conclude that this study's incorrect. If you can't prove there's another study out there, and you cannot prove that that other study has better methodology, then for the time being, you have to concede that women are better.
Dean, I can't do that right now because I'm around the computer.
You're misogynistic, which is why I'm having fun with this.
Dean, no, it's because I'm
that's
around
the
the
reason
computer.
The reason why you can't concede that is because of your misogyny. So I'm having a lot of fun grilling you on this. Like literally, the reason why you can't say that women are better is because your misogyny doesn't allow you to.
False, but anyway,
no, literally, that's actually it. That's actually it. That's legitimately why you can't just acknowledge that this study is accurate. Like, I could show you studies all day long, and you still won't believe it. Because you are willing to deny anything, even if it's undeniably true, that proves that your preconceptions of the abilities of women are wrong. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ could, like,
do not use the Lord's
come
name in
down... Vain. Oh, I'm actually not using his Lord's name in vain. I actually mean it. Fucking hell. Like, Jesus Christ could come down from the heavens almighty, like actually come down from the heavens almighty and tell you, okay, that men are not superior to women, and you wouldn't believe him. So tell us, why do you disagree with this study?
Again, Dean, it's not the fact that I disagree with the study. I haven't looked into this because there could be another study that refutes the study that that they have brought forth.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is you are justified in denying the outcomes of this study, okay, until you research in to look for any studies that prove the opposite to be true.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's what we call willful ignorance.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it that, but at the same time, it could just be you have to understand a lot of research, especially research that you do, is based on biases. It's what you want to present.
Wait.
It's what you want to find.
Wait. Here's actually another study. Oh, you're cooked. The patients are thriving. Further evidence of improved outcomes for women surgeons. With an expanding emphasis on valued care delivery, female surgeons outperform male surgeons. And this is a whole different study. So now we're at two studies. And check this out. I mean, let's just take a look at my Google search here. Okay, studies that prove women are better at surgery than men.
Change it.
We get all these search results.
Men are better than women.
That's about to happen. Look at all these search results. Women surgeons have better outcomes than men. Patients see better outcomes with female surgeons, study says. So now let's switch it. Studies that prove men are better at surgery than women. Damn. Okay. AI says there's no evidence, but we don't trust AI. That's fine. Okay. The first thing that pops up is from Harvard Health. Does the sex of your surgeon matter? A new study says yes. We just read the metadata. It says male patients had a 13% lower death rate and 6% lower remission rate if their surgeon was a female than male. So it's funny because the first thing that pops up when you Google studies that prove men are better at surgery than women is a study that proves women are better at surgery than men. Oh, the next thing, patients treated by female surgeons had better outcomes than those treated by male surgeons. The next thing, female surgeons have lower rates of long-term adverse effects. The next thing, gender differences in learning and teaching a surgery. Some studies have showed that, males perform better than females. Oh, is that for surgery? Let's take a look. Males perform...
No, just type in surgery. Do your feature off and do Control F and find just search surgery.
Surgery. Okay. Surgery. The 80-week was improved. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm not finding it. Where is it?
It doesn't say women are better, but this is only one. But based on what you have found...
So basically, we saw it in the metadata, and it didn't even seem to say surgery there. Visual spatial manipulation. Okay, so not surgery.
But there was surgery that was highlighted on there.
There's about 800, but it's not in the mention of what studies have demonstrated males tend to outperform women in. Okay, so it looks like there's no evidence for your claim.
Okay, so there was one study that we saw. That's why surgery was showing up.
No, but it didn't say it doesn't say males tend to perform better than females in surgery.
Let me finish what I'm going to say, because you're going to be surprised at what I'm going to say right now. Based upon what you have found, we only found one study that agrees with me. For right now, okay, I will concede in that sense. However, like I said, I haven't researched that, so I wouldn't know. But seeing as you brought the information up, and there is more articles that say women are better than men in this certain field, okay, whatever. But in that same sense too, numbers also do say a lot when we're looking at male surgeons with their patients versus female surgeons with their patients, or whatever it might be. Whatever. Okay. Based on that, okay, I concede to what you're saying. In this sense, whatever. Okay. But
well,
I
now
still
you have to
want
revisit
to go
your whole worldview. Because earlier you told us what proves men are better at leading than women is the fact that there's been more male leaders throughout history. But now we've been able to demonstrate that although a field is dominated by men, it doesn't mean that the men outperform the women.
Okay, well, in this sense then as well, with male leaders, until we find more female leaders, we can't really make the dichotomy. But until then,
well, I mean, why do you think we like? What? So going back to this earlier, you said that surgery was a man's job, and now you're conceding that women are better at it. So can you see how like saying that surgery is a man's job is actually counterproductive for society as a whole, including the women that you're now convincing shouldn't be seeking that in the first place, and the patients that are now more likely to die as a result of the surgery because we're propagating the notion that it's a man's job?
Right.
Like that just leads to like more dead people. Like, can you accept that earlier when you promoted the notion that surgery is a man's job, that just leads to more dead people?
Yes, I can right as of right now.
So we shouldn't promote that surgery is a man's job. Now, how many other fields do you think the same thing is true for? Like, how many other beliefs do you think that you could hold that could be false in the same way, where it's not actually a man's job, and that's just a lie that has infiltrated your brain because of 4 lifetimes worth of alt-right propaganda and misogynistic nonsense?
Construction.
Construction?
Yeah.
What about it?
It's male-dominated. Males are better at the job.
So for construction, I mean, for construction that would require physical strength, okay, I would expect men on average to be better at performing tasks that would require a higher level of physical strength because men are stronger on average. but I don't think that really tells us much.
But no, you just
Like,
asked
what
me
is
for an
like
example.
like what
That's
what does that tell us? What is like men being stronger on average compared to women? Like what does that tell us? I mean, it doesn't really tell us anything about leadership, emotion.
Dean, I just answered your question. You said, "Can you give me one more field where a male would be better than a female?" And that's my answer.
Oh, you're
It would
saying
be
it's a man's job because if construction would necessitate physical strength, then we would expect men to be better performing on average. So just because like one sex would be better at performing on average, okay, doesn't mean that I think it is therefore their sex's job. You know, like going back to even surgery, for instance, I wouldn't say even though on average women outperform men, that it is therefore a woman's job. I think it should be the job of whoever performs best, which we'd have a leaning tendency to be women.
Say that one more time. I got lost in your...
I don't think just because women on average outperform men in the context of surgery means that therefore surgery is a woman's job. Okay, I think it's the job of who would be the most qualified for the role and position, and there happens to be a leaning average towards women.
Yes, agreed.
Right? You know, like even like in construction, for instance, there's a bunch of very hardworking women who are great at construction. Okay, but I'm gonna go ahead and kick you. Wow, guys, what a day it's been. I feel like death. Hey, Madison, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says studies also show that female pilots do better under pressure, safer and causeless accidents with better decision-making skills. Yeah, it's because they're biologically predisposed to deal with their stress better. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Says, Dean, tell this idiot that a woman discovered the DNA was a double helix and that data was stolen by men because of their patriarchy. This guy's an emotional chud and deserves to be a lonely incel for the rest of his life. Dude, so true, Matthew. Thank you for the $20. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. And then Emily, thank you for the $10. She says, the way that this man talks about women victims makes me cry and makes me feel helpless. Thank you for sticking up for us. Dude, that last guy sucks. He sucks so much. Eric, I appreciate you for the $15. Who says, you have the patience of a saint. I cannot believe how confidently this guy chooses to be wrong. Go get yourself some Taco Bell on me. Well, I appreciate you so much for that love, Eric. Show some love to Eric. Thank you. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Ivy. Thank you so much for the $25 44 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Ivy. Ivy says, I find it crazy whenever a man says women are too emotional. I'm not sure about others, but I've always been told I had to control my emotions and not make them other people's problems. I really hate this guy. I smell the guilt and shame. Yeah, you know, I mean, I didn't tell this to the last guest, but I should have, honestly. The reason why that last guest is the way he is because he has a very low level of self-worth and just a very bad self-image. Like when he looks in the mirror, he doesn't like what he sees. And that's not just like a literal statement about his physicalities. I'm talking more so like mentally, like a lack of self-confidence. And instead of like overcoming that issue with maturity by working on self-help, maybe going to therapy, or, you know, even just other miscellaneous things. Like, I don't know, for me, going to the gym really helps my mental health. He instead copes with those insecurities by projecting them onto women. We start with the fact that that man thinks very little of himself. And then we end with the fact, if that man can convince himself that he thinks even littler, I don't know if that's a word, but you get what I mean. Even smaller, that sounds right. If that man can convince himself that he thinks even smaller of women than he does himself, then in virtue of that fact, he's already better than 51% of the population. It's a projection to cope. It's a coping mechanism. There you go. Sorry, guys. It's really been a long day. That's really been a long day. I'm over here struggling to delineate between the word less and littler. God damn it. Oh, man. And then one more here. Shannon, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Let's get 400 Shannon W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Shannon with the 40 says, please cook this misogynistic guess. Shannon sent that 45 minutes ago. Shannon, I hope that I did well. I hope that I did well. I'd also like to thank Michelle. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, Michelle. Michelle with 50 says, I had a male surgeon that wanted to do a surgery a certain way. I asked a female surgeon to do it a more radical way because she agreed. She found a tumor that wouldn't have been found if we did it the way my first surgeon wanted. Michelle, that is a perfect representation of why the JMA says what they do. Okay, if you were operated on by a male compared to a female, you would have experienced worse post-operative negative outcomes or even death. Literally, you are the conclusion of the JAMA study. I'm happy that they found the tumor, by the way. Thank you so much for the $50. Also, not to mention Amy, thank you for the $2, and Avery, thank you for the $5, and Mike, thank you so much for the $10, who says, as a guy, this guy makes me sick. Oh, I know, right? You know, honestly, I don't, for the men watching, I don't know, maybe you agree with me here. Like, obviously, if you're a man that agrees with me, if you're a man that disagrees with me, you probably disagree with me, and more so agree with that last guess. For the men that are watching that agree with me, how fucking shameful would it be to act like that? You know? How fucking disgusting would it be to act like that? To truly believe that crap. I mean, very. You know, I'm sure that, you know, the men watching really get where I'm coming from when I say this. Okay? I would just be so ashamed of myself. I would hate myself. And he does. He probably does, because that's where it comes from, self-hate. Okay. I'd also like to thank Amber. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you, man. And Chelsea, thank you so much for the 5. And Amy, thank you so much for the 6. And then Nicolette, thank you so much for the $20, who says, please ask the misogynist how many wars were started by men versus how many wars were started by women, and how many of those words were because of ego and emotions. Oh, too many to count, Nicolette. Thank you for the $20. And oh my God, Miss Lydia, thank you so much for the $150 donation on PayPal. Lydia, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are awesome. Lydia with a 150 says, as a Canadian Union Pride president, thank you for defending our rights. Don't let the emotional win. Thank you for defending the LGBTQ plus IA community and LGBTQ plus IA rights. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Lydia. That is so fucking kind of you, dude. That is so much money, man. I'm so grateful. Thank you for your generosity. Show some love to Lydia down below. And folks, I see the asks on TikTok for one more. I'm just going to be frank with y'all. I can't do it. I can't do it, guys. Today has been probably the most tiring stream in a very long time. Every guest today was crazy as fuck. Super crazy. I haven't really felt this tired in like a long, like you could see by the end of that last conversation, like the dude was just like saying crazy shit. Like, oh, men's job, fuck women. And I was just saying like, oh, well, here's why you're wrong. You know, when I don't give like a reaction to what the guest says when it's super crazy, that's when you know that like, I'm done. Like, I'm just done. Like, I'm done hearing the bullshit. And I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm done hearing the bullshit for today. I'll be back tomorrow. One story that I do want to tell before I hop off here for the night. I don't know. Maybe this is a self-fulfilling prophecy if the person is watching right now. And this will spark them to do what I'm about to tell y'all they might do. But you may see a video online of me absolutely dogging on this guy driving a Lambo. In the Lambo. I mean, dogging on him. Okay? Nothing like super bad. Nothing like too far. Nothing like OMG Dean's canceled. Nothing like that. But earlier today, I went to a coffee shop in my town with a very small parking lot. Very small parking lot. And like seriously, only like 10 cars could park there. All the spots were filled, but then there was a Lambo that took up 2 fucking spots. Like an asshole. You don't do that. Listen, when there's a parking lot for 10 cars and 10 cars only at a very popular business, the full lot's full, you don't take up 2 spots. Like, what an inconsiderate asshole. So I'm sitting outside. I'm drinking my coffee, waiting for this guy to come out. I see him come out, and I say, hey, is that your Lambo? Just want to ensure that's the right person. He says, yes. And then I say, okay, you parked like a jackass. You know, just to let him know. And then he says, oh, you're the jackass. Then I say, no, I'm not. You're the jackass. You're the one that parked in 2 parking spots in a lot for 10 cars at a very popular business. You're the one being inconsiderate. And then he gets all up in my face like this big little tough guy. Truly, big tough guy. And he says, that car's worth $280,000. I'm allowed to park it how I want. And oh my goodness. And then he starts going on about how he has $20 million in the bank account. And he's like, how many properties do you own? And like, oh, none? I had 43! And then, dude, this was the craziest part. I couldn't believe this. This was wild. Okay, I swear to God this happened too. Like I said, somebody recorded it. If they posted it, this is what I'm telling y'all. And then then the guy driving the Lamborghini says, "I bet you $100,000 that I have more money in my bank account than yours, you punk. Let's go down. Let's get it signed by a notary public. Let's bet $100,000 that I have more money in my bank account." to a 21-year-old, you know, like, sure, like, I'll be clear, like, everyone, like, this is something we know, and I need to acknowledge this privilege as well. I definitely have more money in my bank account than the average 21-year-old, for sure. Okay, and I'm very grateful for the privilege that I experienced by being able to come on here every day, do what I love, and make money off of it. And I fucking love y'all for it so much. And I love what I do. I'm so happy we're able to effectively change the world around us, and I'm able to advocate for the greater good as a part of my career. But, like, he didn't know that. Like, think about how fucking cringy it is, and the amount of secondhand embarrassment that you feel by the idea of, like, a 50-year-old multimillionaire driving a Lamborghini, telling a 21-year-old that, for all he knew, could be a broke college student in debt from student loans, that they make more money than them, that they have more money in their bank account. Like, holy shit. I just couldn't believe it. It fried me. It fucking fried me. It was so terrible. But anyways, then he starts to, like, you know, get really terrible. Okay. Then he starts to whip out, like, slurs. He's like, "Oh, dude, you're an F slur. You're such an F slur, bro. You're such an F slur." And, you know, he gets really into it because, I'm rage baiting the fuck out of this guy. He is so pissed. You know, but at that point I'm like, okay, you know, this guy, little man syndrome, get out of here. Go drive, you know, your vet. I'm like telling him, "Oh man, you bought it in debt. You're not worth shit. You know, those rental properties are your grandfather. Stop claiming they're yours. All right. You know, we understand you only put 0.3% down. All right. You're in debt for the rest of your life. You don't want to get a door dent, because if you do, you'd have to sell the condo you're living in, that your ex-wife almost took from you in the divorce." You know, I'm chirping the fuck out of this guy. I'm good at that. It's one of my skills. And I didn't like him. He was using slurs, really egregious. So I was chirping the fuck out of him. So he got really mad. But then anyways, I noticed this younger woman, probably around my age, that was going into the coffee shop. And she's like trying to, like, park her car or something. And she has her phone out and she's recording. Well, I'm like chirping this guy about the ex-wife and the kid that she took as he's driving away. She has her phone out and she's recording. And then after, you know, he drives away, this woman says, "Dean Withers!" I'm like, "Oh, fuck! Like, don't. Holy shit, no. Oh, no." So I talked to her for a moment. She was really cool. But all that I'm saying is that, you know, there's a video of this altercation that exists on somebody's phone somewhere. I don't know if it's all of it. And she recorded this from inside of her car. So the audio is probably not crisp. But I mean, all that I'm saying is that there's a chance that, like I said, either that'll end up on the internet somewhere, or me saying this on my live stream is a self-fulfilling prophecy, because she could be watching her now, then would be incentivized to turn around and post it. But anyways, there was how my day started. That's how my day started. So, you know, I wanted to give y'all the call out. And there's a couple people in the chat saying that it was fake. It wasn't. I obviously didn't record myself, but what I do have is this photo of the fucking jackass parking his fucking Lamborghini in 2 spots like an asshole. Let me I'm over here getting all frustrated again. No, all right, let me send this over to myself. All right, where's that? There it is. I'll give you all the proof. There we are. Let's save that as an image. And the worst part is he's riding out around without a plate either. You know, I don't even need to watch out for Doc. He didn't have a plate on it. Like, oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, check this out, bro. Look at this. I mean, straight down the middle, dude. Straight down the middle. And, you know, I wish that I could show you guys the rest of the lot. Because I swear, it's like a super small parking lot where every spot was taken. Like, if this was like a Walmart, a grocery store that had one of those like football, just football field, massive parking lot, a billion spaces. No one's really parking there. There's a bunch of free spaces. Lambo owner decides to take it to the back and, put it in the middle of two spots. He's not really being too inconsiderate of anybody else because, there's no one else there, super big parking lot, whatever. I wouldn't care that much. But because it was in this 15-foot by 15-foot super small parking lot where all the other spots were taken and he takes two, that was such an inconvenience to me and the other patrons of this great business. Tizzy will find him. Oh, man, if only I had it recorded. If only I had it recorded. Yeah, someone over on the YouTube chat says no plate. He was taking it to get it washed for his employer. Well, see, that's what I thought because I don't know if you could tell, but like the plate on here, it's like a dealership plate. Like, what is that? Fucking concierge service or whatever. So the first thing I did is I turned around and I found the number online and I called them. Like, you got a jackass employee parking it in two spots. But, and no, they're just some random car dealership that sold the car to this dude like forever ago, because it's also not even in my state. It's like, it's in a state like a billion miles away. So, and they were actually really kind over the phone. Like, I'm calling, the concierge motors place and I'm like, the person driving this, yellow Lamborghini wearing your plate, sparking like an asshole. And then they're like, "Oh wait, let me see if I could what is the make and model? Let me see if I could find anything in my system." And then they end up like making it clear that they're a dealership. I kind of pick up on that. So very good on them because they were willing to yellow, orange, okay, orange, whatever, yellow, orange. Not the point. Orange, that's fine. But they were really kind. They were like even willing to help me like find the guy maybe who owned it to tell him not to do that, even though it was, a car that they had sold months ago. So super professional group of guys, super professional group of guys. The guy that answered was great. But anyways, that's it. That's the story. That's the Dean Withers story time. Everyone in the chat say next time cover the street sign. Sure, good idea. Is there a street sign even visible in the photo? Yes. Good catch. Yes, very visible street sign. Very good catch, folks. I should have looked a little bit more closer myself. Good thing it's not like a residential area or anything. So, out of any street to be exposed, I'm happy that it's not a residential area. So, that's good. But yeah, should have covered that. Thomas, appreciate you for the $20 over on YouTube. He says, I once had a manager who parked in the dotted line section of the handicap parking. He was a Trump supporter that wore an ear patch. What an asshole. That dude, that's so like spiritually MAGA. That's so spiritually MAGA. 110%. All right. I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm drained. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub over on YouTube. Peace and love, folks. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.